A Nascent Kaleidoscope. Chapter 76. There was a rather awkward silence that filled the room. I was sitting on her sofa, and she sat in a chair nearby. To make it even worse, there was an unconscious little girl next to me, the missing little kitsune. Her 9 tails moved ever so slightly with her breathing. I feel like an idiot not realizing who Izzy was before. I mean, it was staring at me right in the face. Looking up at Izzy, Izanami. She looked away the moment our eyes met. So, Izanami. I finally spoke. The silence was starting to grate on me. Her head snapped towards me, wanting to say something, but she held herself back. I apologize for hiding my identity, she said quietly. Okay. She paused, looking at me in surprise. You aren't angry, or? Did you think I would be? I questioned here. I'm not going to get angry for you hiding your true name. I rolled my eyes. Izzy, I intentionally used her fake name. Are you not the same person I was spending time with? What exactly changed between then and now? Is it really that simple to you? She looked at me in shock. I am Izanami no Makoto, goddess of death, she who beckons. I have committed heinous sins in my life. The world curses my very existence. Literally the son of Satan over here. I deadpanned. It is not the same, and you know it. She pursed her lips, crossing her arms in annoyance. I am condemned by the very land I helped create. Yeah, that's not fair. I sighed, thinking about what she's been through. She wasn't lying about her sins, if the stories are anything to go by. But at this moment, I don't see that hateful goddess portrayed in myths and legends. All I see is a lonely woman who misses her family. Should I call you Mother Izanami? I smiled towards her. She was Japan's mother goddess. Why you? She actually looked bashful at the words. Don't tease me, she added on quietly. I couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. Definitely going to call her that in the future. I'm not upset, Izzy, I said gently. I am surprised and more annoyed at myself for not realizing. But I don't have the faintest negative perception of you right now. It could be a ruse, a plan to trick you into this place, for you to never leave. Aren't you supposed to trick me into consuming something of this place, so I would be forever bound? I raised an eyebrow. That myth regarding Persephone and Hades did have some kernels of truth to it. My lips curled up as I saw her huff. Now that I think about it, aren't you supposed to be stuck here? She scoffed. I am a goddess. Do you think a rock can keep me sealed for that long? Makes sense. I wonder if any other deities know she gets up and walks around the surface whenever she wants. I just shrugged. Well, regardless, you are my friend and I don't care who you are. And what a funny thought that is right now. I somehow became friends with Izanami. Unless you don't want to be anymore. She actually tensed up at my words, clearly unsettled by my implication. I enjoy our time spent together. She squeezed out. Well, then nothing else needs to be said. I clapped my hands. So, what's the issue with little fox over here? I don't think she knew how to respond to my dismissal of her status, but she seemed willing to shift the conversation. You are more than familiar with those miscreants that caused chaos in the city not that long ago? Tamamo-no-me cult? Yes. She rolled her eyes. Those idiots did not stop their initial attempts. Apparently they had a few backup plans in place in case of failure. How they managed to actually devise a strategy of that level I can't fathom, because they certainly do not seem to possess the modicum of intelligence needed for that small amount of forward thinking. Ouch. Yeah, they didn't seem too bright. Perhaps they managed to find a child to poke holes in their elaborate schemes. I actually don't know more than the bare basics. I scratched the back of my head. Honestly, I've been keeping myself out of that whole mess. Izanami looked embarrassed. I guess she must have thought she was dragging me into this against my wills, but I was more than willing to help her too. They were trying to use a ritual to resurrect Tamamo-no-me using another 9-tailed fox. Izanami gestured towards the sleeping little kitsune. Once the connected to Yomi was made, I saw what was happening, and I took exception. Tamamo-no-me is actually an aspect of Amaterasu, practically her daughter. I dare not ask what the relationship is like there, because she seems really distant with the concept. Curious. I tapped my chin, thinking about the course of actions. If I had to guess, they were trying to create a symbolic link due to heritage, then drag out Tamamo-no-me's soul use the kid's body as a catalyst to revitalize the dead spirit's flesh with her own essence. That is frighteningly close to what was happening. She seemed mildly surprised by my insight. There is only one issue that remained, though. She feels of death, but isn't actually dead, I said, staring at the little girl. Yes, Izanami said quietly. She was invaded by the power of Yomi, her soul. It was touched by this realm. I'm doing what I can to keep any more from seeping into her, but it is already acting like poison. And you can't simply remove or cleanse it? I asked. She was also a goddess of creation. I can, if I didn't care about her continued existence. Izanami replied. I am Yomi. Anything I try to do inside of her will leave more traces of me, and the same issues will persist. Like trying to put out a fire with more fire. You understand? She nodded. That is why I required outside help. Outside help am I? And here I thought we were friends. That's not what I meant. She pouted, and it was cute I couldn't help but tease her. I sighed, thinking about the headache this would be. I understand why you couldn't simply drop her off at her mother's now. I said idly. Yeah, quite a few comments she made started to make more sense. Oh gods, I gave her advice on how to deal with her godly children. Her youngest is Susanoo. Izanami looked away, a sad smile on her face. I have not seen my daughter for many years. I don't want our reunion to be her assuming I schemed against her Miko. The fact that Amaterasu would probably not listen to reason and assume the worst of Izzy was left unsaid. It would most definitely cause more issues than it solves. Well, you're in luck. I am perhaps one of the most knowledgeable magicians in the world. Aren't you barely an adult? Irrelevant. I waved her off. I think it is very relevant. I ignored her and turned towards the little kitsune. The immediate solution was perhaps to use a healing spell. My hand ignited with that familiar white light as I raised it over the little girl. Her pale face turned slightly healthier, but I could tell she wasn't actually getting better. No, the infection still remained. A normal healing spell won't do anything. I didn't really expect it to, but I wasn't to see the extent of damage. Perhaps a sealing, gathering it all up, seal it in a corner of her body for later purification. Any sealing spell would be eroded within hours. Izanami added. Yeah, this stuff is very corrosive. It isn't merely deathly energy mixed in, it's like a combination of death and necrotic power. I murmured, stroking my chin. There is a difference between the two. Death is a natural state of being, the end result for everything. Necrotic energies are unnatural, they twist life energies and propagate through corruption. While both are antithetical to continue living, combing them makes matters severalfold worse. If you continue to keep her steady, how long do you think before she crosses the point of no return? Several hours at the most. She answered without a second thought. And there wasn't much we could do to slow that down. Even sealing it away for a few hours may have an adverse effect when the energies break free. Yeah, it would buy some time, but the energies might rampage when they finally break out, causing more damage before settling down, essentially accelerating the process. I suddenly had a thought. I may have a solution, but I require something from you. She tilted her head. What do you need? Permission to bring someone in here and help me. I'm close to someone who can most likely heal her fully. That's it, she questioned. And would they be comfortable coming here? Actually, I'm sure she would love to meet you. I want her to meet all my friends, actually. I couldn't help but smiled at her. I see. She looked rather unsure of herself, but she relented. I will not block you from bringing someone to aid me. I held back the urge to give her a hug. I don't know why it made me feel bad seeing her like that, but we weren't really close enough for something that intimate. But still, I wanted to cheer her up. Would you like to hold Sir Wiggles while I'm gone? She looked at me, holding back an eager expression. Yes. I chuckled, flipping my hat off and allowing my familiar hop on out. I mentally sent him my feelings, telling him to watch over Izzy while I go run an errand. He happily hopped into her lap, allowing her to dote on him. Spoiled little rabbit. Well, I'm glad he doesn't feel intimidated by her anymore. Even this realm seemed not to bother him as long as he was nearby one of us. I can open up Yomi to almost anywhere in Japan. Where do you need to go? No worries, I got this. I waved her off, bringing out Mirage. What are you? I slashed my sword, creating a portal back home. I gave one last look over at Izzy. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Yeah, if even Meridia was surprised that I could do this, I can only imagine Izzy will be too. I gave her a wink, jumping through. Let's just hope Artoria still has Avalon on her. Chapter 77. My home world appeared before my eyes. The familiar magical energy in the air told me exactly where I was. There was something one learned with traveling to other worlds. Each one had its own taste, so to speak. A flavor that was hard to describe unless you actually experienced it for yourself. I shook my head. That small bit of lightheadedness that appeared for the briefest moments when you jumped from different levels of magical energy. The familiar walls around me came more into focus, and I stepped out of my room at Zelretch's workshop. I did hear someone, exactly the person I was looking for. I saw her standing on her tiptoes trying to reach something in a high cabinet. Need a hand? I asked, seeing her head snap towards me, her body reeling back like she was doing something she wasn't supposed. Wilhelm. Artoria squeaked out. I was just. She cleared her throat. I thought you would be gone for a few more days. Zelretch said you were dealing with something in another world. Yeah, something came up and I need help. I sighed, walking close to her. I saw her look rather shy as I inspected what she was trying to grab. Our eyes met, and she looked away with a small blush on her cheeks. I couldn't help but chuckle, reaching up and grabbing the box of cookies down for her. I think I heard a small thank you out from under her breath. God, she's so cute. She held the box to her chest. I could tell she wanted to get into them right away, but she held back. What did you need help with? Actually, I scratched the back of my head. I need your help specifically. I would be more than happy to lend you assistance. She smiled at me, a genuine way I could tell she meant it. Would it be prying if I asked if you currently possessed Avalon? She blinked at me for a moment. You wish to know if I currently possess my sheath? She reiterated. Am I to assume that someone requires healing? Yeah, a little girl. Avalon is quite the powerful noble phantasm. It provided Artoria with a form of immortality as long as she possessed it, her brain being her only weakness. Rumors were that it could even regrow a heart if it got destroyed, but I don't quite know about that. I see. She nodded. I do indeed have my sheath on me, and it is my duty as a knight to aid those in need. Thank you. I let out a long breath. Honestly, I didn't know what I would do if this didn't work out. She smiled at me. I will never turn down the opportunity to save innocent lives. And I admit I find this part of you trying to help others to be endearing. She added on quietly, turn her eyes away for a moment. Though I suspect there is more to this if you need the help of my noble phantasm. I winced slightly. What do you know of Yomi? The realm of the dead in Japan. She tilted her head, almost speaking to herself. The realm of Izanami no Makoto, goddess of death. She practically recited the words out of her memories. So, said goddess is my friend. She's the one asking me for help. I decided to just be blunt about it. Artoria just had her eyes widen, staring at me, unable to find the correct words for several moments. I do not know how to respond to that. I could only laugh awkwardly at her statement. Yeah, it kinda just happened. Honestly, I didn't even know she was a Izanami when we first met. Kinda revealed herself when this little girl basically got dropped into her lap, and the energies of Yomi are invading her body and soul. I see. She furrowed her brow. This is a strange request. Well, I can pay you in any way you want for your service, or if you want something else, I'm sure. Will! She interrupted me. I merely said it was strange, not that I would not do it. She said gently, placing a hand on my arm. I trust you. I do not think you would lead me into a precarious situation without at least informing me ahead of time. Oh, and suddenly I felt much more at ease and my heart was beating slightly faster. That is true. For both informing her and leading her into precarious situations, she can handle herself. She doesn't need for me to treat her like a damsel in distress, unless she wants to be. And, as your girlfriend, I wish to meet someone you call a friend. She added, her cheeks a fresh tint of pink. I guess we did become boyfriend and girlfriend. I mean, it's obvious. It's that we never put a name on it until now. Did I ever tell you how amazing you are? She made a small noise in embarrassment. Time is of the essence here. Is it okay to leave immediately, or do you need some time to prepare? Rin and the Wizard Marshal are currently working on something. She looked uncertain. I knew she took her duties to being Rin's servant very seriously. I can time it so regardless you'll be back within the next couple hours. I pointed out. Oh, then I believe we should make haste. I held out my hand. Well then, shall we? She took it without any hesitation, that bright smile on her face as I opened a new portal and led her through. Artoria held my hand much tighter as we stepped through the portal. I think regardless of everything, she was a little bit nervous. I have shared my birth world with her in the past. She knew that divine beings still persisted here, that magic and such was known by a much wider community, but to experience it was a whole different matter. Wilhelm. Izzy's voice called out. She stood up from her seat to greet us. And this is? She asked, looking at Artoria. Greetings, Lady Izanami. Artoria, with the expertise she developed in life, immediately slipped into her regal persona, almost as if judging the woman in front of her. I am Artoria Pendragon, Will's girlfriend. I was mildly surprised she provided her true name, but I guess it didn't really matter across worlds. A member of the Pendragon clan? I only heard the vaguest things about them in the Western world. She muttered. Yes, you do look like the heir I've seen a picture of. Artoria, to her credit, kept her expression extremely neutral, merely shooting me a look, and I could only convey that I would explain later with my eyes. Izanami's eyes narrowed, practically drilling into Artoria, like she saw something that interested her. You are not a living being, or rather, you are but are not, how strange. A living spirit, is that not a paradox? Artoria didn't react. It is as you say. She merely confirmed Izanami's views without adding anything. There was a strange atmosphere between them. I didn't quite know how to explain it, like both of them were sizing each other up. Weird. Ladies! I interjected, their heads snapped to me. The girl! Yes, of course. Izanami turned away, looking towards the little kitsune on the couch. I have managed to keep the worst of it away, but still, some enters her body and lingers. Yeah, I knew exactly what she was talking about. This place was almost like an infection. It kept trying to grab me. I could keep it off with ease, but the same couldn't be said about this little unconscious girl. I see, and this is the one you wish me to heal? Artoria walked forward, placing her hand gently on the yokai's forehead. She is not human, she said quietly, not any kind of accusation, but more of a mild surprise. Even with the obvious non-human features, I think it was more just the incredulity of it. For her, phantasmal species were something extremely rare, and to see one so blatantly laying about must have been quite the cultural shock. Will that be an issue? Honestly, the thought never crossed my mind. It shouldn't be. Artoria shook her head. How exactly do you plan on healing her? Izanami crossed her arms, staring at Artoria. Artoria's lips twitched as she kept herself even. She pushed against her own chest. A bright light suddenly filled the room, bursting out in every direction. The vicious energies of this realm practically fled away from it. With this, she replied, and I felt like I could make out the vaguest amount of smugness in her voice. What is? Izanami held her breath, drinking in the holy light. It is beautiful. Artoria placed it on the little kitsune's chest, the holy energies enveloping her, attacking and consuming all deathly and necrotic power that had seeped into her body and soul. Avalon, the hallowed scabbard of Excalibur, Artoria said, peeking over at Izanami like she was gauging her reaction. I was surprised she was being so forthcoming. Excalibur's scabbard? Izanami repeated. Why is the scabbard so much stronger than that broken sword? She said in a confused voice. Broken? Artoria's voice raised slightly, an audible reaction on her face. Oof, I knew I was forgetting something. You sound as if that is something new to you. Izanami's eyes narrowed. How could you possibly not know that? Are you really one of the Pendragon clan? Izanami's eyes began to glow. Now that I take a closer look, you are much older than you appear, and you are not a normal spirit. You are nothing like I have ever seen before, almost reminiscent of those Einherjar that the Norse keep, but even that pales in comparison. What are you? She slowly raised her hand. Artoria frowned. I could feel her ready to fight at a moment's notice. Izzy, I said gently, grabbing her attention. She looked at her hands. They were glowing slightly, and she quickly dismissed whatever power she was drawing upon. I am sorry. She took a step back, looking rather skittish. I'm not used to speaking with others, and I believe I overreacted. I shall wait in another room while you finish up. She turned to away, but another voice rang out. I just sighed. Wait, Artoria called out, glancing at me. Izanami halted her steps, turning back. How about we start over? Artoria also pulled back her battle sense, her combat focus, and became almost docile again. I am Artoria, Pendragon. It is a pleasure to meet Will's friend. Izanami hesitated, clearly unsure. I am Izanami. It is nice to meet you, Miss Pendragon. Chapter 78. There were no more power spikes, no divine authority being called upon, and no noble phantasms being swung around, so things were going okay. I was glad that Artoria and Izanami were getting along now. Frankly, I don't really know what happened earlier. They were sort of antagonistic when they first met. Now, though, they were happily chatting. I saw them out of the corner of my eye in the kitchen, and every so often they would look my way and giggle to themselves. I felt a disturbance in the force. I could only imagine what would happen with my girls meet each other. Well, at least Sir Wiggles was keeping them midly distracted. Good job, Sir Wiggles. I even reinforced my ears to ease to make sure nothing was wrong. Yes, he is a very good boy. Izanami held Sir Wiggled in her arms as Artoria cooed over the small animal. He is a good companion. Izanami nodded. So smart, yes you are. She gently rubbed his head. I couldn't help but smile, even under the awkward spot I was in. Well, Artoria put the sheath inside of the little kitsune girl to further purge her body of all that corruption. She got noticeably better in the time frame, her face now flushed with color instead of a pale, deathly state. Only, she seemed to latch onto me. I don't know why, but when I went to check on her, she quite literally grabbed onto me and wouldn't let go. To be honest, I couldn't even bring forth the effort to pull myself away because... Daddy, she said quietly, pushing her head into my stomach, headbutting me every so often, like she was trying to grab my attention. That, Izanami and Artoria just looked at me in amusement, content to not even help me. I was on my own here, and I had no idea how to handle this. She wasn't even conscious. She sounded so scared, tightly grabbing onto me. There was a large part of me that felt something deep down. Sympathy. I don't know, but I couldn't stop myself from reacting. Sure, I quietly whispered, running my hand through her hair. Daddy is here. You don't have to be scared anymore. No idea what I said thing. It was like my protective instincts were on overdrive. I hummed a song my mother used to sing to me when I was a bit younger than her, trying to calm her down. I have no idea what she actually went through. She must have been absolutely frightened. To suffer such a thing, to be made a living sacrifice. An instinctual response, I have no idea. Now that I think about it, I only heard about a mother, no father. Perhaps it was something she held back in her heart? Regardless, even if she is a nine-tailed fox, she is but a child. This event most likely traumatized her severely. If I could offer this small amount of comfort, then so be it. She just curled up into me more, just as a fox would. Practically a small ball of fluff in humanoid form. This was something I didn't realize I wanted so much. A family? Children? Something just like this. I've played with the idea of Meridia running around with our children. Perhaps the thought was premature at this point, but I couldn't help but feel warm from the picture. Scat-Hack too. Would she ever want children? Scat-Hack being a mother. I don't know why I found the idea equal parts humorous and heartwarming. And Artoria, I couldn't help but glance up to her. She didn't notice me, but I looked away with a small amount of embarrassment. That was certainly much too early to think about. I don't know. My own feelings were all over the place. But for now, I just wanted to make sure this child wasn't scared any longer. You are surprisingly good at that, Izanami commented. Do foxes purr? Because I could vaguely feel something vibrate from her body, like a content noise. Am I? I really have no idea what I'm doing. Most parents don't. Since when am I a parent? I raised an eyebrow. Since she started called you Daddy, Dad. Izanami curled her lips sus, finding amusement in my suffering. Once the girl was out of danger, the mood had relaxed substantially. Is it weird how I want to destroy anything that makes this little girl sad now? Have I randomly latched onto her so easily? What an odd sensation. At the rate you are going, children may be inevitable in your future. Artoria gave a small smile, taking a quick glance towards Izanami. Was there some kind of inside joke between the two of them that I was unaware of? Oh, yes. Artoria here has been telling me about your other paramours. Izanami smirked. So young, and you already have a harem? Ah, that's what they've been talking about when I wasn't paying attention. Well, I'm glad Artoria is on good terms with Izanami, even if it is at my own expense. I'm sure Izanami had been filling in some of the gaps in knowledge that Artoria has regarding devils. Joy. I don't think it's technically a harem if I haven't slept with anyone before. I pointed out. Wait, really? Izanami looked at me in surprise. Is that really so hard to believe? I rolled my eyes. Yes. Artoria looked at me with a small grin on her face, finding this whole thing funny. A devil, and a young devil at that. Izanami looked skeptical. Racist. Oh, shush you. Izzy smiled. How is the child? I think all the nasty stuff is gone. I smiled lightly, running my hand through her hair again. You can probably take back your sheath now, Artoria. With a nod, the knight walked over, gently placing a hand on her and pulling out the conceptual armament. The little kitsune shuddered slightly, and I felt her grab just a tad tighter. Amazing, Izzy commented. I can't even sense the smallest inkling of Yomi's power inside of her any longer. What a powerful sheath you possess. Of course. Artoria seemed happy to receive the praise, and it wasn't veiled with prodding this time. It is the embodiment of humanity's desire for utopia. I could tell that Izanami was holding herself back. Perhaps if this was her many centuries ago, she would have simply forced out any answer she desired, but at this moment, she was not pushing it. I would advise you not to broadcast your possession of such a thing. Izanami looked a small bit concerned. The church would probably stop at nothing to acquire it. I thought out loud. Not just that institution. Izanami shook her head. There are many beings, even divine, who would wish to have that thing. Artoria smiled brightly. Thank you for your concern. I have confidence to keep it away from those who wish malicious intent. She looked over at the goddess. It only works with my magical energy. Stealing it would be pointless. Izanami paused. Regardless, if you ever find yourself in trouble, contact me. I should be able to lend a hand. Thank you. Your kindness is appreciated. Artoria replied, genuine in her words. We should probably get going. I don't think it's fair to make this girl's mother wait any longer. I didn't really want to stop their interaction, but I really wanted to get her back home. As the words left my mouth, Sir Wiggles jumped down where he was sitting, and I held my hat out with one hand for him to jump inside. He seemed to like it. Perhaps I'll connect it to the yard back home, so it acts as more of a portal or something. Yes, of course, Izanami said. I would not like to keep a child away from her mother longer than necessary. I look forward to the next time we can speak. Artoria stated. Next time, Izanami said quietly to herself. I, too, look forward to that. I finally hefted up the little kitsune, her head happily over my shoulder, and I carried her in my arms. I'll get you home first. I told Artoria. Thank you for everything. Izanami said. It was my pleasure to aid you, Izanami. Artoria smiled back towards the goddess of death, who looked genuinely happy. I'm sorry I couldn't stick around longer. I also said my piece. No, the circumstances are understandable. I shall contact you at a later date. We walked out the door. I thought it would be rude to leave from the middle of her home. I'm also sorry for bringing you here, then suddenly shutting you back home. I looked down to Artoria. I understand the situation, and I still enjoyed my time here. Artoria shook her head, staring out into the distance. I did enjoy spending time with Izanami. She looked rather contemplative. I also apologize for how I acted. I started thinking of her exactly like my sister, and certain things suddenly swelled to the surface. Morgan Le Fay. Yeah, I could see it. The King of Knights shook her head. I am happy that we left on good terms, and I would not be remiss to return. I quite enjoyed her company. Yeah, it's almost easy to forget that Izanami is a goddess. She was so happy to sit around and chat with us. I felt almost bad to bring back Sir Wiggles, but I promised I would meet up with her again. Overall, I'm happy. My girlfriend was getting along with my new friend, even if the start was rather rough. I still owe you a proper outing. I looked at her in the eyes and smiled. I suppose you do. She pursed her lips. I will wait until you resolve this mess. She tiptoed over to me, gently placing her lips to my cheek, being careful not to wake the little fox. I enjoy this side of you, Wilhelm. Playing dad? I chuckled. A small smile rose on her face. The side of you that is willing to lend aid to others, this honorable aspect of yours. I know you appear aloof most of the time, but I enjoy watching you care about others, to be honorable like this. She pushed a few strands of hair behind her ear. Izanami showed me how you lent aid when Kyoto was attacked. Oh, introducing Artoria to the internet. I'm sure that can only end well. I only helped because it was right there. I dismissed. Is there an issue with only helping those you can see that are in trouble? She looked at me. No one is expected to travel the world, to right every wrong in existence, but to see evil committed in front of your eyes and choose to act. That is what makes someone honorable. You know, when you say something like that to me, it just makes it harder for me to let you go. I sighed, feeling a warmness in my heart at her words. It is unfortunate, but other matters require your attention. Yeah, I need to get this little girl home. I gave a wry smile, waving my hand. A new portal formed, linking back to Zelretch's workshop. She gave one last goodbye before turning and walking through the portal, going home. Oh! Her words echoed out right as she was disappearing. I very much would like to hear about how my sword is destroyed from you at a later date. Oof. The venom in her voice was palpable. That is not going to be a fun conversation to have. Even still, why does it always feel so bitter when I have to separate? I made a small resolve to finally finish my home, so I could link up everywhere and not have to deal with this so much. Well, regardless, I readjusted my hold on the little fox. Time to get you back home to Mommy, I whispered, opening a new portal to the surface. Chapter 79. I hummed lightly as I walked towards the estate that Yasaka lived. Her daughter still grabbing onto my tightly, refusing to budge. Her tail swayed gently, and I could feel the vibrations of content, certain sounds that I assumed were because of her being a kitsune. If she were some species of cat, I would assume it was a purr. Even her ears would twitch every so often. So cute. I just wanted to rub those little furry appendages. Really, the only thing stopping me was that I didn't know if that would be considered intimate or not. If it was something meant only for family or lovers, I wouldn't want to start touching tails and ears. As I got close to the compound, the large Japanese-style mansion, I felt something suddenly lock onto me. A powerful pair of eyes practically pierced through the building and refused to leave me. Killing intent oozed out, and I felt whatever it was start moving at me with blinding speed. A very distraught 9-tailed fox practically burst out the front gates, flanked by dozens of guards, all of which appeared to be yokai, but the vast majority looked to be tengu by the wings from their backs. Weapons were drawn, spells were ready, they were a moments away from initiating battle. Hello, awkward silence. I think this belongs to you. I gestured at the little girl, still held in my arms. I think the guard at the front was about to speak, but Yasaka was already in front of me, grabbing her daughter from my arms. No, Daddy! The little kitsune whined, even as Yasaka pulled her away. But that didn't stop her from giving me a very intense gaze. I held my hands up as if to say I'm innocent. She just ignored me for now, content to worry over her daughter. I saw her cast many spells in that moment, checking on her health and whatnot, but she should be perfectly fine. My baby girl, Mommy is so sorry, Yasaka whispered to the still unconscious kitsune, hugging her tight. I couldn't even get annoyed at the glares I was receiving from this woman. I really have a soft spot for mothers. It took a few more moments before Yasaka calmed down. I have questions. Her gaze landed on me again. I expected as much. I said, I knew this was coming. And I didn't exactly want to get on the bad side of the ruling powers here since I kind of, live here. Escort him to the main hall. I will be taking my daughter to the healers. Yasaka gave out commands as I was suddenly flanked by several tengu. Not that I was taken by surprise or anything, but I admired the speed at which they moved. Then again, tengu are known for being rather fast. It was another awkward silence. I didn't even try to start a conversation or anything. These guys still seemed very on edge. And I couldn't really blame them for that. Just looking around, this place looked like it had been a war zone, which it probably was. Literally parts of the building were collapsed. The inner courtyard was completely destroyed, and I think I saw bodies still being cleaned up. Even as we entered the hall, the place where they greeted guests, the guards merely took positions off to the side as I sat in the center, waiting for something to happen. Yasaka came barging in almost an hour later, barely sparing me a glance as she took up her seat on an elevated little platform overlooking the area. I could tell she was still antsy, most likely still worried about her daughter. I can only assume the fact that nothing was wrong with her is what was keeping her from staying at her side. I mean, I wasn't exactly someone she could ignore at the moment. I brought her daughter back, and she had to get to the bottom of that. How did you come across my daughter? Yasaka's authoritative voice filled the hall. A friend found her and asked for my aid in healing her. I replied, "Who?" She didn't wish to give her name. Yeah, Izzy didn't want to make herself known here, and I didn't mind taking the heat like this for her. Yasaka just narrowed her eyes at me. Explain from the beginning. I just sighed. My friend discovered that some people were going to sacrifice your daughter. Yasaka growled. The floor cracked and the building shook at her immediate rage. Sacrifice my daughter. Her voice was deceptively calm. They needed a similar body to resurrect Tamamonome, to pull her soul from Yomi, then use your daughter's body as material for a new one to be crafted to house the deceased soul. The ritual had already been underway, a hole into Yomi forced open when my friend interfered, stopping it. She sucked in a deep breath, reining in her temper. She turned to the side, snapping her fingers, and a guard popped down from the ceiling. Do we still have those prisoners we captured a few days ago? Yes, Lady Yasaka. The guard bowed. Good. I will be having words with them later. Her icy tone dropped the temperature in the entire room. Her gaze once again turned to me. You said she was involved in a ritual that connected to Yomi. Were there no other issues? I had to seek out someone specifically to heal her. It's why it took so long to get her back to you. I see. Her face betrayed nothing as she swept her gaze around the room. Leave us. I would speak with him in private. One of the guards stepped forward. But Lady Yasaka W. If he wished to harm me, he merely had to kill my daughter. Now leave us, she commanded. They all bowed and disappeared from the room. A couple of them, I had to especially pay attention to notice their presence were now gone. She stood up, walking towards me. I was about to speak until she suddenly enveloped me with her body, my head getting smushed into her rather large chest. Thank you. I could hear the pained way her voice carried. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. She kept repeating. I thought I lost my kunu forever. I couldn't even appreciate my current situation. If it were any other time, I would have most certainly reacted differently. I don't think Voluptuous was even enough to describe this woman. But seeing the tears literally falling down her face, you're a good mother. I just awkwardly pat her back. She let out a self-depreciative laugh, pulling herself back as she wiped away the tears in her eyes. I'm sorry. She finally straightened herself out. To see me like this, it's understandable. I smiled lightly. You were worried for your daughter. She regained her composure after a few more moments and gave a small smile, looking over me again. You look familiar. She tilted her head curiously. Perhaps I have one of those faces. No. She furrowed her brow. I feel like I've seen you before. Her eyes widened slightly. I see. It seems I will have to speak with Seraphal again. Her smile turned into a scowl. Seraphal, as in Seraphal Leviathan, one of 4 Satans that rule over the devils and the one who deals with foreign affairs. I scrunched my eyebrows, a small amount of annoyance on my face. I'm not a part of the devil faction. She looked at me for a moment before realization dawned on her. Well, that makes matters simple then. She seemed happy once again. Regardless, you saved my daughter. I am in your debt. What actually happened, if you don't mind me asking? She frowned slightly. We thought we dealt with those disgusting things. That damn cult. She hissed. We thought we stopped their plans. Then some idiots decided it was a good idea to use the chaos to try and usurp my position. While we were weeding out all the traitors, they contacted the remnants of the cult and worked together to distract us long enough for my kunu to be kidnapped. I see. If my history of this place was correct, Tamamonome should have been more than enough to contend with Yasaka if she were revived. We're the ones plotting rebellion, just hoping that they would take each other out or weaken each other enough that they could finish off any winner. What a shit show. Your help was appreciated as well, she commented. I intended to reach out at some point. She trailed off, and I knew she was understandably distracted by other events. Yeah, it isn't surprising that she knew that I stepped in and dealt with some of those idiots causing issues. Well, I didn't really have any other questions, except, why did Kunu keep calling me Daddy? Yasaka let out a small laugh, covering her face with her sleeve. Her father passed away when she was young. Perhaps one of her only memories was when she was small and was having nightmares. Her father would always come running in when she woke up in the middle of the night, and she would always latch onto him, not allowing him to leave. I see. I guess it dredged up those old memories, and she reacted out of instinct. She hummed to herself. Do you dislike her calling you that? She smiled at me. I do need to reward you. How about I make it official? She bounced her chest, looking at me slyly. You're teasing me. I didn't react. Nice try, I survived Scat Hack. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. She laughed. How about it? All you need to do is ask. I am at your mercy. You saved my daughter. Aha! I hummed noncommittedly. Oh, you're no fun. She huffed. Was this how she coped with the stress, or was it merely in her nature as a fox? The offer was tempting, but well, maybe if this was back before I went to the land of shadows I would have said yes, without hesitation. I think I learned my lesson with Meridia, even if that worked out well. It would just complicate things in my life, and there are no true feelings there beyond physical attraction. Well, a debt owed by the West Yukai leader, I think I'll just keep it in my pocket for now. I stated. Fine, be that way. She pursed her lips. Are you really not going to tell me who else saved my daughter? I sighed, rubbed my temple. Placated. I ran a hand through my hair. She doesn't want to cause any issues, and she doesn't exactly have the best reputation. Do I seem like someone who would bear ill will towards someone who saved my daughter? Izanami, I said bluntly, and her eyes widened, and she almost fell back where she was sitting. She opened her mouth several times, but no words came out. Do you see how it could be perceived if she publicly revealed herself? Are you sure? She stopped herself. Friends. She paused again. Izanami really saved my daughter? Yes, to all of those. I gave a small smile. She also didn't want to potentially fight with her daughter, your patron. Yes, I can see how an issue may arise there. She furrowed her brow. I don't care. Please pass on my words. Next, you see Lady Izanami. She is always welcome in my home, and I would be more than willing to thank her in person. Yasaka snorted, a small frown on her face. I beseeched my patron for 8 days ago, and I was refused. Yet, the most unlikely goddess is the one who answered my prayers. You said there was a third person, a healer you sought out. Yeah, Izanami couldn't do much because of the deathly energies that were inside Kunu, her being a resident of Yomi herself. So I brought in someone else who cleansed and healed her. I see. And would it be possible for me to express my thanks to this person as well? I can bring her around at some point, I think. She is not a goddess or anything like that, but she doesn't want to reveal her identity publicly. A certain clan in the West, one that is connected to a particular set of holy swords, might be a bother. Holy sword? She looked thoughtful for a moment before realization dawned on her. I see. And I would like to say, regardless of how powerful that particular clan is, they would not be able to act up in my territory as they please. Well, that's a relief. I mean, I'm not scared of them or anything, but an annoyance is an annoyance. Rather just not have to deal with them at all. Yeah, the Pendragon family is particularly powerful for a human clan. Enough that their names are still known worldwide, and the church doesn't just take all their holy weapons for themselves. I couldn't help but let out a long breath. I just keep getting mixed up in more and more nonsense. I should probably distance myself from this whole thing. Well, that should be everything. Unless you have other questions for me. I have a general idea of what happened, and my Kunu is back, perfectly safe and healthy. She smiled towards me again. Are you sure you don't want a reward? This woman is dangerous. Chapter 80. Ha 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 ha. Gods damn it. Ha 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 ha. It's not that funny. It's fucking hilarious. I hate you so much right now. This is the best day. Rah! I threw the washcloth I held in my hand to the ground. She got you good? Fuck me, she did. Honestly, I couldn't even be mad. Annoyed? Sure, but not mad. Who knew Yasaka could be so petty? Well, add in a splash of mischief and here we are. Was it payback for not playing around with her seductions? Honestly, they didn't seem genuine, more so her just messing with me for the hell of it. I looked at myself in the mirror, a bright pink lipstick mark on my forehead, where she gave me a going-away kiss. She fucking cursed me. I threw my hands up. You didn't even notice until we got back. And people were staring at you the whole way. I was preoccupied. Yeah, it seems someone found your weakness. You better watch out in the future. Some voluptuous woman may take advantage of you. I was not distracted by her boobs, even if my face we pressed firmly between them. Nope. Clearly, she's a master at misdirection and took me by surprise. She did something with her Tukian magical energy that cursed the spot she kissed me, making it so I can't wipe it away. Completely harmless, except to my pride. My knowledge of Tuki is minimal. I would need time to unravel what she did. Trying to force my magical energy, it just made it violent and essentially absorbed my mana to strengthen itself. Perhaps I should seek help from an expert. I thought for a moment before tearing open a hole back to Yomi, right onto a familiar doorstep. I didn't even get a chance to knock before Izzy swung the door open, surprised to see me. Yo! Hello, Wilhelm. Her eyes staring right at my current issue. Do I want to know? Yasaka can be mischievous. I shrugged. So what do you know of Tuki? A bit, she answered, stepping away and gesturing forward. Come in. Thank you. I was polite. It was my first time truly visiting. I would say that previous time didn't count as it was more of an emergency. I admit, I did not expect you to willingly come back. She said quietly. Why? Don't play coy. She rolled her eyes. You know why. Nope. I shrugged, plopping down on her couch. You're my friend. I shot her a smile. You can be infuriatingly wholesome sometimes. She sighed. Would you like refreshments? Tea would be lovely. I answered, taking my hat off. Honestly, I miss Japanese tea. Not that I had some English variants, but variety is the spice of life. Do you want, sir? Wiggles to come out? She looked back at me. The way her house was designed, I could see her in the kitchen from the living room. Yes, please. I just smiled, tapping on my hat and sir. Wiggles happily came out to greet the goddess of death. Knowing who she was now, I could understand why she acted the way she did when she first met him. No doubt it was the first time an animal allowed her to touch them in a very long time. He happy joined her in the kitchen, almost reading my thoughts. A few minutes later, she walked out of the kitchen, Rabbit hugged closely, and 2 cups of tea floating right next to her as they slowly set themselves down on the table in front of me. Smells wonderful. I couldn't help but admire the aroma. I picked it up and took a sip, my eyes widening slightly at the taste. Gyukuro? I asked. It was a very expensive tea, though I suppose money doesn't have much value to people like us. How generous. I laughed. She looked away with a small huff, taking a sip of her own. It's not like I have anyone else to make it for. This is nice. I sat back, enjoying the peace. You are in the middle of Yomi. She deadpanned. Honestly, the Land of Shadows was worse. Somewhat. At least the air here doesn't cut you from being so cold. Do you have a habit of staying in lands of death? Well, I intend to keep visiting you, so maybe. Who said you would have permission to keep coming here? She raised an eyebrow. Who said I need permission? I smirked. Her lips curled up into a small smile. What exactly happened to you? You haven't been gone even a day, and here you are, marked by the fox herself. I rubbed my forehead, frowning slightly. I didn't react to her playing. Who knew she could be petty? That actually explains just about everything. She pursed her lips. I had hoped there would be a more amusing story. What? Hoping you could post something more juicy online. I have no idea what you're talking about. Her face gave nothing away as she took another drink. Aha! I don't believe you. By the way, Yasaka wanted me to pass on my thanks. She says you're welcome in her home whenever you want. Izanami paused, staring at me incredulously. That foolish woman. Does she not realize what could happen by inviting me into her home? The goddess scowled. I have free rein now to come and go whenever I wish. I could simply go there and steal her daughter. Did she never think of that? Are you going to? Of course not. She crossed her arms with a huff. Then why are you even bringing it up? I rolled my eyes. Drama queen. She obviously doesn't think badly of you. Take the goodwill. Stop thinking the worst of yourself. She harumphed, but didn't argue. Do you require help with that curse? I just blinked for a moment. You could tell it was a curse that easily. She rolled her eyes this time. Who do you think I am? Fair. Yeah, I forgot for a moment. Oh, great goddess Izanami. I held my arms out. Please remove this lipstick mark from my forehead. I'm regretting offering my help. Help me, Izanami. You're my only hope. Are you sure? The darkness I wield is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. My eyes widened and I couldn't help but start laughing. I even caught Izzy let out a small giggle at the amusement. Fine, fine. She composed herself. Before you start quoting anything else. She walked up to me, raising her hand. Be aware, though, I do have to push my power into you briefly to dissolve this. It's fine. I smiled at her. I trust you. She paused briefly, her hand shaking slightly. Is that so? She lightly pushed her finger against my forehead, and I felt her invade the area that was cursed, and her power briefly pulsed around my body. Why do you have Odin's blessing? Her tone turned sharp. Reasons. That wrinkled, perverted. She growled. I told him to go away. She huffed, glaring at me. Did he do anything to you? No. Good. Her nostrils flared. I suppose I won't need to castrate him this time, then. Thankfully, I did have a mirror on me to check out the spot. Thanks for the help. Of course. She gave a small smile. I did notice another blessing you had. Meridia's blessing. I nodded. Still don't know how she snuck that in me without noticing. And Drake hadn't been much help. Artoria spoke of her. I did not realize she was a goddess. Izanami seemed deep in thought for a moment. It did not like me. I felt as if it would attack me if I did anything malicious. I guess that's to be expected. She is a goddess of life. I explained. I see, that makes sense. She muttered, though I have never heard of a goddess by that name, and she appeared quite powerful if a mere blessing was that potent. I just shrugged. Yeah, she's pretty great. Would you? She paused. Never mind. Izzy, I said gently. What? Don't what me? I crossed my arms. Finish what you were going to say. It doesn't matter. It matters to me. Fine. She scowled. Would you like my blessing too? I would love your blessing. She didn't reply, but took a step forward and quickly placed her lips against my forehead. I felt something warm flow through my body before settling down. There. Thank you. I said sincerely. Whatever. She tried to look uncaring, but I could tell she was happy. How many people had willingly sought out Izanami no Makoto's blessing in the past? It should provide a small bit of warding against evil spirits and deathly powers, among other things. Basically the smallest touch of her authority provided. It made me curious what Odin's blessing did. Even if I did not particularly like receiving it, I still was curious. Not to mention Meridia's. No idea how that is working. Perhaps it's so alien, it's something I can't recognize. I looked up. Her eyes were glowing slightly. I couldn't help but stare for a moment. She just blinked, and they were back to normal. Pretty. I blurted out. Her cheeks turned slightly red. Seeing her act like that just brought a smile to my face. I need to head out. Got a couple things to speak with my grandfather about. I stood up. Would you like me to leave Sir Wiggles here with you? She looked down where the rabbit had taken up residence on her seat. Can I? Of course. Thank you. She mumbled, scooping him up once again and holding him close. I'm glad she gets along well with him. Emotional support rabbit. I walked through a portal back into Zelretch's workshop. Hey, old man. I stopped. He turned around, staring at me, and I stared back. What are you doing? He looked down at his hands. Oh, just dealing with some stuff. I see. I nodded. What requires the use of water balloons? He was filling them up at the faucet. Some brat made a move against Rin. Say no more. I raised my hand. Need help? Why not? He nodded. Can you add this to the ones filled up already? He passed me a small vial. Oh, what's this? I eyed it curiously. You know those dye packs that usually sit inside large stacks of cash for when it gets stolen? I couldn't help but smile. Neat. So I assume it reacts with the water to produce a similar result. Indeed. He smiled. Curious to see who thought it was a good idea to fuck with us. Oh, by the way, I have something I want you to look at. I figured it was something like that. He tied one of the balloons tight. Give me the cliff notes. I wanted to make my house overlap on several world lines, so anyone can come and go there regardless of which world they're in. Oh, ambitious. We loaded the balloons in a bucket. Let's speak more somewhere else. He waved his hand and a new portal opened up. We walked through, and we were on the rooftop of a building I didn't recognize off the top of my head. So what exactly did these idiots do? Tried to strong-arm Rin into some nonsense or another. He stood at the ledge, casting his gaze. They didn't push too far past any lines, but I don't appreciate my apprentice being used in such a way. I see. I muttered. I suppose it doesn't quite warrant a death penalty then. But still, such a thing cannot be allowed without recompense. He nodded along with a smile. Ah, there they are. You see that Rolls-Royce flying down the road? The one ignoring the speed limits. I squinted and reinforced my eyes. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. This is still Clock Tower territory. You want the honors? I asked. Oh, I would be delighted. He picked up one of the balloons, staring for a moment before reeling his arm back and throwing it with impressive power. The balloon didn't pop until it collided with the car's windshield and splattered into a sticky blue liquid that covered their vision. The car swerved a few times across the empty street before slamming into a light pole. What issues are you having with your little project? He asked, staring at his handiwork. Not so much an issue, but I wanted a second opinion before I took the next step. I took out my notebook and handed it to him. I would rather not waste resources if it won't work, and this is just a fun project at the moment. He flipped it open, stroking his beard for a few moments. I see your train of thought. He flexed his fingers and grabbed a pen from the air, writing a few things here and there. Your turn, by the way. Oh, right. I nodded, picking up my own balloon. I reinforced the outer layer so it wouldn't pop with the velocity I would be throwing it with. I closed one eye to get a good idea of the distance, and with a shutter step, I threw it as hard as I could. The red balloon soared through the air as a man wobbly stepped out of the car. It collided with his head, knocking him off his feet and completely covering him in the blue dye. Good hit. Thanks. I smiled brightly. So thoughts? I like it. He inspected a few more pages. I'm glad you're also enjoying your time. He started writing a few more things. Ah, I believe you missed a step here. Honestly, it's an easily forgettable step. He circled something with a red marker. Geez, feels like I'm being graded back in school. Ha! He abruptly stopped and let out a laugh. What? I looked at him in confusion. I just remembered, you technically didn't finish high school. Oh, fuck me. I face-bombed. Rin will never let me live this down. Zelretch cackled, grabbing another balloon. Oh, look, more targets. Seems there are a few more for each of us. Yeah, a few more got out of the car and were trying to either help the other man up or search around for attackers. Honestly, we were a surprising distance away for tossing water balloons. Want to see who gets the best hit? I asked. Loser buys dinner? You're on, old man. A Nascent Kaleidoscope. Chapter 81. Gramps and I walked back into his home, a small smile on my face and a frown on his. Why are you both covered in blue paint? Rin stopped, staring at us. No reason. Zelretch smoothly replied. He's a sore loser. I corrected. How you doing, Rin? I asked, seeing Artoria also join her. Zelretch disappeared when I wasn't looking, probably off to fulfill his side of the wager. I'm good. She shrugged. You want a status update or something? I thought you were in another world. I wasn't sure, but I'm not really here to pressure you or anything, just wanted some notes looked at by the old man. I tried to wipe away the blue dye on my face as best as possible. Oh, by the way, pick these up over there. I tossed a couple of the magical phones on the nearby table. Ah, and before I forgot, I turned to Artoria. Izzy wants to hang out sometime if you're interested. The dye was easy enough to remove with some magical applications. I would like that very much. Artoria beamed. Rin held one of the phones in her hand, eyeing them. Huh, I'll take these apart laters. She set them back down. Honestly, she looked rather out of it. A look rather familiar to most mages. You can only shut yourself in your workshop for so long. Who's Izzy? You didn't tell her? I asked Artoria. I did not wish to reveal any private matters. Artoria replied, You are ridiculously sweet, but it's fine to tell Rin stuff like that. I couldn't help but wrap my arms around her. The sound she made was so cute, and she returned my hug. I still owe you another date. Anything in particular you want to do? I will think on it. She looked rather thoughtful at the notion. I was the one who basically lead the other dates, so I figured it would be good to allow her to take the lead here. Bleh, flirt somewhere else. Rin made a gagging noise. Anyways, who's Izzy? Izanami no Makoto, Japan's goddess of death and creation. I happened to befriend her in my birth world. Artoria helped me with a matter involving her, and they apparently became friends as well. I feel like I'm missing a lot of context. Actually, that is very much what happened. Artoria commented. Izanami is nice. We spent a while chatting. I'm not even surprised. This is pretty much the norm around here. Rin sighed. You'll like her. I smiled. She's a lot different than how her legends portrays. Honestly, she's a bit of a shut-in. Spends a lot of time on the internet. Honestly, the image is still amusing. Oh, TLDR, they have supernatural internet over there. Learned that little tidbit the hard way. Well, if I ever get to the point where I can come and go across world lines, I would like to visit. She shrugged. Do you have more info on that one world we were supposed to go to soon? Oh, Skyrim. Well, Skyrim was the name of the province, but I didn't really intend to venture beyond those borders for the moment. Yeah, that place. She sent me a tired dismissal. I think I should be finished with my kaleidophone soon. And are we really calling it that? You gonna tell the old man he can't? I eyed her. Point. She agreed. You okay? She seemed so out of it. More than just being tired. Tired. She yawned. And hungry. I haven't slept in 60 hours and eaten in almost as long. I had to drag her away from her work. Artoria sighed. Perfect timing then. Zelretch popped in right at that moment, carrying a few bags that gave off a tantalizing smell. Bullshit, you did that on purpose. I rolled my eyes, though I would have done the same thing. What did you get? Authentic Cajun from New Orleans, Louisiana. He set the stuff on the table. Oh, good choice. I nodded, putting my hat on Artoria's head, much to her amusement. Hope you brought some bibs. Ha, he smiled, taking them out with little cartoonish pictures of lobsters on them. If you aren't covered in a mess, you aren't eating it right. I just smiled as Artoria didn't take my hat off, and Happy started digging in. So what are you doing after this? Zelretch looked at me and asked. Figured I'd go swing by and see Sasaki Kojiro, promise him I would bring some sake. I took a bite of food. Maybe check in on Medea too, see how it's going. After, though, probably head back over to my birth world. Got some stuff going on. How is Assassin? I have not spoken to him in. Artoria scrunched her brow. Well, over a year. He's doing well, I suppose. But he seems dreadfully bored. Should I spar with him again? Actually, Rin, when you finally finish your project, I was thinking about maybe linking it up to the supernatural internet back in my birth world, and perhaps giving a few of them away to friends. I think Sasaki would appreciate that quite a bit. Whatever, just pay me. She shrugged, clearly not caring. Fair enough. I turned back to Artoria. Want to come with me? She tilted her head, glancing over at Rin. Go, go. Rin made a shooing motion. Go have fun with your boyfriend. I'm gonna nap after I eat. I think hearing Rin calling her that, Artoria started to blush. I would like to join if it is okay. Of course. I reached over, squeezing her hand briefly. Though, will you be okay seeing me, Dia? Artoria pursed her lips. We have an understanding. Ominous. The air here is quite nice. Artoria commented as we stepped out of a portal at the base of the Ryudu Temple in Fuyuki. I had missed it. Yeah, this land is saturated with magical energy due to the lay comparatively to most of the world, that is. I nodded, and the air here was much cleaner than in London. Ah, that reminds me, has Rin been practicing with her noble phantasm? The corners of Artoria's lips curled up. I have managed to drag her out a few times to practice. She is a fast learner. She looked pleased with herself. I also had a question I had been meaning to ask. She ran her fingers along the brim of my hat she was still wearing. Where is Sir Wiggles? I held back a laugh at her saying the name with a serious face. Izzy and him are having a sleepover. I smiled. It seemed like she needed some company. I see. She nodded with what I heard of a lucky under her breath. Seems like I chose well for my familiar. Oh, some familiar faces. I heard certain voice call out, walking down the steps. Hello, Sasaki. Artoria greeted him like an old friend. Saber, a please as always. He nodded towards her. And if it isn't Wilhelm? He looked at me intently. You've changed quite a bit. Well, I do preen under praise. I have. No point in hiding it. Curious. You've only been gone weeks at this point yet? His hands almost made an unconscious grasping motion, practically looking for his sword. Time is relative. My fingers twitched similarly. Oh ho, an interesting answer. Well, why don't we test that out then? I paused, sighing. Sorry, can't fight this time. I held my hands up in surrender. His face relaxed, almost looking sad. Unfortunate. Hey, I did bring some good stuff though. I replied, taking out a few jars of sake. You are the best kind of visitor. All battle intent seemed to dissipate as he almost skipped towards me and happily took the jars. Next time, we will cross blades. He replied, and you are welcome to join as well, Saber. I thank you for the invitation. Saber looked amused at the prospect. My, what a cute couple you two make. He laughed. Artoria looked bashful at his statement. How did you know? The way you seem so relaxed around him, I suppose. He replied, You look happier than the last time I saw you as well. No use in hiding it. My hand reached over, interlocking fingers with Artoria's. She didn't reel back nor hesitate, but her face was clearly red. Ha! Sasaki laughed. Little lion, this you is a much better sight than the one all those years ago. Embarrassed Artoria, this is my favorite. Is Medea in? The witch is up there. He waved me off. She probably knows you're here already. Thanks, samurai. He sat down lazily, uncorking a bottle of sake. Bring me some more next time. No problem. Enjoy. I said my goodbyes as Artoria and I began to scale the steps. Honestly, I would make a comment about them be never-ending, had we not entered an illusion and them literally never-ending. Medea? I asked. Artoria was clearly aware of what was going on, but seemed nervous. Sus BR. You came back to me. A voice echoed out. Castor, we had an agreement. Artoria said evenly. Boo, how about we? Castor. Fine, she said, and the surroundings returned to normal, Castor standing at the top of the stairs. Hey there, boy. Heard you managed to snag Saber as your woman. Good job. She gave me a thumbs up. Was expecting her to not be on board with that. More of the, how dare you corrupt my Saber kind of thing. But I guess that's a Greek for you. Thanks. I replied happily with Artoria making embarrassed Artoria noises. You come here to get wedding dress designs? I got tons. Perfectly in Saber size. She sounded so giddy. Castor. Artoria sighed. Saber, just a few dresses. Actually, I wouldn't mind seeing some of your designs. I commented. I doubt all she had were wedding dresses, or that would be a bit weird. But I was honestly interested in what she's made. The fact that she indeed sells some of her designs speaks of her ability. Hee. Medea muttered to herself. I also got some materials I want you to take a look at, see if you can do anything with them, because my wardrobe is looking rather non-existent right now. You're in luck. I was bored the past couple weeks, and designed a line of men's clothing. I wouldn't mind a second opinion. She nodded to herself. As much as I love my hubby, he's a bit dense when it comes to fashion. Well, I had some time to spare before I went back to my birth world. Chapter 82. Interlude 3. Arthur Pendragon, Hero Faction, POV. I'm glad everyone could make time to show up. Chow Chow commented, sweeping his gaze around the room. His smile grated on my nerves these days. Before we begin, any new business anyone wants to bring up? There were a few grunts and head shakes. Nobody seemed to want to say anything. Frankly, nobody seemed to want to even be here. I certainly did not. Okay, moving on. Chow Chow paced a bit, a clipboard held in his hand. Hercules, how did your recruitment go? He was a weakling. The big oaf of a man leaned back and spat the words out, not even caring at the looks he was receiving. So we can take it you failed. George spoke up. He had been rather quiet recently, but I hadn't cared enough to ask. What's that, you brat? Hercules sneered. Didn't you fuck up your little recruitment? George pushed his glasses up. My one to your dozens. How many of them even survive your encounters? Not my fault none of them can match me. He already looked bored with the whole argument. If they die so easily, then they weren't good enough to join us. Yes, quite the logic. A faction that goes out recruiting under the guise of protecting humanity, and my fellow members seem content to kill potential recruits, other humans on a whim. How many of them simply didn't want a life of conflict? Or how many were too early into their careers, their marital paths, and weren't on the level of someone who inherited the spirit of Hercules many years ago? It's not like everyone was given such a high starting point that this big idiot did. The only thing larger than his idiocy is his ego, which never ceases to blind him to the obvious facts. It's pretty much expected for Hercules to fail, but how did you not even manage to capture the half-devil, George? The inheritor of Jean d'Arc's will lightly spoke. Her vacant expression could be mistaken for aloofness, but if I unfortunately knew her well enough to know she hit several stereotypes of those with blonde hair. What was that, you bitch? Hercules stood up, baring his fist. Hercules! Chow Chow's voice rang out. The big oaf just grumbled and sat back down. They even knew Hercules' reputation, yet they still send him out on these kinds of missions. I suppose he sometimes gives results, but more often than not, he makes things infinity worse. I'm also curious, George. Chow Chow stopped his pacing, glancing over at George. I only saw the end of the meeting when you called for me. Well, I suppose I'm slightly interested now. Was it not just a recruitment? That's all I heard about at the last meeting. Not that I cared much, but I try to keep abreast of everyone's activities. Then again, it wasn't the first time Chow Chow decided not to inform me of his plans. I guess I've messed up one too many missions in the past. Well, I was interested in the swords he used. I didn't recognize them at all, and no one else I spoke to either. I did enjoy the discussions taking place online. I even met someone who enjoyed talking about swords and weapons as much as I did. What was his name? Hooded One? He was very knowledgeable on the subject. I quite enjoyed the talks we had. A hobby if nothing else. He somehow stopped my dimension lost. I don't know how, but when I tried to trap him in dimension I created, he took control and shattered it. George looked uncharacteristically shaken. Some kind of sacred gear that interferes with dimension lost? Jean asked. Possibly, but I consider the notion unlikely. Chow Chow shook his head. If he had a sacred gear, he would have been kept under tighter lock and key by the devils. Well, that isn't exactly wrong. Though it isn't that right either. While I am no fan of devil society, it isn't quite so easy to brush them all the same color. The Grimoires generally treat theirs well, and I have no doubt he would have been checked for a sacred gear since he was half human. So the only explanation, magic. I spoke plainly. Several eyes turned to me, but I just ignored them with a tired expression. Uffed! Hercule rolled his eyes. Magicians are all squishy. You should have just sent me. He was needed alive as a hostage. I pointed out. Chow Chow shot me a look. Yes, you arrogant twat. I can put two and two together. Did he really think I wouldn't understand that he wanted to get a hold of Lucifer's son to use as leverage? It was distasteful, but I could not deny the opportunity it would bring from a resources standpoint. Was there an easier target to get to the devil's leader? Well, there are plans in the works to kidnap his other son, mostly by those old Satan faction louts, but I didn't want to be involved with their nonsense. What's the terms used? Hate boner. Yeah, they truly have a hate boner for the new devil leaders. It's good we have talented magicians among our numbers. Chow Chow narrowed his eyes. I'm sure Le Fay would be a big help on this matter. I didn't react. I didn't draw Caliban and cleave him in twain. The only thing stopping me at this moment was the debt I owed him. He managed to get Le Fay out from under the Pendragon family. For that reason I have continued to along with this nonsense. My honor demanded I repay him, but he also knows that if he tried to use Le Fay as leverage over me, I would not hesitate to cut him down. And he knowingly straddles the lines I've drawn in the sand. She's busy. How unfortunate. Chow Chow replied instantaneously, knowing I would dismiss his request. He knew I would not allow it to happen. He was simply reminding me of my place. Fortunately, I've kept Le Fay mostly in the dark with regards to what we do. She merely thinks we go around protecting humanity, though that brings about its own set of problems. Regardless, what an arrogant arse. Are we going to make another move on the half-devil? Jean asked, seemingly barely paying attention to the matters at hand. No, we have other things to worry about for the moment. Chow Chow finally turned away from me and back to George. If you would. George just nodded, holding his hand out and allowing Dimension Lost to dispense someone onto the floor. What? Where am I? He shakily stood up and looked around. Hey, aren't you? He was cut off as a hand gripped his throat. We had an agreement, vermin. Chow Chow said plainly, choking the yukai. We would help you with your ritual. You resurrect Tamamonome, and she usurps Yasaka's positions over the ley lines, and then we be allowed to use them for our own purpose. Ah, that's why Conla was still in the infirmary, and Perseus is still unconscious. This isn't the first time Chow Chow moved on Kyoto. Why does he want access to the ley lines so much? There are other ley lines in the world, but admittedly they are more or less better defended. And if you compare their quality, many of them can't be compared to Kyoto. The only real reason that the Yukai remains in control of theirs is because of the Shinto pantheon dissuading the heavy hitters. You didn't even keep that little fox. Chow Chow shook his head. I held back a sigh. What was with them in kidnapping children? It wasn't our fault. He blurted out as Chow Chow let up his grip, allowing him to fall to the floor. Someone interfered, and she fell into Yomi. All I know is that someone brought her back to Yasaka. Who? I don't. He had red hair and didn't look like a yukai. Was it in a ponytail, and was he dressed up? Yes. Chow Chow sighed. It seems he held a grudge. Was it Luckfear's bastard? George frowned. The tone almost made me smile. It seemed that whatever this half-devil did, it really left a mark on him. Sounds like it. Chow Chow looked annoyed. How can you be sure? I asked innocently. He mouthed the words, Cow's Brigade, to me after blocking my strike. That made me pause. He blocked your strike. Chow Chow wasn't exactly the most martially talented, but his spear was the very definition of overpowered. Especially against the likes of a devil, even a half, it should have been a much different outcome. Apparently he also knew of our allies as well. Curious. Oh, sounds like he might be able to actually fight back. Hercules punched his palm. Wasn't he supposed to only be like a couple weeks into the supernatural world? Jean sat up straighter. He's getting pretty popular online. She took out her phone. There are rumors that his mom is a goddess. No, he possessed no divinity. Chow Chow shook his head. Can the Spear of Destiny allow its wielders to sense such a thing? Regardless, this guy is turning out to be rather interesting. Knowledgeable in magics unrecognizable and powerful that are known. A good handle on swordsmanship if those few clips were anything to go by. I would very much like to cross blades with him. So what's the plan then? George asked. We still move forward, Chow Chow declared. We just have to cut out the middlemen. His gaze drifted down to the yukai who didn't dare stand up. With a swift motion, his holy spear pierced through the yukai and retracted as if nothing happened. Those cult members can still be useful. He pondered. I guess we can do the same thing we did before, grab the girl again, force her mom to cooperate. He finally shrugged. As much as I didn't want to admit it, that was probably the best choice. Not one I would ever take, but it was the path of least resistance. To assault Yasaka in her home would be foolhardy, even if her daughter would be under much tighter guard. Her mother can't be near her forever. If Chow Chow mobilized all of us, it wouldn't be very hard to capture her without Yasaka catching wind in time. And there was no way she would fight us with her daughter behindheld. Once again I feel my honor getting stained. Can I even call myself a knight after all of this? I can't help but think of my sister as times like these, and my resolve reaffirms itself. If I must walk into the depths of hell to preserve her smile, then hell I shall go. Chapter 83. Connect the magical converter to the tachyon accelerator. I attached 2 cables together, applying conceptual terraforming. I pulled on my magic and my house began to shake. Activating flux capacitor. Okay, you're just saying random words to make your magic seem more spectacular. Could be. I laughed as Izzy sat on the nearby couch, Sir Wiggles in her lap. I have seen Back to the Future. She deadpanned. And I find it highly unlikely this building will be time traveling. Want to bet money on that? I turned and smirked at her. No, I do not. She hardened her expression. Please don't send us back in time. Even gods whose domain revolves in temporal manipulation don't mess with it unless necessary. Too late. I activated my equipment, and the house exploded in a multitude of colors. What did you do? Nothing. Wilhelm, she said sternly, almost like my mother used to. Look out the window, I told her. She looked at me in exasperation, standing up and pulling the curtains apart. Why can I see the Empire State Building in the distance? Praise me, I am a genius. Did you teleport the house to New York? Nope. She tilted her head. Why do I still feel like we're in Japan? I helped create the very land and I can still feel that connection. Because we are. I smirked. She paused, giving the place a once-over again, except this time her eyes were glowing. Honestly, it was very pretty, the way the power pulsed off her red pupils. We exist in both places simultaneously. Nailed it, I said smugly. You. She sighed. I have no words. She sat back down next to me. I guess we technically are time traveling. The feeling of a job well done. I had been pretty much working on this the entire time I've been in this world. Even this past week after I came back, I pretty much entirely focused on this project, all leading up to this moment. I wanted Artoria to also be here, but she was with Rin at the moment running an errand for Zelretch. I accepted a long time ago that she would have responsibilities that kept both of us away. Hell, I do too. Doesn't make me miss her any less. Well, at least I got to spend that time with her that I did. And it was nice to see Castor and Assassin again, not to mention I got some new clothes in the making. Also managed to convince Artoria she would look good in one of the dresses Castor made. On that same note, I really miss Meridia right now as well. Not to mention, she who shall not be named. I try to keep myself occupied, but the feelings just burst out sometimes. As easy as it would be to pop back to Skyrim. I wanted to wait for Rin and Artoria, and I had a few more things to take care of. I actually wanted to stay there for a bit before disappearing again, so I was prepping for that eventuality. Regardless, it was nice having Izzy around, though. I enjoyed her friendship. Praise me. I refuse. Mean. I pursed my lips. My intention was to link my house in several locations, so I can be a literal step away from all my friends and family. I smiled at her. I see. Does that mean Artoria would also be able to come and go? Hopefully. I nodded. Izzy hummed, a small smile on her face. I couldn't blame her. There were a total of like 3 people who actively spoke to her. And her son barely counts, as harsh as that is to say. I am, of course, her friend, and take every opportunity to spend time with her, but she seemingly hit it off with Artoria after their little debacle, and I suppose she wanted to see her more. And there is the aspect of more girlfriends. There are some things I just can't give her in a friendship, and I still haven't told her the truth yet. I trust her a lot, perhaps more than I should, but that's still a difficult topic to approach. Well, since we're here, want to get some pizza? Why do I have the feeling you did this, just for easier access to their food? Because you are a smart woman. I nodded sagely. Is that a no, then? Will, we're in New York. That question is like asking me if water is wet. She rolled her eyes. Of course I wish to partake. She stood up but hesitated again. Will there be an issue if I walk around? Here, this isn't my home. This is technically Heaven's territory, but... Fuck him. What? Fuck them. I shrugged. Who cares? If they want to make an issue of it, I'll beat them up. Izzy shook her head with a small smile. You are going to make many enemies if you keep going around with that attitude. Today is a good day. I finished off the slice of pizza on my plate. Yes. Izzy smiled lightly. It has been enjoyable. I heard a ding and took out my phone. I read the message and furrowed my brow. It seems Kunu finally woke up. You are in contact with them? Yasaka asked for my number before I left last time. She sends me the occasional message, or rather picture, saved in a very special place. Apparently Kunu is asking about us. Yasaka invited me over, asked if I would extend it to you as well. Is that so? Izzy looked deep in thought. You don't have to. I didn't want to pressure her into anything. But she genuinely wished to thank you, and I don't think Kunu would have any negative perceptions. I will think on it, Izanami said hesitantly. That's all I ask. I nodded, setting my phone down and taking a look out the window as something caught my eye. Hey Izzy, we're still in New York, right? She just blinked at me in confusion. Yes. Then why is there a Gundam fighting Godzilla in the distance? I pointed out the window. What are you talking? She stopped, mouth ajar as she stared at the same scene as me. A giant robot just landed a haymaker on a giant lizard monster. Are you sure we're still not in Japan? I find that mildly racist. Izanami huffed. Just because there is a giant robot and a Godzilla look alike, she let out a breath. Okay, I can't finish that sentence. I have so many questions right now. If I recall, the head of the government's supernatural division has a sacred gear dealing with technology or something. I recalled some tidbits, admiring the fight. Best sacred gear ever. Hey, make me a giant robot and I'll take my words back. Fuck you. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. She scoffed. And yet I find it entirely believable. What a silly place this is. It's so fucking cool, though. Agreed. I sometimes forget that the goddess Izanami is kind of a neat. She gets practically all my references and knows pop culture like the back of her hand. Well, I suppose it isn't too surprisingly considering the internet was one of her only avenues to interact with the world. Hey! I looked towards her. What? Can you use your goddess powers to make a giant robot? Why would you assume that? I mean, you literally created a country. I crossed my arms. I think it's a fair question, considering. Those are two entirely different things. And besides, I also had help and a divine spear and was lent power from the Kodo Amatsukami, primordial deities. So you're saying your goddess powers are lame? My goddess powers are not lame. Note to self, find a world with giant robots walking around for scientific purposes, of course. They aren't. Sure. She huffed, crossing her arms, looking between me and the fight happening in the distance. We could even feel shockwaves from this far away. How are they even going to hide this nonsense? Oh, the Americans are very good at wiping short-term memories. All major cities have large-scale spells ready to go for such situations. Honestly, this isn't the first stupid thing that's happened in recent years that threatened to blow the masquerade. And other places lend a hand. They have an actual interest in keeping the secret going. So even other factions help keep everything concealed. Want to go fight the giant Godzilla look-alike? Are you seriously asking me that question? She raised an eyebrow. Of course I do. Sweet Jeebus, let's go. I saw a big smile on Izzy's face. I could tell she was having fun with this whole thing, just as much as I was. Can't wait to brag about this to my Gramps. I wonder if Susanoo will be amused by this story. Izzy tilted her head, waving her hands as shadows began to crawl along the ground next to her. You think they'll let me keep the robot if I stop the monster from causing any major damage? It couldn't hurt to ask. I walked out of a very large portal, Izzy right behind me as she literally dragged two giant bone-like spikes from behind her. Where do you want yours? I'm thinking. I tapped my chin, looking around my front yard. Opposite the tree, gives the yard some nice symmetry. She nodded, helping me heave the massive spike into the ground and adjusting it in place. A souvenir we took off the thing's corpse. It wasn't that strong, all things considered. I mean, a fully grown dragon would probably beat it. It was mostly just muscle and sheer mass that made it cause a mess. My guess was some kind of magical experiment. Well, I suppose it will make an interesting conversation piece. Izzy admired it, wiping some ash off her sleeve. Her clothes were singed in some places, and perhaps slightly disheveled. My clothes didn't fare much better, perhaps even worse. Who knew that lizard could breathe fire? At least it wasn't an atomic breath, even if that would be fucking amazing. Would you like a hand as well? If it wouldn't be too much trouble. I opened up a second portal. That should be a little bit in front of your house. Wonderful. She hefted it up, and the image was very humorous as her tiny stature held up something half the size of my home and tossed it through. Don't forget to share those pictures you took. Of course, I'll also be posting them online. Well, at least people will forget about me now. I think a Godzilla look-alike attacking New York is a much more interesting story. You do realize that a good number of people saw you in most likely two pictures, yes? You know, I keep forgetting the internet is a thing when it's inconvenient for me. Izzy just gently pat my shoulder. I'm not blurring your face. Yeah. I waved her off. So, you want to see Yasaka tomorrow? Izzy paused. The fun smile turned more neutral. You said you will be there, correct? Yup. Okay, I do not mind attending along with you. I couldn't help but smile. Getting her to go out and have fun with me was one thing, having her interact with other people was a whole other. I wanted her to be more open, but I knew that was going to be a slow process. Tomorrow then. Tomorrow. She nodded, heading through the portal I already had open. Today has been very strange, but perhaps one of the best days I've ever had. Chapter 84. You know, Drake, I think it's almost time to leave. I strolled down the horrific paths that made up Yomi. I may have been less carefree if I did not know Izanami was watching over me. Yomi or this world? The world. I hummed, reaching down and grabbing a handful of soil. I didn't actually have a chance to inspect this place before. It was rather interesting from a research standpoint. I added some of the soil into a little baggie and put in my ring. I can see it. You did pretty much everything you set out to do here, which wasn't much. True. I finally got my little project up and running. I nodded at his words. My house was ready for further world-line expansion, hopefully. You never know what could go wrong down the line. On the surface, it seems to work. I think this whole trip did you good. Yeah, it was a nice vacation, even if I had to meddle in some annoying stuff. I felt extremely refreshed. It was a nice load-off, especially from seeing Mom again. And I have a new friend that I've grown close to these past few weeks. Being able to just relax and deal with my own shit for a while, it was very therapeutic. But I really need to get back to work. I'm not nearly as strong as I want to be, and I have yet to push my current strength to its limits. Hell, I haven't had a proper fight in what feels like forever. I'll need to check back in with everyone back home, see where they are with that. But my gut is telling me they won't be done anytime soon. Perhaps I should look over that list of worlds the old man gave me. I'm sure there's something there I can find useful. Izzy appeared in front of me as her house came into view. You know, you didn't have to come here, Nope. I cut her off. I really don't mind coming here to visit you, Izzy. This silly goddess, but I'll keep reinforcing it every time I see her. Her default mindset to think the worst of herself. She let out a small huff. Do what you want. I couldn't help but smile. She looked slightly different, perhaps a little dressed up without appearing to have dressed up, if that makes sense. Equal parts excited for the meeting with a dash of uncertainty mixed in. Ready to go. I offered my hand as I created a new portal. As I'll ever be. She took it as I guided her on through. Your method of traversing space is still as vexing as the first time I saw it, Izzy commented as we appeared outside the compound where Yasaka lived. Oh, are you curious? Mildly, she said dryly, but I will not pry if you don't wish to share. I paused at her words. It's something difficult to talk about. I said quietly, does it involve Artoria? Izzy asked, though I knew she wanted to say other things. Somewhat, I confirmed. I see. Did she notice the strangeness surrounding us? No, she would have to be a fool to not notice something so obvious. The fact that she hasn't brought it up beyond this. The gates of the fortified mansion opened up. Yasaka walked out, garbed in a more regal outfit flanked by several guards who all looked wary, some eyes glancing towards Izzy. But what grabbed my attention was the little fox hiding behind Yasaka. She stared at both me and Izzy curiously, not a hint of fear in her eyes. Lady Izanami, we thank you for your gracious visit. Yasaka bowed lightly. If you would please follow me inside, I have prepared accommodations. Very well, Izzy said evenly. It seems I was regulated as the side character here. Not that I minded that much. If I was merely here for Izzy's moral support, that would have been fine as well. The place seemed a bit more fixed up compared to last time. No bodies littering the floor, no blood splashed across the building, and no more huge craters from battle. Yasaka led us to a different part of the building, not really her meeting area, but a more personal space. The guard didn't even argue when she dismissed them. Honestly, it looked like they would rather be any other place than there. And if I noticed, then Izzy most definitely did, even if she didn't say or do anything. Izanami POV. Thank you for coming, Lady Izanami, Yasaka said once again. It was no trouble. I said calmly, though I would never had come had Wilhelm not convinced me. Does he think I can't see through his intentions? I suppose it is endearing in its own way to have someone fuss over my well-being. You saved my daughter's life. Yasaka replied, I am forever gratefully for your intervention. It was merely a whim. Her expression didn't change. Regardless, if it were not for you, I would be without my daughter. And no other deities answered my requests. Oh, did my daughter ignore her Miko? I couldn't help but frown. I would have to chastise her the next time we met, if we ever meet again. If there is anything you require, I am at your service. Yasaka dipped her head down again. There isn't anything I need, but I had a curious thought. Did you offer the same reward to Wilhelm? Yasaka blinked for a moment, a sly smile forming on her face. The only thing of worth I had to offer him was myself. Alas, he turned this old woman down. She feigned heartbreak, but I felt my own lips curl up. Oh, Artoria was correct then. He certainly does attract women easily. Though how much of that is sincere, I wonder. I had the strange, albeit small, twinge of possessiveness emerge. I just shook my head and squashed such thoughts. Regardless, I held back a laugh at the look on Will's face and continued. Perhaps he is just embarrassed. I held my expression even, but the look on his face just made it all the harder. Well, now that you mention it. Yasaka looked thoughtful. It's understandable. I nodded. He has never experienced the touch of a woman. He probably did not know how to react to your forwardness. I see. I guess I will have to be more persuasive in the future then. Wilhelm even looked a little red. How cute. Call my goddess powers lame, will you? Humph. Indeed, you will have to work harder. He already has a harem. Era, she cooed. At that age, and he already has multiple women? I really do have my work cut out for me. Yasaka looked over to her daughter, who seemed slightly embarrassed by the conversation. Sweetie, why don't you take Daddy and show him around while me and Lady Izanami have some girl talk? Mom! The little kitsune squeaked out, her cheeks flushed red. You know what? I would love to see the place. Wilhelm stood up, eager to escape this conversation. Fine. The little kitsune's expression betrayed her tone. She looked rather excited to spend time with Wilhelm. How adorable. We both watched for a moment as they left the room. Did you wish a moment to ask for advice on how to better seduce him? I eyed the Yukai leader. She let out a laugh. Oh my, no. Just because I enjoy showing off a bit. I'm not that easy. She waved her hand flippantly. And he's a bit fun to tease, but I'm not going to literally throw myself at him. I hope you don't plan on leading him on then. I calmly stated. Yasaka paused for a moment, giving me another look. I never said I was against the idea. She smirked. If he had actually reciprocated the other day, I would have probably shown him my personal quarters. I was extremely grateful for the safe return of my daughter. Well, I don't think he would be against it either. I replied. Heavens no, I caught him taking glances at my rear every now and then. Oh ho, he is a young man after all. Yasaka laughed. He is handsome as well, and my daughter is quite taken with him. She hummed to herself. I could certainly do worse, and the most important thing would be my daughter's approval. Her eyes softened at the mention of her daughter. If she latches on any more, I'll probably be seeing a lot of him regardless. Who knows what will happen in the future? I'm surprised you do not already have a lover. Your beauty is not unknown even to the divine realm. Or what I have read online. Many stories regarding her. Yasaka seemed mild surprised. I have tried once or twice since Kunu's father passed, but they never ended well. Either Kunu disliked them, or they were seeking some kind of political gain from me. She had a melancholic smile on her face. Will, though, he didn't even react when I buried his face between my breasts. She huffed. That hurt my pride a little. How forward? I couldn't help but comment. Her breasts were quite magnificent if I were to be honest. Not that I was envious. I do think my bosom was quite ample as well, just not to that level. Does he prefer women with larger breasts? I do not think it had anything to do with your appeal. I think he was more taken back by your daughter at the time. He appeared rather concerned and meticulous when caring for her. You say something like that, and any hesitance I have will start to crumble. Yasaka had a smile on her face. Are you sure you want me stealing him away from you? I blinked in confusion. Pardon? Do you think we are in a relationship? She tilted her head. Are you not? You both appeared rather close. I just assumed. Me and Will. No, I said quietly. We are merely friends. I shook my head, dismissing some fanciful thoughts. You did not wish to speak of these matters when you sought my audience. Her expression changed from playful to serious. Yes, Lady Izanami, she said with her more regal tone. I wish to properly thank you for your help. I was truthful when I said that I owe you a great debt for saving my daughter. Child, be careful with your words. Do not forget who I am. I am aware who you are, and I will not take back what I have said. You have my eternal gratitude. My patron refused my request. Yet you helped me. Words cannot express how grateful I am. You are being very candid with your willingness to associate with me. Will it not cause problems? I had a good portion of my retinue try to overthrow me not that long ago. At this point I am willing to stomp on anyone who say any words that displease me. She said dryly, You are welcome in my lands, my home and my daughter's life. She stated, Wilhelm isn't the only one she wanted to see. You are trusting your daughter with me? I eyed her suspiciously. I'd like to think I am a good judge of character. Clearly not. I frowned, only for her to let out a small laugh. Then do I have to rethink my stance on Wilhelm as well? Her lips curled up. It's a shame. I think she called you Auntie Izanami the other day as well. I paused and felt something in my heart that was foreign. You sly fox. I was about to respond, but both our eyes turned towards a new face that entered. Lady Yasaka, I apologize for the disturbance. One of her guards appeared. But you have a visitor, and he was quite adamant about seeing you. Yasaka narrowed her eyes as a person walked right in behind the guard. Rather rude of him. I nearly scoffed until I recognized the face of the person. Okita Tsuji. Yasaka's expression steeled. Well, this certainly wasn't good. I only had the vaguest idea of Wilhelm's relationship with his father, never elaborating past estranged. Lady Yasaka, I apologize for coming abruptly, but I have a miss. Almost as if Wilhelm walked back in from another door, led by the little kitsune herself. There was a silence that permeated the place, now as Okita's eyes widened at the sight of Wilhelm. Will narrowed his eyes at the man. A tension filled the air. Hey there, kiddo. Okita broke the silence. Been looking everywhere for you. Chapter 85. Another awkward silence filled the room as everything felt rather suffocating all of a sudden. I'm sure the others could feel the tension in the air. And a lot of things I thought I didn't have to deal with came bursting back up to the surface. Feelings I thought I had gotten over, repressed, or merely outgrew. I was a whole mix of emotions right now. Yet, I was surprisingly calm. I did not lash out, get overwhelmed with rage, or simply sneer and dismiss the man in front of me. I guess I have grown up a tad in the past couple years. Who are you? I asked, with complete confusion. He blinked for a moment, a gentle smile appearing on his face. I'm Okita Tsuji, your fath. Never heard of you. I cut him off, clearly to his dissatisfaction, even if he didn't outwardly react. Well, I never said I wasn't a petty asshole sometimes. Okita Tsuji. Yasaka interrupted. What is the meaning of this? Her voice sounded very authoritative, and even Okita almost stood at attention. He seemed rather sheepish with his response. I am under orders to bring back my king's son. He replied. So you stroll into a meeting I'm having, uninvited, with the ones who rescued my daughter. She narrowed her eyes. Rescued your daughter? He repeated, slightly confused as realization dawned on him. I apologize for my rudeness. Lady Yasaka, I mean no disrespect. He bowed, perhaps lower than he should have being an emissary of a foreign dignitary. And there is a but coming. Yasaka interrupted. He winced slightly. I am under direct orders to bring him back. Please step aside, Lady Yasaka. And what if I do not? She stood up. Her tail swayed behind her dangerously. Hers no longer had a lazy droop to them. They stood at attention, and she was ready to fight. Gone was her flirtatious F.A., Ade she usually keeps. Now was the destructive fox who boasted the acknowledgement as one of the strongest yokai who ever existed. It isn't just me you would have to contend with. He replied. Are you threatening me, boy? Yasaka growled out, and the room shook. The faintest manifestation of her tuki began to leak into the surroundings. I placed a hand on Kunu's shoulder as she trembled slightly. She looked up at me, and I gave her a quick wink. Only a light sigh cut away all the tension that was accumulating. All eyes turned to Izanami, who sat there quietly. Rarely have I ever found myself in a situation where I am ignored so blatantly. Her voice was quiet, yet it could grab the attention of the world if she so wished it. Okita's eyes widened. His hand gripped his sword instinctively as he took several steps back. "Who are you?" His voice didn't tremble, but there was the clear distinction of hesitance present. "You were born upon this land that I created, and you ask who I am?" Her head turned slowly. Shadows began climbing up the walls, reminiscent of hands as all the light in the area was consumed, snuffed out, and otherwise refused to even persist within her presence. Her red eyes glowed, the shadowy tendrils wrapping around her. Yasaka was already right next to me, wrapping up Kunu protectively. I couldn't help but step in front of them, just in case. Watching the scene as the shadows were getting ready to practically strangle him, I couldn't help but feel something odd. With a sigh, I opened my mouth. "Izzy, stop!" Abruptly as they came, the shadows dispersed, and Izzy was sitting there as if nothing happened. Her eyes turned to me, clearly wanting an answer. "This is my mess. Let me clean it up." "I do not fear the strongest devil." Izzy snorted. "Never said you did, but it's not your problem. If you are involved, then it is my problem. Trust me, please." She let out another snort, turning her head. "Do what you want. Words can't express how happy I am that someone would stand up for me, regardless of my strength or my ability to handle the situation. But on the flip side, I didn't want to get you wrapped up in this if I didn't have to. Fear him you may not, but it would still be annoying for you, and I don't want you to have to deal with that annoyance on my behalf. Not to mention how Yasaka would be swept up in this if anything happened to Okita in such a situation." Okita didn't relax as he stared at us conversing as if nothing had happened. It was clear by the look on his face that he had no idea what was going on. "You want to take me back?" "I refuse." I took a step forward, staring him in the eyes. "Even if there are people that want to see you?" He was apparently trying a different approach. "Your grandmother had expressed desire in meeting you." He tried to give me a disarming smile. "Not to mention your father has been asking about you." That, to give me pause. I was not blinded by hate or anything like that. I was able to recognize that they were not involved in any nonsense around me. I knew about them, but I guess this is the first time I'm truly contemplating them. I have a brother. What an odd thought. And my grandmother apparently wished to meet me? I don't have much in the way of knowledge about them. Regardless, I only had one response for emotional blackmail. "Fuck off." He let out another sigh. "You're pretty skilled with your blade. Why not bet on that?" He tried a third approach. "Well, I can't say I didn't see this coming." "Oh, you want to wager on the outcome of a duel? If I win, you come with me." He nodded. It was most certainly the path of least resistance. It may just seem like the obvious choice for a warrior like him, but doing this, he also worked around all the politics revolved around taking one of Yasaka's guests. Everyone had their own pride. Could the yokai even raise their heads to express dissatisfaction if both sides agreed on a duel? And what if I win? He paused a moment, deep in thought. "What do you want? You want me to relinquish my life into your hands? Is it not appropriate for you to do the same?" He took a deep breath, steadying himself. "Very well." Yasaka still looked annoyed as she gazed at Okita. "I have somewhere you can fight, and I will be judge." Her words leaving no room for argument. She glanced back down at Kunu, who seemed to want to stay by my side, and I held back a small laugh at Yasaka's defeated expression. "Come along, Okita. It will be one last stroll through Kyoto, for regardless of the outcome, you will no longer be welcome here." Okita looked resolved. "Please." He bowed again, but Yasaka didn't even spare him another glance. As they left the room, a little kitsune started grabbing onto my sleeve, giving me a worried look. "He's strong," she said quietly. My heart melted at the way she looked at me. I couldn't help but pat her on the head. "Don't worry, your daddy is the strongest." Her cheeks reddened, and it just made me want to tease her even more. Men and their stupid pride. Izzy muttered, standing up. "In the classifications that devils use, Okita Tsuji is an ultimate class." Indeed, I was well aware of where he ranked. As far as knight pieces go, he was one of the top. "And you have qualms about his strength?" she asked. This is not like the nonsense we got up to the other day. She looked uncharacteristically worried. Even if you have several blessings, he has lived a long life by mortal standards. That isn't something one can overcome with ease. I gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I was trained by the best. There was an arena nearby. I wasn't too surprised. Yokai in general are a bit on the aggressive side, so it made sense for there to be a place for them to fight without causing disturbances. It was rather empty though, minus a few guards here and there keeping watch, Yasaka acting as referee, and Izzy standing to the side with Kunu right next to her. It was slightly amusing to see Izzy acting all protective of the little kitsune. There was no great declarations as I walked to my side of the arena, opposite of Okita. Yasaka being the judge was more a formality than anything, her duty as the leading of the area this was taking place. She didn't need to incite us to battle, nor give us the kei to fight. I looked at my opponent. He placed a hand on his sheathed sword. I tilted my head and brought out Mirage from my ring. The glowing blade caught his immediate interest, but his eyes turned back to me. A part of me was genuinely curious how he matched up against those I've fought in the past. Where his skill level laid, even if his pure power wasn't a match for the likes of those I knew. My circuits ignited. Reinforcement filled my body. Ebony flesh was cast over me. My dragon's heart flared. My magical energy burst out in a torrent. The boosted gear stayed hidden in my soul, and my primordial runes still remained in reserve. I did not wish to reveal all my trump cards for something of this level. A lion gives birth to a lion. Okita let out a small laugh as he drew his sword. Well, I would start then. With a flick of my wrist, Mirage swung out. 10 birds! Okita reacted immediately, his body moving in a practiced manner that indicated decades upon decades of honing. Left, right, up, down. His sword collided with all my sword phantoms, dispersing them with relative ease. He moved right as the final clash ended. His speed was very impressive to the point where I had to actually focus. I planted my foot and swung using my entire body. Our swords collided at the space where nothing had been a half-second prior, filling the entire arena with a massive shockwave. His strength was also worth noting. I think he may even be physically stronger than me, which was very surprising. Though it wasn't enough to completely overpower my blow, just more of a slight advantage on his part. He pushed forward, sliding under the blow as he recalled his blade from the slash, trying to get under my guard. Flipping Mirage upside down, I caught the quick slash and followed up with a crackle of lightning that erupted from my hand, pointing right at his face. He didn't even budge as something emerged from his skin. An insect-like creature emerged, intercepting the blow and trying to bite at me. I was momentarily surprised at such a thing before I recalled what exactly was going on. I grabbed it before it could reach me, turning it into dust with my free hand. So it is true, you incubate mindless yokai in your body. Not all yokai are the sentient species that walk around Kyoto. Some are mindless monsters that rely on their baser instincts. Okita Tsuji raises them within his body and uses them for his own purposes. Sorry, kiddo, can't really go too easy on you here. He chuckled, jumping back and gaining some distance. I'll have to get serious then. All of a sudden his presence shifted. He stepped and vanished. I couldn't help but have my eyes widened as I felt the air next to me distort. I moved my head back as a blade swept right where it had been a moment prior. That was probably 10 times faster than his previous movements. And I just smiled. Another sword swept at me, his body not even visible to the naked eye anymore. It would have actually been easier if he was teleporting. I had a sense for the fluctuation of space, but no. This was pure speed, and I had to rely on my honed skill to meet him. As his blade touched my skin, space shattered and I was behind him, sword lunging for his heart. With a burst of speed, he vanished again, only to reappear a foot to the side and counterattacking. What ridiculous speed, but it wasn't something I wasn't used to. He still fell short to scat hack. His thrusts were sharp and quick. If I showed any opening, his blade tip was already digging into my skin. I was sporting small cuts all over my body now, but nothing more than flesh wounds. I gave as much as I received. He only smiled when my sword cut into his cheek and narrowly missed his neck, only to draw a thin line of blood. I shared his expression when his sword stabbed towards my eye, and I moved the least amount necessary to avoid any major damage, getting the side of my head cut in the process. To create an opening, I allowed him to nick my arm a bit deeper than I normally would have allowed, but I returned with a follow-up slash. His eyes widened at my attack, but he burst out in Tuki for a brief moment, eclipsing his normal use to move quicker than before and enhance his physical ability, but even so, he didn't anticipate the power behind my attack, and his footing got blown away before regaining himself on the other side of the arena. 100 birds. Mirage glowed as I swung. The sky filled with my sword phantoms, and Okita looked surprised for the first time in this fight, but he smiled a moment later. A numbers game? I can do that too. His body shuddered and hundreds upon hundreds of yokai burst out and overcame my numerous sword phantoms, but they continued on towards me. I couldn't count how many there were in this short moment, nor if I even had a few hours to work with. Serpents, insects, poisonous creatures of many kinds. They all composed of a swarm that bared down on me. I held out my hand and another sword answered my call. Without even moving, I held it up and called its name. Ascalon. My noble phantasm activated, the blessed blade by which force is slain. A nearly impenetrable defense swept around me, my sword moving in ways that was nearly impossible, but struck down every yokai that attempted to reach me. Body parts fell down onto the arena, blood sprinkled down almost like rain. What a monster! Okita sighed. You know, I had been raising those for years. I'm the monster? I raised an eyebrow. You aren't even using your Tennin Risshin Ryu, I snorted. Not to mention any of the stronger yokai you keep in your body. In fact, you're only using your Tuki for basic enhancements. He laughed awkwardly at my statement. Those sword techniques are meant for nothing but killin'. He scratched his cheek. Besides, I ain't the only one holding back. He didn't deny my other accusations. Guilty. I smirked. Honestly, it was hard to hate this man. Even when he was trying to take me back, he didn't really seem to like what he was doing. If anything, I would say his biggest flaw is his loyalty to his master. Call it my own pride, but I didn't want to stomp on someone whose heart wasn't even in the fight. I could easily see he did not wish to be fighting me under these circumstances. I shook my head. My other swords flashed out and hovered around me. Okita moved again, an understanding between us that the fight resumed. His swings were now infused heavily with Tuki, where he had been using it sparingly before. Every strike now was backed with a huge force. From the other side of the arena, he swung overhead, and my mirage blocked as my other swords flashed forward. He dodged them without even looking, but they changed directions and came back. He seemed a little annoyed at their persistence, as they kept aiming for his openings. I gestured with my hand, and Dawnbreaker exploded in light, swinging horizontally through the air. He was forced to raise his sword to block, and was even pushed back a few feet. Ducking his head, Whisper passed by, and he had to quickly step back before Ascalon pierced through his arm. That is surprisingly annoying. It's like I'm fighting several people at once. He grunted, knocking away Dawnbreaker for a second time. Just as he said that, his eyes glanced to me, and suddenly my swords were attacking empty air. A katana pierced towards me through the arena. A tiny opening was all he needed to escape and even counterattack. Sixth form, fluttering petals. As the words left his mouth, all that was left in his wake were a few flower petals that fell to the ground. A sword technique, not his vaunted style, but powerful nonetheless. The tip of his sword met the flat of Mirage, and I pushed with my full weight to bear the brunt of his attack. Even so, my sword was pushed back into my chest, and with a shout his Tuki expanded at the sword point, causing an explosion as he retreated. The dust settled, and I saw Okita waiting for me on the other side of the arena. My sleeves were destroyed, as was a good portion of my clothes. A few nasty burns here or there, but I was otherwise okay. He gave me a cocky little smile as he raised his sword above his head, and his body snaked down low to the ground. Third form, lightning sigil. His sword came at me from several directions, like arcs of lightning, jagged and hard to path as they tried to pierce me. My flying sword shot out, intercepting the blows with ease. Didn't think that one would work. He hopped back a few steps again, readying his blade. Annoying Izzy, shield please. I called out. What? Okita asked in confusion, as I smiled my eyes looking up to the sky and he followed my gaze. Thor's hammer. I called out as the sky collected lightning, and a massive figure appeared above us in the cloudy heavens, composed entirely of the crackling element. The massive figure brought his hammer down, and Okita tried to escape the attack. I just smiled innocently as he looked at my apparent suicidal attack. The area was enveloped in lightning, the arena almost completely gone. I even limited the wide-scaled attack to target this more narrowed area. My primordial rune shimmered and faded. My protection disappeared before the smoke cleared up. I glanced around and saw that Izzy did protect everyone, but she looked rather annoyed at my sudden request. My eyes turned back to my opponent, though. I would have been disappointed if this did end him, even if he wasn't taking this seriously. Ha! He let out a breath, some blood trailing down his lips. Can't believe I let you get one over on me like that. I feel like I'm getting really old. His entire right arm looked completely scorched, clearly using it to block the brunt of the attack, even if other parts of him were hurt. The spell probably broke through his tuki briefly. Whisper floated down from the sky where it had cast the spell, his eyes following the trail of its red glow. Crafty, he commented, not at all off-put by my hidden attack. I don't suppose you want to stick only to swordplay? He smiled awkwardly, rubbing his charred arm. I'll tell you what, I'll end this with a sword technique. I nodded at his request, even if it were more of a joke. He blinked and laughed. I wish I had been able to teach you all those years ago. Turning his expression into a sigh. I kept my expression neutral, but that struck a small chord with me, really making it hard to hate you right now. My swords returned to my ring, and I deactivated any magics I was preparing for. Even my physical enhancements were gone. To others, it may have looked like I had given up, but Okita looked extremely focused. I leveled Mirage next to me, taking in a deep breath. I closed my eyes before opening them slowly. The infinite paths opening up before me, showing all avenues of attack. The multicolored glow of the kaleidoscope burst out before my eyes. Swallow returns. Okita didn't react. The words only met his ears as my sword was being pulled out from his body, our backs only a few inches apart as I straightened myself up and pulled my weapon free, taking a few steps away. He fell to the ground, his sword clanking against the remains of the arena as it dropped from his hands. He was still breathing. I didn't know how to treat him. Part of me wanted to just kill him and be done with it, an act of deviance against those who wronged me, but I also couldn't bring myself to hate this man. I looked down at him again. Don't come after me anymore, I said quietly, but that didn't also mean I wasn't feeling ecstatic, like I was finally untangled with some baggage I had been carrying around with me. A weight had been lifted off my shoulders, and I felt truly free. A song came to my head, one I heard when I was a child. I had strings, but now I'm free. I hummed, and as I left the arena, there are no strings on me. A Nascent Kaleidoscope. Chapter 86. Izanami POV. Well, that was certainly something. I set my phone down to stop recording. I glanced over at Yasaka, and she seemed quite surprised by what had just occurred. I can't really blame her. I did not expect the fight to end so abruptly. There were several things that I wanted to seek out answers on. They seemed content to just match each other for many exchanges. Then Will decided to bring out a large-scale magical attack out of nowhere. Brat, telling me abruptly to put a shield up around us. It was a good tactic, and he seemed unharmed from his own spell, so I can't really say anything against what he did. But that final attack, I don't know what he did. It was like fate rewound and then fast-forwarded according to his whims. That is most certainly not something a mortal should be capable of. At one point, there appeared to be two of him attacking simultaneously. Okita defended against the one attack him from the front, but it didn't matter as he was pierced by the Wilhelm from behind. I could tell that both of them were real, as opposed to some kind of illusion or a creation of sheer speed. You have quite a few secrets, Wilhelm. I looked down, and Kunu's eyes practically sparkled as she watched her daddy fight. It was still amusing to think about, yet I could completely see him acting as a father. It seems like it's my turn now. I stepped forward towards Yasaka. I shall take him. She was broken from whatever stupor she was in. Lady Izanami, are you? I do not intend to harm him. I will make sure he does not die and deliver him back to his master. I stated plainly, my annoyance with him aside. That look on Will's face when the man appeared still made me upset. That stupid boy, telling me that him and his father are merely estranged. It is clearly much more than that. Is that so? Yasaka steeled her expression. A message is it? She raised her eyebrow. I do not like others touching things I care about. While the strongest of the devils is someone I begrudgingly admit is stronger than me, it does not mean his people can do whatever they want. I may not win against him in a fight, but I'm more than capable of making him lose. Those ridiculous world's strongest ratings are mostly nonsense. Yes, I would not be able to win against someone like Indra in battle, but it is not like he would be able to destroy me with ease just because he is ranked above me. I watched Yasaka's lips curled up, giving me a knowing smile. He looked quite good, didn't he? Fighting against someone whose name is world-renowned. She fanned her face exaggeratedly, giving me another sly look. He performed adequately. I responded. She pursed her lips. I may need to stake my claim sooner than I thought. If he goes around and does this more often, imagine how many women would want a piece of him. This fox, trying to even tease me, is she? Are you that intent of us becoming sisters? I turned towards her, take a step closer. Perhaps you wish to get more familiar with one another? Yasaka's eyes widened briefly, before a large grin emerged on her face, and she started to giggle. Fine. She waved me off. Point taken. I won't meddle anymore. Humph. I crossed my arms, a small smile on my face. But I wouldn't be against it either. She smirked at me, almost making me react. You are one horny fox. Girl, the last time I was with a man can be measured in years. She deadpanned. I guess it would be difficult to bring any kind of lover around Kunu if they weren't going to become a permanent figure in her life. I tilted my head, mentally calculating the time for me. Centuries. I muttered. Do women count? Well, if we do then, it's a lot shorter than that. She laughed. Well, I do appreciate how she is relaxed in my presence. I don't exactly hate her being friendly with me. It's nice to not have someone reeling back because of my existence. I should probably grab him before he bleeds out. I sighed. That would be bad. She nodded. I don't think I could wash my hands of this if he bled out on my front yard. I walked over to him, letting my shadows grab him and bring him somewhere else for now. Keeping him intact wasn't hard. He wouldn't die on my watch, and I needed him alive to send my message. I enjoyed my time with you. Thank you for your hospitality. She smiled. You are welcome back anytime. I'm sure my little Kunu wouldn't mind seeing her Auntie Izzy in the future. Moom! Kunu gave another little squeak, and I had to resist the urge to scoop her up from where she was sitting and hug her. Thank you, Mrs. Anami. She stood up and bowed, her ears twitching slightly on her head. Cute. I headed off in the direction where Will went. Wilhelm POV. Wow. I was going to be riding his high for a long, long time. Wilhelm. Izzy's voice sounded off behind me. I straightened myself up, the bench I was sitting on not very large as I made room. She walked over, sitting right next to me. How are you doing? Good, I said almost absent-mindedly. I mean, relatively speaking. I think I'm doing better than I have been for a while now. Would you like a hug? She asked. What? I was a bit surprised by her request. You seemed a bit distressed earlier before the fight, and I did not know if you were still upset. I apologize if I was too forward. I know we haven't known each other for that long and... Izzy. I cut her off. I would love a hug. She made a small little noise as I wrapped my arms around her. She was a bit hesitant, but she reciprocated all the same. I guess I held some stuff back. I spoke as we separated. Only some very important details. She rolled her eyes. I could tell she was annoyed at me, but not angry. I was born to Kashimoto. I leaned back, looking up at the sky. My mother died when I was young, and I was taken in by my father's people. I lived in a house by myself. I grew up all alone, and when I finally left that life behind, I changed my name to match my grandfather's. It was one of the first times I've ever talked about this. I was pretty much forced into a certain box to live my life. Every time I attempted to leave that little neat box, I was forced back into it. That's probably where my resentment of my father comes in. They didn't know I knew magic, so one day I just up and left, with a bit of fanfare. Wow, just kind of blurted it all out. I saw her smile faintly, not so much appreciating my little backstory, but more so that I was trusting her with something personal. I honestly cannot picture you going about mundane schooling. She mused. I let out a small snort. To be truthful, it really grated on me at some points. I shook my head. Not all of my memories of that time were something to dismiss. But it wasn't all bad. I was also in the theater club. That I can believe, she said almost instantly. Oi, what's that supposed to mean? Well, I don't want to stereotype. Are you implying? I am implying nothing. I'm pretty sure you are. It must be your imagination. She smiled lightly. I was merely saying that you can be rather flamboyant sometimes. Sure, that's what you were thinking about. I rolled my eyes. I think someone's miffed about the whole barrier thing earlier. I suppose you're smarter than you look. She pursed her lips. Yeah. I yawned, stretching my arms. What's going to happen with Okita? I kind of just left him there, too caught up in my own head. I took him. Oh. I paused. And what are your plans with him? I was going to send him back to his master. She said plainly. Well, alrighty then. She looked at me. Are you not curious? What? Did you think I would assume you were going to torture him, or something? I leaned my head onto her shoulder. You know I trust you, right? So it appears. She whispered. I was going to take him back to Yomi, so I could send him to the devil's underworld. Easier that way. Metaphysically, I guess Yomi is closer than Earth to hell. That is correct, though I would have to go through Hades' realm. She paused. It has been a while since I've contacted him. Persephone is generally okay to speak with. I haven't heard good things about Hades. You sure that's a good idea? The relationships between death deities is different than that of the corresponding pantheons. She explained. Perhaps it is a sort of kinship, but most pantheons don't have much contact with their deathly realms, minus those reward-based afterlives like Valhalla. She sighed. Hell, Hades, me, Yama, Anubis, Ereshkigal, etc. While pantheons for the most part like to pretend other gods do not exist, we keep in touch with a cordial relationship. I did not know that. I was actually surprised, but it made quite a bit of sense. Now that I think about it, we generally gather every few centuries, and we haven't in quite a long time. She hummed. I wonder if there will be another gathering soon. Really? What do you all talk about? We mostly just bitch about whatever happened recently. She let out a small laugh. Hades talks about his idiot brothers. Yama doesn't shut up about how overworked he is. Ereshkigal about how barely any souls come to her realm anymore. I should probably seek out Persephone instead of Hades. That girl gets jealous so easily. Izzy shook her head. Are you going to be okay? She asked me again. I sat up and took a deep breath. I'm good, really. I paused for a moment. And I may disappear for a bit. Probably won't be reachable by phone. I have some things I need to take care of. Is that so? How long do you intend to be gone? She asked. No more than a couple weeks. Probably. I did some mental calculations in my head. She stood up, waving her hand and summoning a portal down to Yomi. I will see you at a later time. See you later. I waved her off. I'm really happy I met her. I'm annoyed you didn't use me. Really? Why don't I just paint a giant target on my back? I'm sure that would be the easier option. No one knows I'm even here. What if Albion shows up? He'll think he's ahead of me. Or, what if we wait until shit really hits the fan? Then bam. Boosted gear comes out and saves the day. Would be cooler than just a duel where nobody saw. Dre grumbled but relented. You better not be blue-balling me here. There is some shit I have to deal with here in the future. I sighed, thinking about the messes my presence will have likely caused. Are we going to a new world soon? Yeah, I wanted to spend some time with Kunu, then I was going to leave. You sound like such a dad already. Fuck off. I rolled my eyes. I couldn't help it. I honestly don't know what came over me when it comes to that little girl. Though I want to look for a way to develop my power of destruction. I yawned again, standing up from my seat. I've been thinking about a lot of stuff, and I think it's time to stop holding myself back from that. Power of destruction is pretty good. It would do you well to develop it. Yeah. I scratched my cheek. I probably could have done something by now, but better late than never. Chapter 87. The more I think about it, the more confused I am about how this even came about. But honestly, I wasn't complaining. All right, now pick anyone you want. I held out a stack of cards. This one. Kunu pulled one out of the deck. All right, make sure you remember it. I shuffled the deck of cards. Now, show your mother, but absolutely don't let me see it. Mom! Kunu called out to Yasaka, who was sitting nearby, watching with a small smile on her face. I see it, sweetie. Okay, now remember, don't tell me what it is, okay? Okay. She nodded. What card is it? It's... Don't tell me. I teased her with a little boop her on the forehead. Now, put it back in the deck. I turned away. Okay, you remember what it was, right? Yes. She nodded. After shuffling for a moment, I held the deck up. Now! I wiggled my fingers. Abracadabra! I exclaimed, pulled the card off the top. Is this your card? No. Kuna looked confused. Oops, my mistake. I shook my head, drawing another card. It's this one. I exclaimed again, showing the next card. Nope. This one. No. What about this one? New, huh? I started going through each and every card until there was only one left. Okay, then this one must be your card. I pulled out the last card and waved it around. That's not it. Kuna pouted. I scratched my head as all the cards from the deck were now in a messy pile on the ground. You know what? I think you Mom might have your card. I looked over to her, and she just blinked in confusion, then looked down at the table she was sitting at to see a card face down next to her. Kunu ran over and picked it up for both her and Yusaka to see. This is it, she shouted excitedly. How? Yusaka looked at me with eyes widened. I cheated, but it's fine as long as Kunu is happy. And I gotta get one over on Yusaka. Curse me, will you? A magician doesn't reveal their secrets. I took my hat off and bowed. Standing straight, I held my hat out and all the cards flew off the ground into my little storage space. I'll get your secrets eventually. Yusaka gave me a look that promised she would get her way. Mom, don't ruin the magic. Kunu pulled on her mom's sleeve. Yeah, don't ruin the magic. I held back a laugh. Oh, being ganged up on by both my daughter and her father, woe is me. Moom! Kunu whined again. It seems like that still embarrasses her. She's so cute I can't even. Lady Yusaka. A Tengu dropped down from the sky, kneeling before the Yukai leader. He bowed his head and presented a letter. She unfolded it, reading it intently as her expression turned into a scowl. Wilhelm, would you please watch Kunu for a little bit? I have something that requires my undivided attention. No problem. I nodded. The amount of trust one managed to garner that she would willingly leave her daughter in my hands. Though I guess it was unlikely I would do anything from her perspective, having brought her daughter back in the first place. Be a good girl for your daddy. Yusaka gave a kiss on Kunu's forehead, much to the little girl's chagrin. I'll be back in a little bit. She flashed me a smile and disappeared away with the Tengu. Well, now that your mom is gone, I can show you my super secret magic trick. I winked at the little kitsune who looked a tiny bit hesitant with her mom no longer there. Super secret. I held my hat upside down. You ready? I smiled as I reached inside and pulled out Sir Wiggles. Kunu practically squealed as she pounced on the rabbit. He's so cute. Sir Wiggles took it in stride, allowing himself to be picked up by the unknown girl and his fur stroked. What's his name? He is Sir Wigglesbottom Fluffytail Octavius Benedict III, Crown Prince of the Emerald Kingdom, Duke of Carrot Island. Oh, God damn it. Hee. Or Sir Wiggles for short. She squeaked, pushing her face into his fur. If only for this singular moment. Making Sir Wiggles my familiar was worth it. It makes me not want to leave after this, but I suppose having something to come back to is nice as well. Seeing her play around with Sir Wiggles, it gave me something I didn't know I needed before now. Izzy Kunu, I guess I have some important people bonding me to this world. I can't very well abandon it now, even if I wanted to before. My intent was just to take a passive approach, deal with threats to the world as they popped up the sort of curve my karmic debt here, but that doesn't really seem like an option anymore. I don't want to allow anything to exist that could threaten them. I couldn't help but sigh, even as a smile never faded from my face. This was supposed to be a vacation, but I seemed to have found something amazing. Princess! A few Yukai walked out into the courtyard, calling out towards Kunu. Your mother requests you. Was it that time already? I looked up at the sky, and the sun was already setting. Time really does fly. Shall I take you back to your mom? I smiled down at Kunu, who didn't look like she wanted to leave. That will not be necessary. You are dismissed, human. One of the guards stepped forward. I paused, then just sighed again. I guess something happened, and they don't want an outside here for the time being? Well, this is goodbye. I pat Kunu on the head. No, she said quietly, hugging Sir Wiggles tighter. Hey, I'll be back, okay? I kneeled down next to her. Promise. Of course. I held out my pinky. Pinky promise. She giggled slightly as we interlocked them. She let Sir Wiggles jump out of her hands and into my hat again. The look she gave me was frankly heartbreaking. Gods, how did I get attached to this girl so quickly? I just don't understand it. This way. One of the guards ushered me, a little annoyance on his face. Odd. Well, whatever. I stepped out of the courtyard, the guard following close behind me. Would you pass on my goodbyes to Lady Yasaka? I'm going away for a bit and won't have a chance to speak again for a while. He just snorted. Get moving, human. I paused. My instinct was flaring that something was wrong. I turned around and narrowed my eyes at him. What exactly is your... No. Daddy. A loud scream echoed out across the compound. My head snapped to the direction of the voice. I didn't even look as the guard escorting me drew a weapon, aiming for my neck. It never reached me, as his head started rolling on the ground and Mirage flew next to me. What happened next was sort of a blur. I burst back to where I was before, seeing a yukai trying to rein in a struggling Kunu with several more standing around. It only took a moment for her to be in my arms again, and about a dozen bodies falling to the ground. An explosion erupted not too far away, the shockwave managing to ruffle my hair. She's over here. A shout was heard as a few more people burst into the courtyard. Human, hand over. The others stared at shock as the one speaking fell to the ground, his head bouncing onto the grass, my sword floating next to me with a small trail of blood down the edge of the blade. Daddy, where's Mom? Kuna looked like she was about to have a panic attack. This could not be healthy for a girl this young, who had been through something traumatic not too long ago. I'll go get her, okay? I pat her head. No, don't leave me. She cried. I'll put you somewhere safe. I whispered gently. My grandfather can watch over you, and he has a very nice student who is like a sister to me. She'll love to meet you. I opened a portal and quickly ushered her in. She was in shock, and I didn't want to make things worse. Fuck! Did you just send her to another world? Yeah, I said quietly, running a hand through my hair, staring at the few remaining yukai who were watching my warily. I griped my hand, using telekinesis to yank one off the building ledge he was standing on, bring him down to the ground with a thump. I quickly stomped on his back as my swords flashed out and made quick work of his friends. You have 10 seconds, speak. He coughed out some blood. Disgusting human, your time will come. I sneered, holding out my hand for Mirage to fly back into my grip, then slamming the blade down onto his neck. I turned around as another portal opened up, a very familiar application of the kaleidoscope. Artoria! I blurted out as she walked from the portal. Will! She nodded. What are you doing here? Did Gramps send you? You dropped a crying child into the kitchen. Do you think we wouldn't be worried? She raised an eyebrow. It isn't too hard to make the leap to assume that whatever is happening was enough that you couldn't guarantee her safety. It's not as bad as it looks. I may have panicked and reacted on instinct to one of the only places I could think of that was safe. I admitted. Is she? Artoria gave a small smile. Zelretch was quick to calm her down, and Rin is good at distracting her. I see. I ran a hand over my face. Good, that's good. Will, what's going on? Someone attacked. Probably some remnants who are pissed off. I don't know everything, but I think Yasaka may be in danger. Or she is a danger. I don't exactly know what's going on. Someone tried to grab Kunu again and... I paused for a moment thinking everything through rationally. She was betrayed. No doubt someone close to her was able to pull some strings, so she was separated from her daughter. I muttered. Why? Why go after Kunu again? I mean, it was the easiest target if you wanted to get to Yasaka, but what's so important that you needed that kind of leverage? Will, focus. I snapped out of my thoughts. Right. I clenched my fists. Well, you're already here, and it isn't quite what I had in mind for a date, but would you like to take care of some would-be kidnappers with me? She steeled her expression, a look on her face that promised pain for whoever was behind this. I would be delighted. Someone was going to fucking pay for making my daughter cry. Chapter 88. Artoria followed behind me as we moved through the compound. I actually didn't know where Yasaka was, nor where the main fights were happening. Every so often, I could find some people, usually able to tell who is the enemy and who isn't. There were some surprisingly powerful foes that popped up. And equally surprising, there were friendlies who engaged them. Honestly, I did not expect this faction to have such powerful combatants waiting in reserve like they were. Several who would fit under the banner of ultimate class, even if that whole system of measurement was basically malarkey. "How are you doing on mana?" I quickly asked as we scaled a rooftop to get a better view. "I'm full, and I was given this." She took out a jewel I didn't recognize, but I could see it was full of Rin's magical energy. Zelretch said it should work for an emergency. Good thinking. Though, it wasn't a perfect recovery tool for her magical energy. Since she was a servant, a spiritual being, she couldn't generate magical energy as if she were alive. And trying to forcefully drain the jewel of its contents would cause much of it to go to waste, simply running off in the process. I looked around and noticed a much bigger fight in the distance. Tengu were taking to the skies, and several groups clashing while some large explosions lit up the sky. Many types of yokai I couldn't recognize at a glance were joining the fray. "Wilhelm, there!" She pointed a little off to the side. A swirling pillar of mist burst out. "I briefly saw women with 9 tails. I assume that is the woman you are looking for?" "Yeah, and that should be Dimension Lost." I muttered. "Dimension Lost?" She asked in confusion. "Shit, I never did talk about the sacred gears here. Think of them as noble phantasms." I didn't really have time to explain the differences, but I would rather he be wary of the strange weapons than not. "Noted." She nodded. "Do you have a plan?" "Yeah." I took in a deep breath. "Teach some kids a lesson they will not forget." I frowned, trying to rack my brain around who all was in that little faction of theirs. Kids! Idiots who think they can do whatever they want because of some stuff they inherited from their ancestors or some other nonsense. "I will follow your lead." I smiled, holding out my hand as she took it, and I pulled us both through a portal right to the big dome of mist. I put my hand on the large dome and cast my gaze inside briefly. I saw Yasaka battling a group of people and somewhat handling herself, but she was slightly wounded here and there. Without a second thought, I drew Mirage and pulled on the kaleidoscope. With a slash, I cut through the false dimension that was cutting off the fight from the outside world. The mist dispersed aggressively, stopping the fight as all eyes turned to us. "Wilhelm!" Yasaka called out as she retreated several yards back. "You!" I saw George shout from the corner of my eye. "The hero faction. More of them that I didn't recognize off the top of my head. I guess the lesson I taught you last time wasn't enough." I lazily replied, not giving him much attention. Yasaka quickly reached our side, perhaps trying to buy herself a moment's respite. "Kune, where is she?" Her eyes practically dilating. "She's with my grandfather, completely safe." I gave her a reassuring smile. Yasaka let out a long breath. "Good," she said quietly. A big boulder a bit away started trembling, and a large man climbed out of some accumulated rubble. "Fucking bitch." He spat as he stood up, dusting himself off. "Friend of yours?" I raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yasaka. She sneered. "Idiot calling himself Hercules. Said he was going to harm my daughter." The idiot who boasts about having inherited the spirit of Hercules, and I looked around and noticed a blonde girl. If I recalled correctly, she is the same but with Jean Dark. I paused, reining in my quickly flaring temper. "Did he now? What about you?" Her eyes turned to Artoria, standing to the side. "I don't believe we met. She's the one who I grabbed to heal Kune before." "Greetings, I am Artoria." Artoria stated. "Wilhelm, is it?" Another voice cut through the tension in the air. I recognized the person and the spear he held at a glance. "Chow Chow, are you trying to run your ancestor's name through the mud even more than you have already?" I didn't want to hear any spiel he was going to give. "So you do know me." "Well, usually I don't remember dumbass, but kudos. You're at least above the common rabble." He frowned. I don't think he was used to people insulting him so blatantly. "This doesn't concern you. Why are you risking your life for these yokai? Are you trying to find common ground with me, perhaps convince me to step to the side?" I rolled my eyes. "Besides, saying I'm risking my life implies anyone in your little posse can even take it." I was going to break him. "I could snap you like a twig," Hercules shouted. "A little magician and a little girl he brought with him. Why are we even talking?" "A little girl," Artoria quietly repeated. A small twitch of her eyes told me exactly how she felt right now. I grew up on the internet. Insults don't really faze me, but I'm sure it's an entirely different matter for her. He's all yours. I smiled towards my girlfriend. I's not leaving Chow Chow. I wanted this little faction of his to be destroyed before I finished dealing with him. What? Am I supposed to be scared of her? He laughed. Come on then, little girl, I'll show you a real man. He threw his head back, posing like an idiot. You can even have the first hit. He didn't even try to hide his laughter. Artoria didn't answer. Instead, her magical energy exploded off her. Armor formed around her body, her armaments manifesting from within. Her dragon's core practically roared to life as everyone in the area felt her presence. She moved before most people here could even understand what was going on. A fist buried itself deep into Hercules' stomach. I saw everything as I reinforced my eyes. Every moment as his eyes widened, blood flowed out of his throat, and his body practically crumbled and lifted off the ground, only to be blown into the side of the building. Oh, Yasaka said quietly, perhaps readjusting some thoughts she had about Artoria. Honestly, I should have been paying more attention, but one thought was distracting me. I fucking want her right now. Rain in the dragon. I don't even care if anyone is watching. I want to make her mine. Maybe she's having some sort of effect on you because of her magical core's origin. Probably. I reluctantly pushed down those thoughts, with a mental promise for later, when we eventually get to that part in a relationship. Watch out! I ducked to the side as a certain holy spear passed by my head. Oh shit! Yeah, God-killing holy spear. Need to pay attention. A kid covered in shadows, suddenly charged, swiping his hands in the air. Shadows rose up from the ground like blades and swept the area. Oh, sacred gear, noted. Yasaka bat them away easily enough. The Tuki pulsing off her was palpable. I don't suppose you know anything about them? Edgy kid wearing the sunglasses manipulates shadows with a sacred gear, equally edge name. I spoke, dodging another swipe of the true Longinus. That's barely helpful. She deadpanned, stomping on the ground, creating many boulders as she grabbed with her Tuki and threw at the shadow manipulator. My sword swung out, as holy sorta burst out of the ground like thorns. None were powerful by themselves, but holy power was still practically lethal to me. Discount Jean Dark can create holy swords. Forget the name of that one too. I noticed! Yasaka shouted, throwing a large waft of fox fire at edgy shadow guy before cracking him across the face with her fist. That's gotta hurt. Words can be hurtful. Discount Jean spoke, creating many more holy swords that burst out of the ground. Seems like she can do that on any surface. Well, you should give it a try. Would be a better shot at actually damaging me. I retorted, stomping on the ground myself, raising an earth wall between us. I ducked under the true Longinus, but this time Chow Chow entered my range, using his spear as an actual spear with some degree of mastery. Despite my dislike for the guy, he was quite good, but he was no scat hack. I gripped Mirage in my hand, deflecting each blow, knocking any his thrusts, and any attempts he made to inject holy power into me. There was no hesitance to get close to me. He was adept enough to fight with such a long spear in close combat. Hell, he was actually fairly quick. I wouldn't say he was on par with Okita in terms of pure speed, but his eyes were able to follow my movements. When I attempted to exploit his openings, he was able to react in time to not be skewered. What an annoying opponent, though. He only had to lean into his spear's power to eventually defeat me. From his perspective, that is. A decent hit from that thing's edge, and I would go down like a sack of potatoes. Bindings of Gaia. I invoked one of my 9 realms spells, whispered doing the casting, so I didn't have to distract myself. The roots burst out of the ground, almost as if they were alive, and shot out towards all the enemies in the area. Chow Chow swung his spear around, cutting them, only for more to burst out as he grabbed some distance. Jean flicked her sword, attacking the incoming tide with her own barrage of holy swords, seemingly putting them into a temporary stalemate as it took many swords to fell one large root. I wasn't done. Freezing winds of Jotunheim. I spread my arms out as the deathly cold cascaded out in all directions, taking caution not to encroach on my allies. Chow Chow slammed his spear into the ground, his holy light surrounding him like a barrier, but Jean took the brunt of it, a root grabbing her leg and the cold air catching a stray limb before she could escape. Her arm did not look to be in good shape. a deep blue color as if all heat in it had died. I didn't have time to mull over the thought as Chow Chow's spear extended towards me again, taking off a few stray hairs. I decided to cast all my physical enhancement spells, earning a surprised noise from him as I closed the distance and slammed my sword down on his spear, cracking the ground under the blow. "What?" he spat out, arm shuddering under the blow. "And sus." I invoked a rune, shooting it into the distance as the space sort of vibrated, revealing a George who was preparing a large-scale spell in a tiny subdimension. Whisper launched up to the sky where he was preparing to cast it, disrupting it with my own runic insertions. I took a step back as Yasaka launched a kick at Chow Chow, who brought up a spear to block, knocking him back several yards. "Handle the magician, please." Yasaka looked towards me, bursting from the spot she was in towards Chow Chow and Jean. "Fine," I muttered, focusing on George. Yasaka probably would want her own time beating the crap out of these guys, and it was kind of hard to do with a kid who could manipulate Dominions interfering. George snorted, waving his hand and bringing forth dozens of magical circles, a small smirk on his face. I raised up Mirage. Spell circles began to spin around the blade, my magical energy soared, and the kaleidoscope vibrated. Ether cannon. George's eyes widened as all his spells flailed hopelessly against my cannon, and he shot out the dimension lost in an attempt to seal the attack, only for it to push through like the sacred gear was paper. "George!" Chow Chow shouted, an expression of shock on his face for the first time this fight. He tried to run to where the collision happened, but Yasaka intercepted him, laying down attacks with enough force to shatter the area. Chow Chow took a few good hits, blood running down his face before he regained his footing. "You don't get to flee from me after attacking my daughter," she growled, the area literally quaking with her steps, even as she reined herself in. She was after her own pound of flesh. The fact that she wasn't going full-on fox was telling of how much she wanted to handle this intimately. "Fuck off, bitch!" The Shadow Kid ran at her, arms wrapped in his shadowy power, and started pulling all the shadows along with him. Thorn of inky darkness shot up out of the ground. They coalesced and reshaped to his whims, all aiming for Yasaka, so Chow Chow could disengage. I looked over to the side and saw Artoria handing Hercules his ass even as he used his sacred gear to attack her. "Is that all?" Her words echoed across the battlefield as an explosion rang out in her palm where she caught his fist, not even budging. "What the hell?" Hercules shouted, his muscles visibly tightening and straining to try and move her but failing miserably. "Clench your teeth, boy." The only warning his got before she reeled back her fist again. Oof. Those sounds he made sent a shiver down my spine. If I remember correctly, his sacred gear caused explosions on impact. She caught the explosion at point blank and didn't even react, must have thrown him for a loop. I shook my head with a small smile, turning my attention back to Jean. Jean slammed her sword into the ground with her good arm. A massive dome of holy swords started forming around me. Cute trick, actually pretty smart, but hopeless. 200 birds. I swung Mirage in all directions, destroying the holy sword prison before it could fully form. She didn't relent. Every swing of her sword. Many more holy swords followed in its wake, but she was trying to overcome quality with quantity, and she most certainly was not in the best of shape. I snapped my fingers. Several runic circles appeared above me. "Lightning!" I called out. One of my simple arias to invoke my spell as bolts of lightning cascaded down on the one who hosted the spirit of Jean d'Arc. Her sword, her rapier, thrust quickly in my directions, intercepting the magical lightning. Impressive. Flicking my hand, a few talismans appeared between my fingers. 3 elements sealing formation. I invoked as my 3 talisman flew out to surround her. They formed a triangular sealing spell. Her body became visible stiff as her movements became hampered. Runes spun around my arm as I pushed them on the ground next to her, reinforcing the spell to a further degree. "Can you not handle this little girl's blows?" Artoria's fight seemed to get near us as she began taunting him, not even drawing her weapon. I saw her look over here many times, but she didn't move to interfere, probably because we weren't really in any danger. The shadow guy was keeping Yasaka distracted, purely because he would not stay down. If any sufficiently lethal attack was about to land on him, he would kind of fuse with the shadows and mitigate the damage. I could tell Yasaka was starting to get annoyed, and I would rather she not start throwing around blows that topple buildings in this constrained area. I withdrew a certain bloodthirsty spear from my ring, aiming for a moment. The muscles in my arms bulged as I threw it with all my might. It shot across the battlefield. The magical energy mixed with the intense bloodlust drew eyes from everyone, but the shadow user couldn't even react in time as it caught him, carrying him to the side of the building, impaling him through the chest. I turned to look at Chow Chow, who was supporting a very hurt George. Mildly surprised he was still alive, even if it wasn't a very strong ether cannon, was still an ether cannon. The irony of impaling the spiritual successor of Kanla with Gibalg. I spoke towards the holy spear wielder, who grit his teeth. Yeah, Shadow Kid inherited the spirit of Siyu Chulin's son, who died to his father's spear. He was kind of forgettable, so I didn't remember until a few moments ago. If looks could kill, well, I doubt he's even a fraction as furious as I am about Kunu. I looked at Jean, who still couldn't move, and nodded to myself. It wasn't the strongest sealing spell I knew, but it was fairly robust. Artoria threw the beaten body of Hercules on the ground near us, striding over without even being winded. Chow Chow was silent, looking around at his defeated comrades. George, we need Sieg and Arthur. He looked at his barely conscious companion. George was not in good shape. Half his body was burnt pretty bad, and I don't think his right arm could even be called an arm anymore. Chow Chow pulled off a necklace he kept under his collar, a small vial in his hand as he poured it on George. A visible phenomenon alighted over the boy's mangled body. A phoenix tear, interesting. The tears of the devil phoenixes that live in the underworld, that so-called Pillar Clan. One of the most potent healing items that can be purchased on the market. But even with that, he didn't look all that good. But he still responded. The dimension lost connecting space as two more people walked out. The aforementioned Arthur and Sieg looked around. One looked like a typical English gentleman, the other wore a priest's coat. I'll take the one dressed as a priest. Yasaka walked up next to me. She was looking a bit better, even if she still had dried blood on her. Sieg looked at her, pulling out two swords. Balance Breaker, Chaos Edge, Azura Ravage. He called out as four more arms sprouted from his back, each wielding a demonic sword, while one was holding a light sword. I'll handle the fox, you get the other one, Arthur. He called out. Twice critical. A subspecies, I believe. Neat. I guess I am your opponent then? The other one turned towards Artoria. I am Arthur Pendragon. I suppose I cannot hold back anything. His gaze briefly swept the broken bodies of his teammates. Artoria paused, hearing his name. Are you one of his descendants? I am. He nodded, almost uncaring about the battlefield. It is tradition in my family to name each successive generation after the king. I am not the first Arthur Pendragon. But I have grown accustomed to the name, even if I think the convention is droll. A light erupted from his body, and a holy sword appeared in his hand. I wield the strongest holy sword. Caliban, prepare yourself. Artoria narrowed her eyes at the proclamation. I couldn't dare to even guess her thoughts right now. She took her own stance, invisible sword summoned. The sword this Arthur wielded, it was large, like a great sword, but he wielded it expertly. I could tell even Artoria was mildly impressed by his swordsmanship, as she didn't stomp him right from the beginning. But you could begin to see Arthur getting a bit restless. Nearly every move he made was countered with ease and experience he couldn't overcome. Even with Artoria's smaller stature, he was being dealt blows with far greater weight behind them than anything he could muster. He had to practically retreat on every collision. They clashed many times, Arthur never even making a comment on her invisible sword as he gradually got used to its dimensions, even able to counterattack every now and then. I knew Artoria enough to see she was holding back, but I didn't understand why. In fact, it seemed like they were sticking to purely swordsmanship, like an unspoken agreement between both of them. Actually, something strange was happening. I wanted to say that Arthur was hesitant to attack, but even looked rather perplexed at what was happening. After a moment, Artoria even stopped as Arthur's sword swept towards her head. A clean strike, the which could have decapitated her, stopped. Arthur was straining himself, trying his best to force the blade forward, but it refused to budge. It wouldn't even touch her skin with its edge. The sword started to vibrate in Arthur's hands, the holy glow intensified, and Arthur showed a painful look as he suddenly shouted, jumping away, sword falling to the ground and sporting some nasty burns on his hands. The sword sticking up out of the ground, Artoria stared at it. Arthur looked on in shock as she hesitantly placed a hand on the hilt. The blade burst out with a golden light, blindingly bright as it began to shift. Does it change shape to fit the wielder's desire? Artoria muttered at the now much smaller blade, still impaled into the ground. Hello, old friend, it has been a while. It did in fact do that if I recalled correctly. One of the sword's many abilities. The new golden words engraved on the sword were easy to read. Whosoever pulleth out the sword from the stone is rightwise king of all England. Artoria dismissed her invisible sword, gripping Caliban tight and pulling it from the ground without any resistance. What? Arthur whispered, clearly in shock. How? Not even the church. Only someone of his blood should be able to wield that sword. I will be taking this for now. Whether you can regain it in the future has yet to be determined, she declared, almost inviting him to disagree with her. Surrender. This fight is not worth continuing. Arthur looked down at the sword being pointed at him and raised his arms in the air in surrender, seemingly no will to fight in his eyes. Well, isn't that something? Yasaka practically snuck up on me, throwing the body of her opponent on top of Hercules' prone form. I believe a few secrets have been hidden from me, she mused. I guess I was distracted. What? How did you defeat Siegfried? Chow Chow looked at Yasaka in shock. Did you seriously believe this brat who hasn't even seen 3 decades could match me? She scoffed. I have ruled over the yokai in this region for centuries, boy. The only reason I hadn't crushed you all so easily before was that boy manipulating dimensions and my unwillingness to cause collateral damage. Do you truly think I am defeated? Chow Chow stood up, an edge in his voice, gripping his spear tightly. The hero always slays the monster in the end. By all means, use your balance breaker. I lazily replied. Make this interesting for me. He sneered at me. Balance breaker. Polar Knight Longinus Chakravartin. The holy aura around him exploded out. It became suffocating for someone like me to stand here. A large halo-like ring floated behind him with several orbs. I'm pretty sure each of those orbs corresponds to a specific ability, but the details escape me. Mirage flew into my hand, Dawnbreaker, Whisper, and Ascalon spun around me waiting. I snapped my fingers. A circle of runes burst out underneath Chow Chow. He looked down as they glowed and exploded. What an absurd holy power! I couldn't help but comment, as he was completely enveloped in a shield. It was almost like fighting an archangel. Asusa Ratana, Chow Chow declared as my head snapped behind me, spear being thrust into my back. A pure teleportation, able to slip through my perception. I barely even noticed the space around me shudder. Was it because of the holy power? No time to contemplate. The spire didn't pierce my form shattered as I appeared to the side and swiped my sword at him. Humph! Let's see how you deal with your weapon being destroyed, Chatsuka Ratana. His spear moved towards my sword. A collision of energy burst out at the meeting point of our two weapons. His eyes narrowed and his expression changed. Why won't your sword break? He suddenly shouted as he broke off the attack. Isn't it obvious? I sneered. You're too weak. He tried to use a weapon-breaking ability on me. How adorable. With the Eye of Magnus basically keeping it all together as a linchpin, he's essentially trying to destroy a divine construct. Fine. I will end this in one blow then. He calmed himself, but killing intent was still in his eyes. The holy power around him went another qualitative change. If it was intense before, it was almost obscene now. I felt a sense of danger at this. Balanayaka Ratana, he roared as all the accumulated holy power gathered and released right at me. Shield of Asgard, I put out my strongest defensive spell, and I included a primordial rune in the creation. It was big enough to envelop both Yasaka and Artoria, so they didn't get swept up in our battle. The buildings behind me were obliterated, and even through the shield, I felt the intense light try to penetrate into me. Impossible. Chow Chow muttered as the attack finally died down, to see me standing strong after what was probably his strongest attack. His arm sagged, and his spear no longer holding its powerful killing intent. Good, his spirit has broken, just as his faction has. Shouldn't have targeted my daughter. Gia, he let out a scream as my swords pierced him from all directions, falling to the ground. His spear fell next to him with a clank. I want it. You might be able to take it. It has its own amount of intelligence. Really? That or kill you, call it a coin flip. I'll try later, maybe. I shook my head, putting it into my ring without touching it. Well, that takes care of that then. Yasaka walked up to Chow Chow, staring at his unmoving body. My swords returned to my ring, but he still didn't move. I'm pretty sure he's still alive, but none of my business anymore, and I'm sure Yasaka also wants her pound of flesh. All yours to deal with, I said towards the Yukai leader. You give me the best presents. She cooed. Lady Yasaka, I request suitable imprisonment for this one. Artoria walked up, Arthur awkwardly following behind her. Yasaka stared at him, her rage very much still apparent. I will not execute him, but he will be punished. That is all I ask. She nodded. I didn't speak up. The look in her eyes was rather telling. I could see that Artoria felt some sense of responsibility for the one who claimed to be her alternate's descendant. I would leave it to her to deal with him then. Actually, I think they're all still alive. I muttered, looking around, and saw Conla still breathing haggardly, having been unable to free himself. Jean was still bound, her body a mess, and her arm looked dead. Hercules was broken underneath the other one. Sieg, or rather Siegfried. Pretty sure he might be dead, actually. George was a bit better if handicapped now, but unconscious, and Chow Chow. Well, fuck him. I paid no mind to the growing pool of blood forming around him. All's well that ends well. I guess it's time to clean up this mess. Chapter 89. The remnants of the attack were dealt with swiftly. The only reason they managed this level of destruction and chaos was due to the nature of their attack. I didn't really listen on the details, but apparently one of the elders, who was close to Yasaka, was apparently a spy, or just fed up with her in general and aligned himself with the rabble. The hero faction were taken and confined to wherever Yasaka keeps her dungeon. Only Siegfried died. Several others are in critical condition. They are keeping them alive, mostly for questioning, but alive they are. Unfortunately, I couldn't remove their sacred gears, without killing them, that is. All of them except for Jean. They were more like concepts that wrapped around their souls than actual items like the boosted gear. Less tangible, and I didn't know if they would die or not, and Yasaka seemed to want them alive for some very advanced interrogation. Perhaps I'll get the chance to do something with them later. Jean, though, I just couldn't touch her sacred gear, due to the holy nature. But I helped seal them tight. George's was surprisingly difficult to keep down. It seemed to want to escape whatever I did at any moment. Well, one of the lot was up and about. And he won't do anything? Yasaka questioned Artoria. He gave me his word. He will not forego his punishment, nor will he bring you any harm. Artoria nodded. Yasaka looked at me. I trust her with my life. And her instinct was frighteningly accurate. She seemed to accept that, and just turned to the one prisoner who was not bound. You plotted against me, and many of my people are dead. Yes. Arthur spoke, not even speaking anything in his defense. The only reason you haven't been thoroughly forced to speak everything you know is your thin relations with Artoria. Yasaka added. Artoria never spoke of her connection with him, and by extension the Pendragon family, but the physical similarities between the two of them was rather hard to miss. Not to mention the glowing holy sword that denoted her the true King of England. Why? Yasaka finally asked, seemingly exasperated. To protect my sister. Do you expect me to sympathize with you? Yasaka scoffed. No, I merely gave an answer. Arthur shook his head. Yasaka seemed annoyed with his answer but wanted more information regardless. What happened to your sister? My family would not relinquish her, and I was already doing everything I could to pressure them into not hurting my lover. Arthur explained. She is a genius magician, perhaps only matched by her namesake. Since I left, they had doubled down on their control over here. I don't know how it happened, but Chow Chow made them back off and brought her out from under them. Yasaka huffed, clenching her fists in anger, then letting out a long sigh. You didn't actually harm any of my people, nor did you have a direct hand in my daughter's suffering. I can more or less guess what your relationship is with this Chow Chow. She rubbed her temples. 20 years of servitude. No doubt with your abilities, living past a normal human's lifespan would be a simple matter. I will serve to the best of my abilities. Arthur dropped his head in a bow. A knight does make a vow like this lightly, Artorius said sternly. My word is my bond, he replied. I would offer my sword, but I feel like I would get beaten up if I take it out. You have another weapon? Artoria asked. Yes, I only used Caliban under dire circumstances. He stated. I usually stuck to using Excalibur ruler. Excalibur, ruler. Artoria repeated the words, almost like they were poison in her mouth. Take it out. Arthur just blinked, not seeing any negative looks from Yasaka, and nodded, pulling out the sword from wherever he kept it. Artoria snatched it, her expression unreadable, but I could tell her emotions were very turbulent. This is not Excalibur. She sighed, placing her hands on either end and snapping the blade like it was made of wood. Let it rest in peace, she said quietly, placing the pieces back into his hands. Arthur just stared at the pieces his sword had once been. Even Yasaka looked genuinely surprised at what Artoria had just done. You said your family, the Pendragon family, is holding your lover hostage? She spoke up again. Yes, Arthur said quietly. I fell in love with one of the maids working at the family estate. Damn it, I'm not really in the mood to make a joke with that. Perform your duties well, and I shall go retrieve her at a later date. Artoria turned around and walked away. Apparently, she needed a moment to herself. Not that I could blame her. Well, I broke the small silence. I guess that puts an end to this matter. Yasaka looked, unamused, pacing back and forth for a few more moments. I think she wanted to ask some things, but she refrained for now. It also seems Yasaka still has much to say to this young man who is on the wrong end of her ire. Wilhelm, bring me to see my daughter before I start kicking him out of annoyance. Yasaka finally turned away from the blonde knight. With pleasure, gathering both Artoria and Yasaka, we entered Zelretch's living room. It was rather spacious, all things considered, and there wasn't anything particularly private in the area, so I felt fine bringing a guest here. Mommy! A shout across the building drew all our attentions. My little fox! Yasaka swept her daughter up in her arms. Zelretch and Rin followed right after her. Thank you so much. Yasaka turned her eyes towards the two unfamiliar people. Think nothing of it. Zelretch gave a gentle smile. I was more than happy to meet my great-granddaughter, he said with a laugh. Oh, God damn it. Whatever. Wilhelm spoke of you briefly. It's good to finally meet you. Yasaka gave a polite bow towards Zelretch. Oh, here we go. It seems my grandson is still up to no good with the ladies. Zelretch chuckled. Do I have yet another granddaughter now? I'm trying, Yasaka replied. He just continues to heartlessly reject my confessions. Yasaka dramatically feigned heartache. Daddy. Kunu slipped out of Yasaka's grasp and collided with me. I couldn't help but wrap my arms around her. Did you have fun with Gramps? He showed me some toys he made. Ruby was really nice too. Oh, that could only end well. Who's Ruby? Yasaka asked, turning towards Rin. No. Rin denied. I'm Rin Tosaka. Another of Wilhelm's harem, is it? What? No. Rin shouted shock, before turning towards me. Wait, you have a harem? You didn't know? Yasaka tilted her head, eyeing me. You didn't tell her? I pushed this question off to Artoria. I never found the time to bring it up. She turned slightly red. Zelretch just cackled. Was Saber not enough for you? You man whore. Rin pointed at me. Rin, jealously isn't a good look on you. Who would be jealous of you? Kids. Zelretch stepped forward. Humph. Rin crossed her arms, clearly overcome with jealousy. What a fun bunch you are. Yasaka smiled. I really can't you all enough. Kyoto is always open to you, and I would love to host you at some point. She stopped for a moment, taking in her surroundings. Why does it feel so strange here? Never been to Kyoto. Rin mused, seemingly changing the subject with haste. Actually, I never been to anywhere in Japan outside of Fuyuki. Isn't that in the Oita prefecture? She tilted her head. Yeah, I'm the second over there. Rin beamed. Second owner? Yasaka asked in confusion. Rin paused. It's a mage thing. She waved her hand dismissively. Yasaka didn't dwell on it, thankfully. A trip would be lovely. I'll see if I can squeeze in the time for a future visit. Zelretch lied with practiced ease. How much effort would it take for him to leave this world line like that? I apologize for the suddenness of my visit, and now I'm leaving abruptly as well, but with a recent attack on my territory, I have a great many things I need to take care of. Yasaka spoke, clearly indicating that she needed to leave. My dear, is it completely understandable? Zelretch quickly eased her discomfort. I'm sure we'll be seeing much more of each other. I do of course wish for my great-granddaughter to visit as well. He is really enjoying this. Yeah, keep playing it up. I rolled my eyes. I'll take you both back. Kunu was still grabbing me as I pat her head, and Yasaka gave me a smile. Yasaka said her goodbyes. I opened a portal for us, right back where we left. You going to be okay? I looked towards Yasaka briefly before taking in the damage around the area. We should be fine, comparatively. She sighed. I thought we cleaned up enough last time, and here we are again doing this all over again. At least I'm positive we weeded out all the traitors this time. I thought for a moment before taking out several talismans. Kunu, sweetie. I knelt down next to her. Would you do Daddy a favor and keep this on you at all times? What do they do? They're good luck charms. I made them especially for you. I gave her a smile. Experimental, but they should trigger upon receiving an attack of sufficient damage. Okay. She happily took them. Yasaka looked me over and sighed again. You really are a good man. She gave a small smile, watching her daughter's happy expression. Before and now, how am I supposed to pay you back if you keep rejecting me? She gave a light laugh. To say I don't have a soft spot for her would be a lie. We barely know each other. I know I'm being hypocritical for saying that, but it just felt different this time. It makes it even weirder considering I have basically accepted Kunu as my daughter. She just laughed. Maybe I've been going about this wrong then? I like the mischievous side of you. I admitted, but I can rarely tell if you're being sincere or not, and I don't want my heart played with. She paused, her expression changing. I see. Is that how you felt? She muttered to herself, seemingly lost in thought before sighing again. Kunu, sweetie, say goodbye to Daddy. Come back soon. She wrapped me up tight again. Of course. I hugged her back. Please come back and visit soon. Kunu has grown rather attached. Yasaka rubbed her daughter's head. Though she isn't the only one wanting you to visit more. Perhaps we can spend some time together later. I offered. I would like that. Yasaka brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, giving a bright smile as I left through a portal. I let out a long breath as I stepped back into Zelretch's workshop. Long day? He asked, gesturing for me to have a seat. Has Artoria told you everything? I sat right next to the mentioned woman. Some things, he replied, but filling in the blanks would be helpful. Yeah, like why was there a phantasmal beast? A nine-tailed fox dropped on top of me. Rin deadpanned. You mean that literally, or? Quite literal. Zelretch chuckled. Damn, I'm good. I hate you. Rin drolled. All right, I got some goodies for you from my trip. I'll give them to you later. You better. Rin huffed. I looked at Artoria, and I couldn't help but put my arm around her shoulder. She gave a small smile as she nudged herself closer to me. So, basically, that was Yasaka. She rules over half the yokai in Japan. I'm on pretty friendly terms with her. Friendly terms? Rin raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I can think of two big reasons for that. Ah, well, her breasts are magnificent, I can't deny that. Anyways, I expertly changed the subject. Long story short, saved her daughter, blah blah. That was the first time Artoria came over. Metazanami things happened. Next thing I know, they are attacked again and I kind of panicked and sent Kuna here because it was the safest place I knew. That's actually really adorably. Rin sighed. How come she was calling you Daddy? I may have been adopted by her. I admitted. Well, I approve. Zelretch nodded. She is a wonderful little girl. I look forward to spoiling her. I guess she handled Ruby well, too. Rin muttered something about how cute Kunu was and how she was called Auntie. But thanks for the help and looking after her. I said sincerely. Honestly, I don't think I could handle anything happening to Kunu. You've known her for how long? Rin looked surprised. I know. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. Don't know what happened. Just got rather attached so quickly. Am I projecting my own father issues onto this situation? Zelretch shrugged. Why even question it? It doesn't harm anything, and everyone involved is happier for it. That is a good way to look at it. Fuck it, then. She's my daughter, I'm adopting her. How you doing? I turned towards Artoria. I am still processing what happened. She looked down at her hands. I know it is not the same as our world, but still, some things still weigh on my mind. She waved her hand, bring out Caliban. Is that what I think it is? Rin's eyes widened. Indeed, at least that world's version. It is a very peculiar blade. Yeah, I think the God of the Bible even had a hand in its creation. I added. Zelretch rubbed his chin. Curious. I wouldn't mind taking a look at it later. Speaking of, I also have this, but it's refusing to obey me. I took out Graham and set it on the coffee table. Yasaka didn't even question my intent to take spoils, but the others didn't really grab my attention. I prefer quality over quantity. Oh my, that is a nasty sword. Zelretch admired it. Feels rather demonic. Graham, so it's about what you would expect, just not a noble phantasm. I left the others with Yasaka. None of them really caught my fancy, and Graham is being very combative with me. It's weird seeing a legendary sword like this, and it not being a noble phantasm. Rin hesitantly touched the flat of the blade. A small whiff of demonic power pricked her finger as she gave a small yelp. Stupid sword, she muttered. So, how's your projects going? I asked. Rin gave a SOSO gesture. Probably need a couple more weeks to finish up. Damn, a few weeks. I don't want to rush her, but, ugh. I want to see Meridia again, but heading there before without them just feels like it would lead to more issues. I mean, time isn't flowing the same for her, so it's only on my end I'm feeling the time. I guess I can keep putting up with this for a bit longer. That's fine. I guess I can see to some other matters. I turned back to Zelretch. Been feeling a bit restless. Figured I would end my little vacation here. And I still have that list you gave me. I was thinking of investigating one of the worlds you left notes on. Something there caught my interest. Oh, which one? He asked. Honestly the name escapes me, but you made a note of it having a broken moon? Chapter 90. Interlude 4. Rias Gremory POV. Mother. I greeted as I entered the house. She gave a warm smile, wrapping me up in a hug. It was nice to see her. Going to the human world for school made it, so I would sometimes go days without even visiting Mom or Dad. Father. I looked towards the man who sold me away. Rias. He replied curtly, not even looking the least upset that I'm still barely speaking to him. Well, I've known about the arranged marriage since I was a child, but recently he's completely stonewalled me from even bringing up any alternatives. I wasn't against marrying someone, but why did it have to be that idiot Riser? He only sees me for either my Gremory name or my body. He couldn't even make a half-assed effort to get to know me before drooling all over my boobs. Even if I didn't want to be here, mostly because of Dad, it was the first time we've all gotten together in weeks, since Takao went missing and everyone started fighting. I walked into the dining room, seeing the maids start setting out dishes and silverware everywhere. Hello, Rias. I turned, recognizing the voice. Brother. I smiled towards Surzex, who strolled in with Grafia right behind him. How are you doing, Rias? Surzex smiled, opening his arms for a hug. He wasn't wearing his formal Satan clothing. That was a good sign. Good, considering. I embraced him briefly. Grafia. I looked towards my sister-in-law. Hello, Rias. Grafia gave a neutral smile, clearly not in her maid mode. She prioritizes being a queen, and maid over being brother's wife. Still, though, she never takes off her maid outfit. I was happy to see them, but it just felt so awkward. It was like everyone was forces themselves to keep up appearances. The table was prepared rather quickly, everyone filling in. Where's Millikas? Father wanted to spend some time with him. Mother responded politely. Oh, he's with grandfather. Rias, we have some news. Dad broke the new silence. The Phoenix family is pushing to move up the marriage date. What? I stood up, slamming my hands on the table. I was told I could wait until I'm done with college. Rias, behave. Mother lightly chided. Listen to everything before you get upset. I took a deep breath, settling back down. Mother was actually on my side, not wanting me to be forced into a marriage I didn't want. As I was saying, the Phoenix family was pushing to move up the date. We were talking about it in a few weeks. But after everything that's happened, he glanced towards brother. It's going to be a few months instead, possibly up to half a year. I was promised until after college. No, you were not. Father sternly replied, "You were told we would let you continue through your schooling as long as you kept up with all your responsibilities. I have. I'm gone to every gathering you wanted me to, every party, and every stupid political dinner." I threw my hands up. "You have." He nodded. "But that's not everything, is it? Tell me, how's your peerage doing? How's your training coming along? It's been a year, I believe, since the last time you showed off your power. I'm excited to see how much you've grown," he said dryly. I winced at what he was implying. "I train every day," I countered. "Rias, doing the same pitiful exercises every day does not count as training." He shook his head. "Not to mention your peerage." "What's wrong with my peerage?" "Rias, your peerage is a complete mess. It's a reflection of you as a devil, and in essence, a reflection of our family. To call them dysfunctional would be generous." He sighed. "And I hear you added another piece upon? How did that turn out?" "I made a mistake." I shrunk in my seat. He was supposed to have a sacred gear, but he still has a dragon bloodline. A dragon bloodline is impressive. Father agreed. "So what are you doing to bring out his full potential?" "Training. The same training you subject yourself to every day." He raised an eyebrow. He picked up a napkin, wiping his mouth. "Rias, I know you don't agree with this marriage, and I have given you ample time to prepare, to fight for yourself, yet you squandered it playing around in the human world." "What?" I looked at him in shock. "Rias, it's obvious you were planning on using a rating game to decide your fate." He rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm stupid? I didn't interfere because if you could get out of this mess yourself, then I would have no qualms about your future partner. Unfortunately, you seem intent on just wasting all your time away and just whining that life isn't fair, even with all the tools available for you to succeed." "What tools? You stopped anyone from helping me." I raised my voice. "I stopped your brother from using his political power because it would set a very bad precedent. And we both know he would have helped you without a second thought." We both glanced at Serzex, who just gave a small smile and nodded. "And tools? Rias, I'm tempted to walk over there and smack you upside the head." He deadpanned. "You have nearly unlimited resources available to you in the form of money and manpower. You could have hired tutors, bought weapons. Hell, you could have found peerage members by just broadcasting your name all over the world." He stood up, slamming his hands on the table this time. "But you've done nothing. So you don't get to whine about this marriage. You don't get to prance around and pretend like you're some caged bird. You made your bed. It's time to lay in it." He sat back down. "You've been given a set allowance for now on, and any requests will be going through me." My eyes widened as I stared at my father. He didn't even lift his head up to look at me, and I turned towards Mother. "Mom!" "Rias, I love you dearly, but you need to understand that actions have consequences," she calmly stated. "You have been too complacent for far too long. But I'm the heir. Wouldn't it look bad if I become some kind of trophy wife for Riser of all people?" I tried to lean on the family angle. "Rias, you will always be taken care of, but you are far from the only one able to shoulder the family." Mother replied, "Millikas is just as talented as you when it comes to his power of destruction. Who knows how strong he'll be in the future?" She explained. "Not to mention my other grandson." She shot a look at Serzex, making him frown. I didn't know what to say. It seems like everything was suddenly falling apart. "That reminds me. How's Okita? Serzex?" Mother stared intently at brother. He took a deep breath. "He is recovering," Serzex said evenly. "What happened to Uncle Okita?" I couldn't help but ask. "Recovering? We have a store of phoenix tears for things like this. Are they not enough? Okita got in a bit of a scuffle with your nephew." Mother spoke. I turned towards Serzex, who just stared down at his place, and Grafia, who looked like she no longer wanted to be here. "The news is spreading quite fast, though most people don't know who was able to put Okita into the hospital. Even after a few phoenix tears were used, he's still bedridden." Mother continued, "I've only been able to get a few pictures so far, but they show a lot of magic being thrown around. Yes, it's hard to miss a goddess delivering the body of one of our most popular devils onto our front door." Grafia spoke for the first time this evening, and it was only to take a jab at brother. "I guess they're still fighting." "What happened?" I asked quietly. "The details are a bit vague, but Okita and your nephew fought over in Kyoto. under the supervision of one of the yokai leaders, apparently Izanami no Makoto, was there as well and is quite close to our wayward grandson. She did not take too kindly to Okita being aggressive as he was. Japan's death goddess attacked Okita. I couldn't help but ask in shock. No. Mother shook her head. She merely delivered his body to us. He was beaten in a duel by Wilhelm. Who's Wilhelm? I asked. Ah, that is your nephew. Apparently he has a new name. Mother explained. Don't worry, this is the first time I am learning of this as well. She shot another glare at brother. What? I shouted in surprise. How did he beat Okita? Okita is like one of the strongest in the underworld. I mean, he can't compare to brother in Search, but he's still one of the strongest knights, even if he isn't at the top. That is quite the mystery, isn't it? How did my grandson beat someone with centuries of experience and power under his belt? Unfortunately, we'll never know because he does not wish to come back. Mother, Surzek sighed. Are you really going to do this right now? What? Do you expect me to stop bringing it up? To ignore the fact that I have a grandson whom I will probably never meet? Mother narrowed her eyes. Is it that he wasn't strong enough for you? That he didn't have any power of destruction? That didn't seem to matter when he promptly handed Okita his ass. She huffed. You told me when you were first sending him away that he would be looked after and lead a normal life, not that he would be shuttled away to a corner in Kuo and forgotten about. Okita held back. Surzek spat out, ignoring everything else she said. There was no way he would have lost if he was fighting at his best. Oh, then why did he say that Wilhelm held back substantially as well? Mother countered, earning a glare from brother. I did go meet him now, just because I am annoyed at you and by extension him, doesn't mean I don't care for his well-being. She didn't back down from brother's clearly annoyed expression. According to Okita, he was well-versed in magic and had a mastery of swordplay well beyond what his age and experience should have allowed. Your son defeated your knight in single combat, and it's only a matter of time before everyone knows this. So what exactly is your plan now? What even was your plan then? Grab him, force him back here where he clearly didn't want to be. I would think of something, he muttered. As long as he's back, then things would be fine. Because everything would fit back into your picturesque idea of a life. Strongest devil, with the strongest queen as his wife, a genius son, sitting high up on his throne. What's missing from that picture? You have everything you could want, but here's this little black spot called Wilhelm, and you see it and can't help but try and hide it. Surzek stood up. The screeching of his chair silenced the room. He took the napkin in his lap and threw it on the table, walking out of the room. Mother just sighed. That stupid son of mine just doubles down with his stubbornness. She shook her head. You tried. Father gently pat her shoulder. I'll go try and stop him from doing anything foolish. Grafia sighed, following after him. How? How did Takao, Wilhelm get so strong? Okita wasn't the strongest, nor even in the top 20 of the underworld, but he was definitely up there. I've seen him train Kibo a bit. I've watched videos of him fighting, yet the thought of him losing to someone my age seemed impossible. And now I have to deal with my marriage moving up. What am I going to do? A Nascent Kaleidoscope. Chapter 91. You know, I feel like a divorced dad whose ex got the kids. I propped my head up with my arm, sitting at the table watching Artoria hold both the true Longinus and Graham. Artoria seemed amused by that, flashing me a smile as she lightly swung both weapons. This demonic sword doesn't like me. She gave it a few more swings. Yeah, it wasn't exactly sapient, but it had its own intelligence. It was more like it was putting up with her as opposed to wanting her to wield it, almost like it could recognize Excalibur and begrudgingly admitted its inferiority and just stayed quiet in her hands. Honestly, it almost completely ignored the fact that she was a dragon, even though the sword vehemently hated dragons. My Ascalon has more powerful anti-dragon properties due to its nature as a noble phantasm, yet holding it did not bring about nearly the same feeling as this Graham did. But the spear won't stop glowing, I pointed out. She furrowed her brow as she stared intently at the spear, setting the sword down next to her. This spear, it is not a noble phantasm, but I feel uneasy with it in my hand. She ran a finger along the flat of the spear tip. It feels like something is watching me intently, judging each of my actions. And other facets remind me of my own lance. Really? It reminds you of that ridiculous thing. I was surprised by her admission. You know of my lance? She tilted her head. I do. I suppose I am one of the few alive that does, Zelretch being an obvious addition. I sat back in my seat, the pillar that fastens the layers of reality to the world. I waved my hand flippantly. Not even my knights knew of its true nature. She said quietly, Merlin warned me very early on not to overuse its power. Comparable to my sword it was, but its nature made it incompatible for mortals to wield over time. The spear, do you like it? I shot her a smile. She looked at me with a little surprise on her face. Are you? Asking me if I was interested in keeping it? If you liked it, I wouldn't mind giving it to you. A smile crept up on her face as she shook her head. No, it's giving me an uneasy feeling. It would not reject me, but I feel like I would lose something precious if it took it as my weapon. She sat it down next to Graham. But your intent is very much appreciated. She turned her head away, a small red tint on her cheeks. Besides, it is your spoils of battle. I have already taken Caliban, and I feel uneasy about that decision. Worried about your descendant? I asked. It is a strange feeling, she admitted. I know I am not technically related to him, but I somehow feel responsible for his actions. As deplorable they were, yet he did them for a good reason. She took a seat at the table. I am conflicted. What should I do? Well, he seemed to realize he was in the wrong. That means he isn't beyond saving. I pointed out. And you are not angry he had a hand in. She didn't finish, but I knew she was speaking about Kunu. I am furious, I replied, which wasn't a lie. I would not bat an eye if Yasaka dealt with him. But I'm not unreasonable. He didn't directly involve himself, and my heart isn't made of stone. I can recognize the reasoning for working with Chow Chow. I can't say what I would or wouldn't do for my sister. I don't have one, but I don't know what I would do to save someone I care about. I wish to have words with this Pendragon family at some later point. She stated, her expression hardening. I will happily go with you. I offered. It seems like there are several more reasons to go back to the world now. I sighed. I never intended to get attached there. Artoria got up from her seat, walking over to me before pushing herself in my lap. She looked up at me, rather bashfully. Hello. I couldn't help but laugh as I wrapped my arms around her. She leaned back, meeting my eyes. Is this uncomfortable? No, I was just surprised. Someone is getting more confident. She hummed lightly. I could feel her head against my chest. It's true. I also have things there that occupy my thoughts. Izzy? I asked. Yes. I admit I do not have many people I can call friends, and I did enjoy my time spent with her. Rin was different. With Izanami, it felt like I connected with someone on my own. Artoria said quietly, You know, Zelretch probably wouldn't mind shuffling you back and forth when I'm away. I already told her that I would be heading out soon, and she was there when I spoke a little bit about the world I was going to. It would not be inconvenient for the Wizard Marshal? She looked up at me again. Of course not. He already considered you part of the family, even without us dating. Oh. She looked rather happy at that comment. I see. I suppose I should make preparations then. A small pep in her tone gave away at her excitement. Maybe she's been feeling a bit stifled staying in the clock tower for so long? I felt bad telling Izzy I wouldn't see her for a bit. I sighed. I think it would do her good if someone popped in every now or then. I could tell that Artoria wasn't trying to be overly sexual when she sat on my lap like this, but her shifting her but over my groin every now and then. Izanami is not the only one either. Artoria spoke. Your bond with Kunu was rather sudden, but it was no less heartwarming to see you so taken with her. I can't help it. She adopted me. I chuckled. And Yasaka? She asked. What about Yasaka? I'm curious on your thoughts of her. She is a good mother. It must be hard to juggle that along with ruling over a large portion of Japan's yukai. I meant as a woman. Oh, really? I have seen the looks you've given her. I was merely curious if there would be another woman in your life or not. I thought about it, and I still wasn't quite sure myself. No idea. I doubt I will ever abandon Kunu, so something may happen in the future, but I'm not really on the lookout for more women to add to my growing harem. She finished for me, a slight twitch of amusement on her face. Someone is being bold today. She looked up at me. her face a little flushed as she reached up and pulled my head down into a kiss. It wasn't very deep, but it was much more than a slight peck on the lips. "Okay, what's going on with you?" I enjoyed the brief moment of intimacy, but she was definitely acting strange. "I am perfectly fine." She turned away. "Yeah, no." I poked her cheek. "As much as I enjoy this closeness, you are acting strange." "Spill." "It's nothing, just when." Her face turned a much brighter red than before. "When we engaged in battle and I fought that Hercules person, I felt some things. Well, I could only imagine what it was like to fight someone calling themselves Hercules after facing the real T." "From you," she clarified. "From me." I looked at her in confusion until realization dawned on me. I think there was some sort of sympathetic link when her dragon's core roared to life and the boosted gear that was inside my soul. Does that mean I basically blasted her with all my lust for those few moments? Welp, time to go kill myself. She tugged on my sleeve to grab my attention. I was surprised and perhaps a little unsure of how to process those feelings at the time, but I am happy you feel that way about me, she said quietly. Compared to someone like Yasaka, I was worried that you didn't. She trailed off but didn't finish. Oh, that's why she was feeling emboldened. Awkwardness aside, at least she is happy, I guess. On the flip side, if I felt things like that from someone I was attracted to, it would definitely give me a confidence boost. I ran my hand down her arm until her fingers intertwined with me. I had to leave later, but I would just enjoy these few moments for now. I flipped my hat, setting it neatly on my head, looking around the room. I suppose this is goodbye again. Don't forget to bring back souvenirs. Rin barely gave me a look. Love you too, Rin. And yes, I'll be very careful. Thank you for your kind words. I ignored her and turned to Artoria. Take care of yourself. Make sure Rin eats at least twice a day. Also, don't forget to change her jia. Fuck you, Schweinorg. Rin shout from the other side of the room. I smirked at her, and her lips curled up as well. Try not to be too much of a man-whore. A Herculean task, but I shall try. Seems like her and Artoria had a chat. Well, I'm glad she isn't making any false assumptions on our relationship then. Be careful. You do not know what dangers are awaiting you. Artoria stepped forward towards me expectantly. Do you have everything you require? Foodstuffs, healing materials, alchemic ingredients, on my OG supplies. I wrapped my arms around her, pulling her in close. I have more than enough. Besides, this world isn't supposed to be very dangerous, all things considered. Do not be overconfident. She lightly chided. She stood up on her tiptoes and placed her lips against mine briefly. Yes, ma'am. I shot her a smile, which she reciprocated. Usually, I'm the one having to make sure he's prepared. Zelretch stepped in. It's good to have someone to keep his head on straight. He gave a gentle smile towards both me and Artoria. Her words ring true. I only know some vague outlines of this world line you are going to, having only glimpsed it in the past by mere chance. Yeah, I read the notes. There are humans there, so I should be able to wing it. Stood up straight as Artoria removed herself. My acting skills are quite good. Anything you want me to grab while I'm out and about. Oh, now that you mention it, I do have a small list with me. He waved his hand and a piece of paper flew right over to me, bundled up into many pages. I looked it over and gave him glare. You are the worst. I deadpanned. He just cackled. Do what you can. He waved me off. Other mundane things as well. I wouldn't mind some soil samples from various places. Perhaps some foliage as well. If they have any interesting foods or varieties, I wouldn't mind expanding the garden. I forgot he had his own garden. If I remember correctly, he traded favors with the blue to adjust the growth rate there. A mild adjustment to the temporal flow, basically a bounded field that accelerates time. Well, I have the coordinates already, but would you mind giving me a lift, old man? I asked. Sure. He smiled, waving his hand, allowing a new portal to open. This should get you relatively close to civilization, though how accurate it is I don't know. Good enough for me. I gave one last look around the room. Off I go. And I jumped in. The split second between the 2 points had me merely blinking as I started falling through the air, smacking into tree branches before I hit the ground. Ow! I whined, face planting into the dirt. 10 out of 10 nice face plant. Well, what do the other judges have to say? I rolled over to stare at a young woman looking at me a few feet away. Hello. She blinked at me. Are you okay? Probably. I stood up, brushing myself off. Did you see a hat anywhere? I saw it fall over. She disappeared in a burst of rose petals. Here you go. She happily handed it back to me. Thanks. I brushed it off as well, putting it back on my head. Not the weirdest thing I've seen before. You're pretty fast. I took another look. She was wearing a red cape with a hood, and her hair had some red highlights. Were those natural or not? Curious. She seemed to beam at my praise. It's my semblance, she said excitedly. What about you? What was yours? I saw that bright light suddenly fill the sky. You were like WAH, and fell and then smack hit the ground. She started gesturing with her hands. Was that your semblance? Sure, why not? The fuck is a semblance? That must mean you're a huntsman. She practically squealed. What's a huntsman? I asked in confusion. Some kind of hunter. She tilted her head. Someone who fights Grimm, duh. She looked at me weirdly. How do you not know that? I'm from very far away. How far away? Like Mistral. But even Mistral has huntsmen, maybe Atlas. But they're everywhere, and there's no way you wouldn't know about them then. I guess you must be from Vacuo. I heard it's all desert over there. Did you come from the desert? Is it really as hot as people say? I heard that there are a lot of Grimm that hide under the sands and make it hard to travel. Further away, I said without really thinking about it, getting a better look at the broken moon in the sky. She gasped. Are you an alien? Wait, what? Why would she even reach that conclusion? I mean, it isn't technically wrong, just kind of a weird train of thought to randomly reach. Sure, kid. Oh my gosh. She threw her hands up in excitement. I can't wait to tell Yang and Dad. Uncle Crow too. Rose petals began to fall around her as she practically vibrated in the spot she was standing. Well, some directions to town wouldn't be remiss. She seems fun, probably no older than 15, maybe a little bit younger than that. Awesome. I can show you Patch, and you can meet Dad. He's home right now. I just shrugged. Wasn't like I was going to get a better offer anytime soon. Would give me an opportunity to get some actual information from her about this world. Oh, by the way, I'm Ruby. Ruby Rose. She turned around waving at me. Oh, right. It's Ruby, enunciating her name like I couldn't understand her. Ruby, we've been speaking the same language this whole time. I deadpanned. I'm Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. It's a pleasure. Chapter 92. I picked a leaf from a nearby tree, looking at it for a moment before tossing it away. Nothing too spectacular about it. Not that I was expecting anything different. It was surprising how many worlds seemingly evolved in such similar ways. I'm pretty sure this tree had a corresponding twin back on Earth somewhere, at least enough on the surface to be unnoticeable of either world's habitants. Even the grass didn't look anything impressive, but I did grab a sample of dirt and added it to a little baggie for later. Oh, Ruby shot in front of me. Are you taking samples back to your mothership for later? She looked at me expectantly. Yup, my Gramps wanted samples from this world. In for a penny, in for a pound. Why you don't need samples of people, right? She shrunk down slightly. I couldn't help but smile at her antics. I wondered if Kunu would be like her in a few years. I'm not here to kidnap anyone. I shook my head with a small laugh as something caught my eyes in the distance. What's that? I pointed over towards a clearing. Ruby's head snapped, eyes squinting. Beowulf! The words barely left her mouth as her form disappeared, leaving behind a small outline of rose petals. What an excitable girl! I muttered, looking where she burst off to. I saw the metal contraption on her back, which I was assuming to be a gun, transform into a very large scythe. Okay then. I just blinked as she swung around a weapon larger than herself. A couple more of these Beowulfs stumbled out of the woods, running at her. She slid under their attacks with ease, using the momentum of her own swings to weave into the bodies of the creatures, easily dismembering them. They fell to the ground, dissolving into nothingness. Curious. I tapped my chin, taking out the notes the old man gave me about this world. Grim, was it? I scratched my head, trying to make sense of what Zelretch wrote. Some kind of malevolent constructs that populate the world and are inclined to seek out and kill people, seemingly completely ignoring animals. Zelretch wasn't sure of their origin, nor of how they exist, so to speak. Something to look into. There were a few drawings to go along with what he wrote. Apparently, they all have these weird bone protrusions all over their body, also each have these bone masks on their faces. Otherwise, their bodies are almost completely black with weird red markings. All done! Ruby appeared next to me again. You're pretty good. Uh-huh, I'm going to be a huntress. Ruby nodded happily. You have a lot of wasted movements, though. I idly commented, writing a couple things in the margin of the notes I was given. What? She looked at me with a little surprise on her face. I could see through her combat style at a glance. You rely too much on being quicker than your opponents. Your attacks had a lot of flair, but you had too many openings. If you were to go against an intelligent opponent, someone used to fighting people, you would probably lose as you are. I walked over to a nearby tree and found a good length branch. Giving it a few swings, I nodded to myself. Come at me! I ushered her forward. Wait, you want to spar? With a stick? I just smiled. Turning around, I filled the stick with my magical energy and swept it against the tree. Her eyes practically bugged out of her head as the large object began to fall out with a clean cut through its trunk. How did you do that? Was that your semblance? She practically shouted. Wait, do aliens have aura? Do they have souls? Wait, is it rude to assume that aliens don't have souls? Am I being accidentally racist? Yang said I need to be careful about that. You can assume it's my semblance. I just nodded, more amused than anything at her ramblings. I honestly wanted to pat her head, but I refrained. So come, try to attack me. All right, but tell me when your aura gets low. I don't want to hurt you. She pulled her weapon out, and it shifted from a gun-like object into a full-on scythe again. Almost lackadaisical with her attention, as if she didn't see me as a threat, and this was merely for fun. Well, Miss Huntress, are you going to attack or not? I lazily leveled my stick at her. That got her attention, as she moved quickly at me, petals showing her advanced speed activating. It didn't look like she was taking me seriously, as she used a blunt part of her weapon to sweep at me. I stepped forward, raising my stick up and piercing right towards her shoulder. Her entire attack got stopped. She was lifted off her feet and knocked back several yards. Curious, a red shimmering barrier appeared over her, stopping me from making contact. I actually put more force into it than I intended to test its actual strength. I flipped open the book again, turning to page I recalled. Ah, was this the aura I heard about? She did mention something about that as well. The power of the soul made manifest, or something like that. Seriously, Zelretch's notes are really fucking vague. Kind of feel like he did that on purpose to mess with me. Ow! Ruby stood up, rubbing her shoulder. I felt that through my aura. Maybe I should hold back a little bit. Again. Ruby shook herself off, standing back up. I'll get you this time. She took a stance, somewhat better than before, like she was taking this moderately serious. Granted, I didn't know much about wielding a scythe, but her legs were steady, and she had a solid center of gravity. She moved, her scythe sweeping towards my torso. She used her whole body to spin the large weapon at me. My stick made contact, acting like a wall as it blocked her blade. But she apparently anticipated this, and her scythe shifted slightly, acting more like a glaive. Twisting it around, she used her momentum to continue her assault. I met each of her attacks with the slightest movement. While she danced around me with huge, sweeping attacks, I merely flicked my stick to block. The petals around me started to pile up, and I noticed that she was only sprinting in straight lines. It made following her movements even easier if I couldn't already see them easily from before. She had a good rhythm going, and against one of those grim creatures it would have been a sufficient strategy. Alas. Yield! I stepped forward, disrupting her entire movement, placing my stick at the nape of her neck. She blinked, looking down. You're good, she whispered. Only Uncle Crow is able to beat me that easily. You're simply not used to fighting other people. I tossed my stick to the side. Yeah, she pouted, refolding her scythe back into its compacted form and putting it away on her back. But I want to be a huntress. To fight Grim and be a hero, I don't need to fight people. She beamed. I really didn't want to kill that innocence she had, so I held my tongue. It seems you can only use your burst of speed in straight lines, too. What? No. She looked away awkwardly. What gave it away? You only moved in straight lines with it. I laughed. Keep practicing. You'll be able to overcome that limitation in the future. I smiled. Humph, I keep practicing until I can beat you. She huffed. But that was so cool. She quickly changed her tone. How did you do that? Her attitude was really contagious. I trained with a good teacher. I smiled happily, thinking of Scat Hack again. The memories were becoming less and less bitter as time passed, but I still missed her something fierce. I can't wait until I can go to Beacon. Is Beacon a school? I hazarded a guess as we continue on through the forest. Oh, I forgot you aren't from around here, she said with the subtlety of a dragon. Beacon is the best huntsman school in Vale. My dad and Uncle Crow went there, and my mom too. More to mentally file away. There's my home. She hand gestured towards the end of another clearing. It wasn't what I was expecting, but it looked rather homey. A large log cabin with a few others in the distance. And a bit further away, I could vaguely see something resembling a town with some buildings that peeked over the treeline. So, as grateful as I am, is it a good idea to lead a stranger to your home like this? I'm supposed to help people. She smiled brightly. And Dad's home, and I'm a huntress in training. I just shrugged. Different social norms, based on how they developed here. Dad! Ruby shouted. I'm home and I have a guest. It better not be a boy. Another shout came from deeping in the house. Dad! Ruby shouted in indignation as the sound of footsteps could be heard approaching. A tall blond man walked out of a nearby room. He stared at me for a moment. Where did I put my shovel? I have the strangest feeling I'll be needing to dig a grave. I couldn't help but have my lips curl up. He seems fun. Dad! Stop being mean. I'm not a child. She puffed up. I'm going to tell Uncle Crow. Fine, fine. He held his hands up in surrender. Go get your uncle. He should be sleeping off a hangover. Somewhere. Ugh, all right. She pouted. I wanted to show Crow the alien anyways. She disappeared in a burst of petals. Ruby. He turned and shouted in the directions he ran off to. I said no semblance in the house. You're cleaning these up when you get back. He turned back towards me. An alien? He eyed me suspiciously. Is that some kind of pickup line the kids are using these days? Your daughter has an active imagination, so I just played along. I shrugged. That girl. He sighed in exasperation. So, who are you and why shouldn't I be actively looking for my shovel? Oh gods, will this be how I react when my daughter starts dating? I couldn't help but thinking about that and shuddered. Sorry to ruin your fun. I don't have those kind of intentions. Besides, she's a bit young for me. I prefer older women. The man let out a laugh. Taiyong Xiaolong. He held out his hand, which I shook. Everyone calls me Tai. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I returned the greeting. Your daughter was kind enough to lead me here after I got a bit lost after a semblance mishap. Semblance mishap? He eyed me. I just shrugged, choosing to be vague. She is quite excitable. She gets that from her mom. Tai smiled. So what's this about being an alien? He raised an eyebrow, clearly wanting to know the joke. Lots of colors in the sky. Fell down and landed in front of your daughter, ergo alien. I summarized. Tai snorted. She gets into the weirdest situations. He laughed. Well, at least she can handle herself. I pointed out taking a seat as he gestured to a chair. Took care of a handful of Beowulfs with relative ease. A handful. He rubbed his chin. How far away were you? Less than an hour out. Ruby would know better than me. I scratched my head. I'll need to talk to some people. He sighed. We usually keep the grim really thinned on the island. A group of Beowulfs isn't really a huge red flag, but regardless, especially this close to town. He shook his head. So what are you here for? Not many people visit Patch just to visit. Basically, it's where us old hunters retire to raise our kids. Well, I was intending to go to Vale, but well. I lied through my teeth, using terms I just learned minutes ago. Semblance mishap. He nodded. How does that work? I thought for a moment, taking my hat off and reached inside, taking out an apple, tossing it to him. Could more or less guess what a semblance was at this point. Was just going to pass up my use of space as my semblance for now. No idea if this would work, but it was worth a try. He seemed surprised, staring at the piece of fruit and down back at my hat. Oh, cool. Chapter 93. So Crow picks up a banana And I know what you're thinking. He's going to do something hilarious with it, right? I nodded along, a small smile on my face as Ty recounts a story with him and his best friend. Maybe throw it at one of the gangsters. Maybe toss the banana peel, and some weird comedic timing makes one of them slips on it. He raised his eyebrow. Nope. He barely held in a laugh. He stops fighting, right in the middle of the brawl, and starts peeling that banana. I look at him in complete shock, wondering what the hell he's doing. The guys we're fighting stop and stare at him too, wondering what the hell was wrong with this guy. Ty shook his head. Crow just stares the one thug he was fighting with a moment ago, right in the eyes, and shoves the banana all the way down his throat and swallows it. I barely held in my drink as I held my nose so nothing would shoot out, keeping my laughter stifled. Damn it, Ty! I thought you said you weren't going to tell that story anymore. A man nursing a bag of ice walked into the room, followed by Ruby. He was different than Ty, a tall and well-built blonde. This dude was a bit slimmer, black hair and red eyes. Story? What story? Ruby popped up. Nothing you need to know, shorty. Crow pulled her cape over her head. I'm not short. She whined, grabbing his hand and trying to push it away. Crow seemed to ignore her as he took a flask out of his pocket, taking a swig, then eyeing me. So this is the alien? Yo! I greeted. Sup? He nodded at me, turning back to Ruby. He looks pretty human to me. Crow, don't be racist. Ruby hurriedly chastised him. Actually, I'm not an alien. I felt like the joke had gone on long enough. I didn't want to use her naivety cruelty. I'm a magician. I waved my hands enthusiastically. Okay, I couldn't resist. Really? Gonna to pull a rabbit out of your hat? Crow snorted. Maybe I will. Was that a thing here too? Pfft, I'd stop drinking for a month if you could do that. My lips curled up, and I flipped my hat upside down. I stared right into his eyes as my arm went into my hat, much further than it should have, pulling out Sir Wiggles in all his glory. Silence filled the room. He's so cute! Ruby gushed as I let the rabbit out of my hands and into hers. Ha! Ty just looked surprised as he reached over and stole Crow's flask. Sober for a month, that's gotta suck. Bite me. Crow groaned. Who are you exactly? He looked at me. Just a lost person, your niece? Found and brought to town. I replied. Was actually on my way to Vale and had a little semblance mishap. What's your semblance? Some kind of space manipulation. Crow raised an eyebrow. Something like that. I smiled. I knew a chick who could do something like that, but create portals. Crow sat down next to Ty. Sound familiar? I was surprised by his question and noticed Ty tense slightly. Sorry, no idea. I shrugged. Some kind of story there, I guess. Long shot anyways. He didn't dwell on it. So what brings you to Vale? If you got so long, you're probably not a native. Yeah, bit of an outsider. Just want to visit the big city for some personal projects. Wanted to start a research project on the nature of dust and aura. Was there even a need to hide my intents? Sounds boring. Crow clearly looked disinterested. Well, if I remember right, there should be a bullhead heading over to Vale in the next couple hours. Ty seemed unsure, but I guess the time frame was something to look into. I guess I should head over then. Don't want to miss my chance. I stood up. Thank you for your hospitality. I know it was a surprise to have a stranger suddenly drop in like this. Ty let out a small laugh. Don't worry about it. You are hardly the weirdest thing Ruby brought home. He looked at his daughter warmly. Besides, I'm proud of her for helping someone like this. She's going to be a great huntress. I couldn't help but admire the little girl, too. She was willing to bring me to her home because she thought I was in need of aid. You have a good daughter. I can only hope mine grows up to be like her. Geez, look at me thinking of Kunu's future. How old is yours? 11. Crow spit out the drink he was sneaking. Damn, they start earlier and earlier now. I rolled my eyes. Not by blood, obviously. Adopted? Ty asked. Well, she adopted me. I let out a small laugh. Regardless, I want to offer a gift as thanks. I only did my duty as a huntress. Ruby chimed in with a bit of pride in her voice, clearly paying attention to our conversation. I'm supposed to help people. Hey now, short stuff, let's see what he's offering. Weren't you eyeing that new upgrade for your weapon? Crow chimed in. Crow, stop being a bad influence. Ty sighed. only to see the sparkles in Ruby's eyes and realize it was futile. I couldn't help but laugh. Your weapon has a lot of moving parts, small ones at that. I can only imagine the maintenance costs and time that go into it. Ugh, I know. Ruby huffed, rubbing her face into Sir Wiggles. But it's fun too, you know. Tinkering with my baby, getting her perfect and upgrading her. Wait, you repair it? I look surprised. Did you make it too? Yup. Her name is Crescent Rose. She's my baby. Ruby beamed with pride. Wow. I can say without a shadow of a doubt, I could not do that. My specialty is not in mechanical engineering, especially with firearms. I thought for a moment, taking out a couple ingots of orichalcum from my ring. These should be useful to you then. Think of it as a thank you. Whoa! What are these? I've never seen metal like this before. Ruby eyes them curiously. It's called orichalcum, a very rare metal. It may take some trial and error to smelt them, but they're much more durable than steel. I dare say they won't suffer any damage in combat, even if you use your weapon every day for your entire life. Ruby squeed, opting to hug the metal over Sir Wiggles, the latter of whom seemed upset by this betrayal. Well, she's going to disappear into her workshop for a few days now. Ty shook his head as I scooped up Sir Wiggles and put him back inside my little hat where he was resting. Thank you. She really does love tinkering with her weapon. Good deeds deserve a reward. I held out my hand. It was a pleasure meeting you, but I should be on my way. If you're ever in the neighborhood, I'll look you up. I gave him one last goodbye and a nod towards Crow, who was paying more attention to Ruby than me. What a nice family. I wonder if this is a standard or the exception to the people in this world. Well, time to hit the road. I looked out the window of this supposed bullhead. It was basically a plane. Well, as much as the term could fit this vehicle. It had these large propeller wings that allowed for vertical and horizontal takeoff. It was a neat design. I saw out the window as a massive ocean creature pierced through the water below, only to dive back down when it looked up and saw we were too high. That was a grim. A very large grim, and it looked like a type of sea serpent. How interesting, and barely anyone even batted an eye. Just more stuff to look into later. What should I do first? Probably find a library or bookstore of some sorts. Don't want to go around asking questions that are supposed to be common sense around here. Kind of want to try the local food as well, but I also don't have any other currency. Lean they called it? I may or may not have illegally boarded the bullhead using magic. Definitely want to find somewhere to buy some of this dust. I've seen it used in almost every commercial aspect of their technological base, and it's just making me all the more interested in how it works. I noticed the lights being powered by that strange material back at Ty's house, and some other appliances. Really, it seems like they have all kinds of goodies here that I can acquire. Not to mention his aura, everyone has. I don't actually know the exact mechanism on how one goes about acquiring it. But the vague notes Zelretch left indicate it could be a small force multiplier on top of everything I have right now. More power? Sure. On that note, I really need to have a talk with the old man about taking better records. Then again, I know his train of thought at the time was probably that he would be the only one reading it, so they were basically reminders. Perhaps I should look for gifts for my girls as well? Rin did say souvenirs. I really should get something for Kunu. I missed that little fox already. Good news is that I can pop on over and scoop her up whenever I want. Bad news is I would have to explain what I'm actually doing if the time difference is too wonky. My idle musing stopped as I saw the outline of a large city come into view. It was frankly massive, and the huge walls that surrounded it just emphasized that even more. I could see huge guns and fortifications all over the walls, pointing out towards the forest and whatnot. Damn, how much of a problem are these grim that they literally require fortifications of this degree? Honestly, I was a bit giddy to finally arrive. One doesn't explore a completely new world so often, and a hub of activity like this was even more exciting. I ended up falling in love with Skyrim. I wondered if anything like that would pull me here. Welcome to Vale. Please respect your fellow passengers in your boarding and unboarding procedures. An automated voice came over the intercoms. The vehicle touched down a lot smoother than planes I've flown on in the past. I made the idle note to find a design for these bullheads and bring it back with me at some point. Well, that was my K. With a quick spell, I disillusioned myself to quickly disappear without any fanfare. I had a new city to explore. Chapter 94. It looks good. I'll give you 4,500 lean. 4,500? I rolled my eyes. Why don't he just rob me? 10,000. I countered. I can't make a profit with 10,000. It's got to be 5,500 at the most. 9,500? 6,000. Look, can we just skip the song and dance and meet at 7,500? I offered. And throw in an old scroll. I thought for a moment, looking around. Also, I'll take a small box of your fired dust. I pointed over to a display with several vials of dust shown off. He mulled that over for a moment. Fine. It's easy lean, even if it takes a bit to sell, and you can pick out one of the old scroll models, he grumbled, giving me a stack of money from this world. I pushed a small stack of gold coins his way. Pleasure doing business. I happily accepted the money and walked out of the little pawn shop, new phone in hand. Granted, it wasn't called that here, but that was pretty much what it was. A scroll? I walked past one of those stores that explicitly only sold these items, as well as seeing people walking around with them. It wasn't hard to put two and two together to realize it's their version of phones. Pretty neat. I'm excited to see how it works. Found this place fast after I left the airport, or whatever they call that here as well. Unfortunately, gold isn't as valuable here as it is in other worlds. While still a precious metal that most would kill over, I would say it only retains about a third of its value compared to Earth. Maybe I would be better off selling some jewels and jewelry. Regardless, I doubt I can keep going around selling gold without attracting attention. Probably going to need to find a secondary source of revenue because there are many things I plan on buying and I have to fully explore this place. Walking out the place, I did remember a bookstore I passed about a block down. Tuckson's Book Trade, every book under the sun. I muttered, staring at the sign outside. Sounds like my kind of place. The little bell on the door signaled me walking inside. The owner behind the counter immediately perked up to look at me. Welcome. Feel free to browse or ask if you want anything specific. He gave a smile that I couldn't help but notice the sharper teeth. Interesting. Thanks, just browsing for now, but I'll probably ask for a few things later. I gave a polite reply as I made my way into the rows of bookshelves. Oh man, I love this feeling. So many things I simply don't know, and they're all here available for me. I pulled a random book off the shelf, Ninjas of Love 3. I'm sure you could learn a lot from that book. I rolled my eyes and pulled open a random page, flipping through a few until I stopped and read a quick passage. Wow! I whispered. I mean, he was being sarcastic, but he wasn't wrong. Oh, that is some surprisingly hardcore porn for a book with that name. And how would you know that? I've seen your memories. Touché. Let's just put that away for now. What else? Fiction. Fiction and more fiction. Here we go. Proper handling of dust. Not exactly what I was looking for, but anything is good right now. I began taking a few more books off the shelves here or there before deciding to put one or two back. The nature of aura. What semblances mean a look into our souls. The history of Vale. A few looked a bit dry, but I wanted to know some more about this place. I hefted my stack of books up and brought them up to the counter. Tuckson sat up straight, pushing a book he had opened to the side. Oh, he smiled. Found everything you wanted? And more or less. Unless you got anything more scientific on the nature of dust, aura, semblances, and grim. He blinked for a moment, seemingly mulling over my question. I do have a few things in the back, some textbooks and some other stuff. They don't really sell, so I didn't set them out. Oh, wonderful. I was happily surprised. He stepped away, only to return a moment later with 3 more books to add to my pile. Sorry, most people here are looking for fiction, or the occasional Beacon student wanting to find a textbook secondhand. When does the next year start? I knew very little about Beacon. Figured I should know a thing or two since the topic has come up a couple times now. Time really flies. What month is it now? He looked up, lost in thought for a moment. Should be about 8 months, give or take. This current year is wrapping up. Most classes are pretty much done, but end-of-year exams and things like that usually take up a bit of time. That's probably why I saw a bunch of kids with weapons walking around. Newcomer. He rubbed his chin. Yeah, Beacon kids aren't a rare sight, and it's pretty easy to pick them out of a crowd. But around this time, they all seem to let loose a bit since the school year is practically over. Am I that easy to read? I gave a small smile. Came from outside the city, just a small village. I wanted to test my background, see if I needed to amend it at all. Yeah, that'll do it. He nodded. You got that new guy look about you. He let out a laugh. At least you ain't snapping your head around like a tourist. Pickpockets would be all over you. Well, I do have some street smarts. I chuckled. Good, just stay out of the rougher neighborhoods. Most human gangs around here won't bother you past maybe taking some lean, but if you find some faunus with a bone to pick. He sighed. How bad are the racial tensions here? I questioned. I didn't really know what was going on between these faunus and humans, but I could take some depressingly accurate guesses off what he said. Outside of Menagerie, probably the best place for faunus, but it's still not great. He frowned. Yeah, I don't really understand it. I shook my head. Got a cute little foxy daughter myself. The hell is Menagerie? That sounds like a place, but the name seems kind of offensive. He blinked, a bit of surprise on his face turning into genuine happiness. Really? It's rare for humans and faunus to have children. I just shrugged. Race isn't really a big deal with me, even before I reincarnated and became a half-devil. What do I owe you? I changed the subject. Oh, I almost forgot. He chuckled. Let's see, it should be about 217 lean altogether. Let's call it an even 210. 210 it is then, thank you. I happily offered up the money. Please come back if you ever need another book. He replied with a genuine smile on his face. Nice guy. Oh. I stopped before I pushed open the door. Would you perhaps have a good recommendation for somewhere I can sit down and eat with a book in peace? I know several places. Any other specific requests? By chance do you know one that would allow a pet to accompany me? Welcome. Have you been here before, or is it your first time? I was greeted by a woman in, I wouldn't call it a maid's outfit, but it was close. But what stuck out were her rabbit ears on top of her head, completely real as they had a little bounce to them. First time, Tuxin recommended me. I replied. He said that pets weren't frowned on. I tried to gauge her reaction. As long as they aren't too big, she said quietly, perhaps looking for said pet. I of course took off my hat, flipped it upside down and let Sir Wiggles pop his head out. That got a small giggle out of the girl. Right this way. She gestured towards an open table. I let Sir Wiggles out. He happily sat at one end of the table, not running around. I'm Velvet, I'll be your waitress. Her voice wasn't very loud. Honestly, her demeanor in general screamed unconfident. Can I start you off with anything to drink? I hummed as I opened the menu. Look at what they had. I'll start off with an Australian dark roast coffee, 2 sugars and a squirt of milk. Oh, and one of those strawberry pastries. I looked up at Sir Wiggles. And would it be possible to get a small bowl of water and perhaps some veggies for my companion? She actually perked up with a small smile, looking over at Sir Wiggles. I know that feeling all too well. His fluff is hard to resist. I'll get him something from the back. She replied, scribbling a few things down and walking away. Figured Sir Wiggles deserved a treat. I keep stuff in my hat to occupy him, but it might get cramped every now and then. Really need to see about expanding the space or connecting it to my home, especially for when he gets a lady friend. I took out one of the books. It was the textbook on aura. I started reading, but a lot of the material was a bit streamlines. I could only roll my eyes when they just emphasized the power of the soul. I wanted to know more than that, like how was this power activated? How did they discover a way to actualize their soul in the physical world? I was about to close the book when one line caught my attention. While the act of awakening another person's aura is usually one of intimacy and reserved for friends and family, it can be done by any other person with their aura already awakened. Oh, well, isn't that interesting? Should I find someone to awaken my aura then? I don't even know if I'm compatible with this mystical phenomenon, and apparently someone needs to poke my soul with their aura for it to happen. A curious thought crossed my mind. How did the first person awaken their aura if it needs someone to awaken it for them? Sir, your coffee and pastry. Also, I have a small plate of lettuce for your pet, Velvet said quietly, holding a couple plates. Thank you. I smiled at her, mentally reminding myself to give her a decent tip. Seems like she needs a win today. I feel like a lot of information is still left out. I closed it for now. Most of the remainder was meant for kids studying it under combat intentions. I could already devise many uses of the nature of aura without a book. With a sigh, I took out the book on dust. It was perhaps an equally curious avenue of research when compared to aura. What exactly was dust? I could tell immediately it was somewhat magical in nature, but I didn't delve into that yet. Hell, I could feel the magical energy from the few small vials of the dust I had just purchased. Nature's wrath is what the book described it as, but all I could think about was that it basically mimicked elemental magecraft corresponding to the element of the dust. Red fire, blue ice, those were obvious for anyone, but the more I read, the more I was intrigued. Gravity dust? It seems this dust branched out from just the basic elements. Curiouser and curiouser, I bet Gramps would love to get his hands on some of this, in fact. Please don't move those. I looked up to see Velvet trying to rein in a few guys pulling chairs from all over as they put two tables together so they could all sit down. Why are we even here? They let animals just walk around. He swept his gaze around, eyes landing on me. The others seemed to notice as well. You, sir, the policy. Oh, hey, there's a rabbit in here, too. He cut her off, much to the laughter of his friends. They were calling Velvet an animal. Annoying. I slid my foot across the around, pulsing magical energy all into the floor. I targeted a leg on the idiot's chair and overloaded it. A small crashing sound, and he rolled on the ground as the chair fell backwards. I despise baseless hate like this. If you hate someone, you hate someone. Why does it have to be because of something beyond their control? It's just the pointlessness of it all that really drive home the annoyance in me. I think these chairs have an upper weight limit. I said idly, but my voice carried. The gentleman who rolled on his ass was a bit heavy-set. I wouldn't call him obese, and even say he has quite a bit of muscle, but he definitely spends a lot of his time sitting down with a beer in his hand. Velvet stepped away from the fuming racist. He surprisingly didn't direct his annoyance at the target of his racism, instead looked at me, fuming. You think you're funny? My lips curled up. As funny as you are fat. I wonder if that was a nerve for him. Not particularly witty, but this really didn't deserve my best. You some kind of tourist, brat? Don't you know who we are? His other friends stood up, following his lead. We don't like your types around here. Did he really just say that? How cliché. Funny, handsome fit. I hazarded a guess. By the looks of them pulling weapons out, that is indeed not what they meant. I hope some of them had aura. I wanted to stress test that a bit before getting some of that for myself. Chapter 95. Really, you draw weapons after a little insult. I rolled my eyes. Did I hurt your feelings? I think my sarcasm was obvious enough to even get through to him. You're going to be hurting a lot more in a second. One of his companions sneered, earning an angry look from the apparent leader. I couldn't help but smile at his comment. I eyed their weapons, not so much from a threat analysis standpoint, but just pure curiosity. They did not look like normal weapons. They reminded me of rubies, and by extension, quite a few other hunters. Like they can all take on several different forms by shifting mechanisms. I took a sip of my coffee. From laughter? Otherwise I fail to see how I'll be suffering any kind of pain. Tough talk from a brat with a bunny for a pet. Tough talk from an old man that can't see his dick when he looks down. You're dead, he roared, charging at me with his fist reeled back, some kind of sword in his other. The looks around the room told me they expected me to get quite the beating as his fist approached my face. I just shook my head and held out my index finger, stopping the man's fist from moving any further. A small bit of energy shimmered where my finger touched his fist, the signs of this aura surrounding him. He looked at me shocked when his fist wouldn't budge. Even his buddies were speechless. There was a moment of hesitation as the hand holding his sword swept up towards me. Getting a better look, I could see a revolving mechanism that held bullets and a barrel on the top side of the blade. So slow. While he had a decent amount of strength behind his fist, all things considered, he probably wasn't putting everything into it, but it was still beyond a normal human's means. I knocked his hand holding the sword/gun away with my other hand and put quite a bit of strength in my fist as it made contact with his face. His aura exploded on impact, cascading in all directions from the point where I should have met his skin. It wasn't red like rubies, it was yellowish. Is it different based on the person? The kinetic force seemed to seep through somewhat as he stumbled backwards, clutching his face, weapon falling to the ground. Not a perfect defense, I noted. But still, A shield that will maintain itself permanently without nearly any conscious effort on the user's part? Sign me the hell up. Even if it only blocked 1% of an attack's damage, that was still something I wanted to get my hands on. Not to mention, it clearly has an effect on their physical abilities. I grabbed his hand before he could recover, twisting it as he let out a scream. It seems aura doesn't protect from this kind of damage, as I got no reaction. Another note to file away. Throws, pins, joint locks, that sort of thing is probably able to get around aura. I yanked up his gun sword with a little bit of telekinesis. Getting a firm grip on it, I couldn't help but notice how uneven the weight was distributed. It felt cheap. I shook my head again, stabbing towards his torso, watching as his aura didn't quite distort, but it compensated for the sharp edge and reacted accordingly. Fascinating. Was it a mental calculation on the user's part, or did it react to changes on contact? Perhaps even an unconscious mental change? You idiots! What are you doing? The big lug shouted towards his companions, who were broken from their stupor and started coming towards me. Well, this has gone on long enough. I got enough answers to some questions for now. I threw the gun sword at the closest goon, the handle smacking him in the head. Ducking down, I dodged a fist as I uppercut a second in the jaw, elbowing a third in the side of the head and kneeing a fourth in the stomach. They all fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Surprisingly, they did not have aura, so they got quite the little beating. What? The big guy looked at the scene in shock. I looked up to see Velvet staring at the whole thing with a mix of surprise and uneasiness. The way she stood, I could tell she had some amount of training, though I didn't care enough to pry. Was she going to step in if I got hurt? I twisted the guy's arm just a little bit more as he outlet a pained shout. What do you want? I want a lot of things. I mused, but I'll settle for some information. Particularly, I want to know where I can find someone who can get things. I know a guy, he quickly answered, catching my meaning. I lowered my head as he whispered the information in my ear. With a hum, I let go of him. He shakily stood back up, taking several steps back. I'm curious what the punishment is for someone with aura to attack someone without. He blinked at me in confusion as realization dawned on his face. Why, you don't have aura? Seemingly not believing me. The corners of my lips curled up. I looked around and was thankful that the place was rather empty at the moment, basically just us and the staff. I saw a couple heads poke out from the employee area, not keen on getting involved. Well, why don't you run them pockets? What? Take out your money, you idiot. I rolled my eyes. Are you robbing me? He seemed surprised by this development. I chose not to answer him, walking up as he awkwardly shuffled for his wallet and snatched it out of his hands. I took out his ID, getting a good look before putting it back and taking out all the lean he had and slamming it on the table. Now, fuck off. All right. He nodded, his goons having recovered at this point. They hastily retreated from the premise. Sir. Velvet quietly tried to grab my attention. Do you want me to call the police? Don't worry about it. I waved her off. It was pretty clearly self-defense, until I robbed him at the end, but whatever. Thank you for the service. I set my own stack of lean on the table, a nice big tip in addition to what the dumbass gave. Take care of yourself, Velvet. I hope she gets some more self-confidence, call it instinct, but she probably could have smacked those idiots around with ease herself. I really disliked that kind of obscene hatred. Grabbing Sir Wiggles, he had finished his plate and was just watching me calmly. Well, I had a lead now. It wasn't that far away, about 7 blocks down, but the area gradually changed to resemble a more nightlife kind of vibe. It was still relatively early in the day, so I didn't see anyone out and about beyond just normal matters. The place was rather spacious, only a few sparse people inside as I pushed open the doors, not even a bouncer outside to stop people from coming in. Then again, I doubt the owners would care at this point. If someone wanted to come drink in the middle of the day, more power to them. Well, eyes were on me as I entered, but they turned away after a few good looks. I approached the bar, giving the bartender a once-over. He looked like the description I was given. What can I get you? He lazily put his arms up, giving me a look. I wouldn't mind someone on the lighter side. Got any unique drinks here? I asked. Strawberry sunrise. He grunted, getting the stuff all prepped. While he looked a bit lethargic, his skill was undeniable as he set the drink in front of me. I took a tip and admired the taste. Not bad. I nodded. But I'm here for something else, if you don't mind. Well, no one's going to be dancing until later tonight. He eyed me warily. So it's going to be like that? I took out 100 lean and pushed it towards him. We do offer some other services. He perked up, pocketing the money. Name's Junior. What can I do for you? I want information. I decided to delve right into it. New to town, wanted to know the rules on getting my aura unlocked. He blinked for a moment, mulling over my question. Technically, it's illegal to offer your services to unlock someone's aura. Honestly, it's a bit like prostitution. If money is exchanged, then it's a no-go, but they can't really moderate consensual acts. Huh, that's a surprising comparison, yet I can believe it. Another question. Got anyone who would like to unlock my aura free of charge? I put up air quotes. I do want other things of questionable legality, but this would be a good start. Junior snorted, a small smile tugging on his face. I'd offered to do it, but I don't got much myself. Last time I unlocked someone's, knocked me on my ass all day, and I already have a killer headache. I don't really care who does it. I waved my hand dismissively. He rubbed his hand. Well, I do know a guy, he should be around. Got a decent chunk of his stuff himself. I doubt he would pass up the easy lean, but the price is up to him. I just shrugged. As long as it's somewhere around reasonable, I don't mind paying a premium. Junior let out a small chuckle. That attitude will get you far around here. He stepped out from behind the bar. Come on, I'll take you to the back. He snapped his fingers, grabbing the attention of what looked one of his employees, and gestured for him to take over. He led me to a door to the side, almost unnoticeable. Oh, Junior, who's the kid? A man lazing on a couch tilted his head up, giving us a look. A client. He grunted. Kid wants his aura unlocked. And you came to me? The man sat up, adjusting a bowler's hat on his head. He had a strikingly orange color of hair and surprisingly well dressed. I would do it myself, but the last time I passed out the girls drew dicks on my face. Junior deadpanned. The man snorted, a small smile on his face. I'll do it for 400 lean. Done. I didn't even argue. Well, aren't you in a hurry? The man took a cigar out of his pocket, lighting it up and taking a puff. Kid, meet Roman Torchwick. He likes to introduce himself as a gentleman thief. Junior rolled his eyes. Hey, I'll have you know, I am officially not a thief anymore. Roman adjusted his collar, looking rather insulted. Yeah, how long is that going to last this time? Junior sighed. What's this? The third time you had the courts expunge your records? Fourth, actually. Roman smirked. I am officially a free man. Whatever. Junior didn't comment further. Where's your little psycho? Oh, Nia wanna go rob an ice cream shop or something. Roman replied, eyes turning back to me. Now, my well-dressed friend, Junior says you want your aura unlocked. Indeed, I admitted, tilting my head as I examined his own clothes. And if it wouldn't be too much trouble, could I get your tailor's name and address? Oh, you can recognize quality. Roman perked up. It's not my particular style, but I can appreciate the high-grade materials and skill that went into its making. The seams, of course, stick out the most. They are rather elegant in their weave. Roman paused for a moment, a genuine smile on his face. I like you, kid. No one ever appreciates the effort I go to look this good. Roman stood up. What's your name? Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I introduced myself, maybe with a dash of flair on my end. Wilhelm, I believe this is the beginning of a beautiful relationship. A Nascent Kaleidoscope. Chapter 96. So, kid, you want your aura unlocked. Roman sat back on the couch, relatively relaxed. That's the plan. I shrugged, sitting opposite of him. Usually, I don't really care why, but color me interested. You don't really look the huntsman type, and you're definitely not one of those thugs. I could give some reasons, but honestly, why not? I replied, well. Roman mulled over a thought. Realistically, sure. But it does come with some downsides. Not that I would ever give up my aura to get away from them. He tapped a cigar on an ashtray. Prison sentences are heavier for aura users, certain taxes for aura users, but on the flip side, more tax write-offs for weapons and stuff. He idly started to go over some random details. Heavier regulation on moving across kingdoms, certain licenses needed for certain jobs, but there is also the ability to carry weapons openly without much fuss. Huh, that's a little interesting actually. I rub my chin. A society with a mythical phenomenon interweaved into its foundation. The closest I could think of was Skyrim, and that was very underdeveloped technologically, so it was hard to compare. Must make being a thief harder then, the government coming down on you harder because your aura makes it a bit more fun. He smirked. But I'm pretty low on their priority all things considered, especially with the White Fang doing their usually idiocy. He adjusted his legs. Really, just stay away from the SDC, government property, and huntsmen, and at most the police will be on my ass. Oh, and don't kill. He made sure to exemplify that point. Murder escalates into Beacon taking notice. If the general public start getting upset about aura users running rampant, Beacon has a sudden interest in taking you down. White Fang, SDC, some more terms I was unfamiliar with. Perhaps I should browse their version of the internet when I have more time. So, what? Rob a bank, insurance covers everything. No one really takes a hit except those companies who the public already hates, and no one high up really cares enough to blow the issues up. Pretty much, but being too heavy-handed also starts drawing too much attention. If the politicians start looking bad, then they'll start doing stuff for publicity and whatnot. It's one of the reasons I keep my public persona so flamboyant. The public loves to cheer on a criminal, if you get what I'm saying. I was honestly surprised by how well he thought this out. I'm impressed. Roman let out a small chuckle. Been in the game a long time, kid. I learned a thing or two along the way. He sat himself up straight. Anyways, he clapped his hands. I'm sure you didn't come here to hear my life story. Well, it was entertaining if nothing else. I gave a small smile. But yeah, I am a bit excited to see my aura unlocked. Well, you get what you paid for. He stood up walking towards me. It's going to feel uncomfortable, like someone is poking you in places you didn't know about, but then some weird stuff is going to happen. Weird? How weird? Ever done drugs before? Which drugs? All of them. He laughed, putting his hand on my chest. For it is an aspiration that we achieve immortality. As the words left his mouth, I felt something enter my body. I was careful not to interrupt it or cut the connection. The words seemed to die down and silence filled my entire being. My soul, it ignited. The world around me became unimportant as my entire self laid bare. Every part that made me me. All my flaws and good parts intertwined into the little spark that made my soul, and whatever happened, it burst out into a raging inferno. I saw it, the good, the bad, the ugly, and the beautiful, the parts that weighed heavily on me, and things I thought I had moved on from. All the scars that still persisted, and opposite of them were the pieces that found purpose and affection. All of it was actualized unto the physical world. I almost felt like I could touch the parts of me that were Zelretch, the past life that I regulated to the past. It didn't quite feel so heavy anymore. Everything I had been through before and now, every heartache, every time my heart fluttered, all the pain I felt in the land of shadows, and the happiness I felt when close to those I cherished. The first time I held Meridia close, and the first kiss I shared with Artoria, it all coalesced and enveloped me. I release your soul, and by my hand set thee free. The whispering of words met my ears, and the world exploded in a kaleidoscope of colors. Shit, kid! I blinked, regaining my composure as my focus came back on the room I was in. I looked towards Roman, who was wobbling back onto his seat. Never seen someone with so much aura before. I stared at my hands. The faintest glimmer of the iridescent colors flowed around them with but thought. That was wow! Ha ha ha! Roman let out a tired laugh. I heard that adults get hit by it harder than kids. Something about seeing yourself as a fully developed person makes it a weird experience. Or something. Never really cared about the science. I flexed my hands, feeling the newfound power swelling inside me. The comfort and warmness of my actual soul protecting me from harm. What was that chant you used? I regained my thoughts after a moment to ask. Huh. Oh, yeah, I guess you wouldn't know. He rubbed his temples, looking like he had just woken up from drinking all night. It's something kind of personal, I guess. Something that needs to resonate with your soul in order to awaken someone else's. Don't really know much about it, but everyone eventually develops their own, and they all follow a similar format. Really? Everyone just comes to a similar conclusion on their own. Roman just shrugged. Never cared enough to look into it. More and more stuff to figure out. I feel great. I muttered. What a rush. Ha! I remember my first time. Roman let out another chuckle. The high lasts pretty much all day. But you'll get used to it eventually. He let out a sigh. Shit, kid, you did a number on me. It shouldn't have taken me that much aura to unlock yours. It's not a 1-to-1 ratio, you know. I'm not an amateur that would need to brute force it with my entire reserves. Should have only need a spark to ignite yours. He let out a breath. I wonder what factors play into one having a lot of aura. Actually, what does the color of one's aura mean? Who knows? Roman shrugged. Never seen one with multiple colors though, pretty neat. Thanks, I finally said. For doing this for me, I know it isn't the most clean job. I mean, he basically touched my soul with his own. He just snorted. I'm not one of those who think it's this. He held his hands out for emphasis. Sacred mumbo-jumbo. Yeah, it's a bit weird, but at the end of a day, it's a job. You paid, I delivered, simple as that. Well, that's an interesting perspective, I guess. He stood up, his legs less shaky, but he used a cane leaning against the side of the couch to support himself. I can't say it hasn't been interesting, kid, but I'm going to pass out in my bed. If you ever want a job, or maybe you're interested in the darker parts of the city, look me up. You looking to recruit with a job? I raised an eyebrow. I can't say the prospect didn't sound interesting. Hey now, I'm a law-abiding citizen. He smirked. But, as strange as it is, I like you. Can't say that about many people. You remind me of young me, so maybe I'm feeling nostalgic. He evened out any creases in his clothing. But I'm actually just relaxing for now. Got nothing planned for a couple months at least. Need to let some heat die down and all that. So what want to train me to be the next Roman Torchwick? Sorry to break this to you, kid, but you'll never become me. He turned his head. But maybe, just maybe, you can have a fraction of my style and skill. Yeah, get out of here, old Manda. Youngsters these days, TSK. He smirked again, waving his hand. Hope to see you around, kid. He left, leaving me alone. I realize now that Junior bailed a while ago, not that I care that much. Sweet Christ, this feeling was euphoria. He said it would only last a day or so, but damn, I wish I could feel this more often. That was an interesting experience. I blinked, realizing that I currently had a dragon inside my soul. So, I may have forgotten about you. I feel all the love, he said dryly. You're lucky I was paying attention. I sort of shifted whatever he was doing away from me, because he almost tried to unlock my aura. Tried, being the primary word there. Yeah, don't think that would have turned out well for him. No idea if I would even have this aura, as I'm basically only a soul inside this thing. Yeah, I don't think any of us wants to figure out what would happen there. I sighed, staring at the ceiling. Anything new you noticed? My senses are expanded, and I feel less confined than before. Not like I can break out or anything like that, but like my jail cell increased in size. Feels pretty nice, actually. Huh, I'm happy you're feeling better then. I said genuinely. Now though, I honestly need to give this a test. Actually, we should probably check the boosted gear too, make sure it's still fine. That is a valid point, but I feel like you just want to come out and play. Yeah, you're not even going to deny it. I chuckled. Well, thankfully this world has lots of things to punch, and I really wanted to investigate these grim firsthand anyways. Chapter 97. You get all sorted. Junior rested his head in his palm as he leaned on the bar, giving me a look when I left the back area. Yeah, Roman is a bit out of commission though, I replied. Junior let out a snort, a small smile on his face. Well, good thing I didn't do it. He sat himself up straighter. Well, I introduced myself before. Name's Junior. I know a few things if you got the lean. I thought for a moment, putting some more lean on the table. Know anywhere close by where I can go punch some grim without a hassle? Junior looked at me oddly. Well, I guess we all wanted to do that when we got our aura for the first time. He scooped up the money. Word of warning, kid. Don't let the new strength go to your head. Grim have been killing trained huntsmen for centuries. I didn't know you cared. I flashed him a cheeky smile. I would rather your lean end up in my pocket than some grim stomach. He rolled his eyes. But you got two options if you don't want to go venturing out of the city. He pulled out his scroll, widening it to show a map of the kingdom. Over by Beacon, and to the north we got the Forever Fall Forest. Opposite, to the south, we got the Emerald Forest. Both are more or less the same, but the Emerald Forest gets culled more frequently than the Forever Fall, but both are relatively safe compared to the wilds. Why does the Emerald Forest get more attention? Beacon uses it for their entry tests. Throw a bunch of kids in there, fight their way out or something. He waved his hand. They don't technically own it, but most folks who would even consider going there stay away around that time of the year. Beacon, the Huntsman Academy, where they train kids to fight Grimm. Ah, I rubbed my chin. I guess if they're going to train kids to fight monsters, the best test is to, in fact, fight said monsters in a contained environment. I nodded my head. Can't really blame them for putting kids through a thing like that when monsters literally beat on their doors. What's up with Forever Fall, then? Another place Beacon likes to take their students for training. The tree sap there is really expensive, but not many people are willing to go into Grimm territory to get it. Teachers take a few classes there in their early years, gather a bunch of sap, and sell it to interested buyers to fund some school stuff. Junior explained. Actually, that sounds interesting. The sap, anything particularly noteworthy about it? Very sweet, apparently not that unhealthy either. Something about it makes it better than regular sugar or other comparable things around. Other than that, I don't know much. He scratched his head. Usually always a market for it if you want to grab some jars. He really does know a lot of stuff off the top of his head. Information broker indeed. All right, thanks for the info. I tossed a bit more lean on the table before leaving. It was surprisingly easy to make it to this Forever Falls Forest. The entrance to and from that connected to the city wasn't particularly guarded. Granted, there were huge fuck-off guns on the walls and guards at the gate, but they didn't even bat an eye when I said I want to go in. Guess it's more common than I thought. Beautiful, I muttered as the forest came into view. It was red, almost unnaturally so. The grass on the ground, the leaves on the trees, all of it was the same red coloring. There was no way in hell this was a natural evolution. Still, it was a breathtaking sight. I contemplated taking Artoria here for a date. A picnic would be absolutely lovely. I don't think Meridia or Scat Hack would be interested in that kind of thing. Taking in the surroundings, I eyed a tree with a small nozzle coming out of it, looking primed for sap harvesting. Though as I got closer, it looked a tad rusted, perhaps worm as well. Well, it seems like this was abandoned some time ago. I jiggled it slightly and turned the nozzle on with a bit of force to overcome the rusted mechanism. I stared at it intently as finally, a small drop of sap emerged from the faucet. Quickly, I scooped it up with my finger and brought it closer to my eyes for inspection. The bright red color of the sap was surprising, but otherwise it didn't look off-putting. Hesitantly, I licked it. Holy shit! Yeah, that's sweet. It was like I had eaten an entire candy bar in a single drop, but without that bloated feeling. I took out a small jar, putting it under the faucet and giving it a little tap to get the sap flowing a little better. What do you think, waffles or pancakes? Waffles, definitely. Would go better with that little bit of crunch. I can just imagine all the possibilities. I didn't have that much of a sweet tooth, but I definitely enjoyed sweet things. Would go well with some ice cream, maybe even some varieties of cake like cheesecake, which was odd because sweet on sweet usually detracted from either dish, but this sap was something wonderful. Grab more of it. Don't gotta tell me twice. I took out a few more jars, cutting some small holes into the trees, and tried my best to wedge a sort of extractor into it so the sap would drip down into my jars. Basically a piece of metal to direct the flow of the drip. Ooh, need to find some acorns to bring back. And looked around, brushing away the leaves on the ground. Hopefully these trees are something that can be replicated back home. No idea what mechanisms created this kind of tree, but perhaps I can research it when I have more time. I brought out Sir Wiggles, having a bright idea. Think you can grab me more of these? I held out an acorn for him to get a good look. The familiar link between us told me he understood as he bolted off in another direction. I take back what I said about Sir Wiggles. You're such a glutton. Pot, meet kettle. Never said I wasn't. I said with a laugh. Kneeling, I scooped up a soil sample, both around a tree and a bit further away. I labeled them before putting them away in my hat. Look alive, we got company. Yeah, I noticed it too. I grumbled, standing up as a familiar black creature approached me, though only when it got surprisingly close to me. It doesn't possess the normal feelings of a living being. What did the lass call this, a Beowulf? Yeah, and I only skimmed the book I got. Supposedly a weakling in the grim hierarchy. It kind of looked like a traditional werewolf portrayed in popular media. I watched its lumbering steps as it broke out into a sprint at me. Well, let's test some stuff out. I summoned the boosted gear and immediately noticed a small change. It felt lighter was probably the best word. Not its weight, but its existence wasn't as constrained. It felt like, if I hadn't achieved balance breaker already, it would have been much easier. The thing snarled as it got close, clawed hand swiping at me. I didn't move. My aura flared into a shield as its claw tried to cleave into my flesh. It stopped without any effort on my part, and I just admired the mystical phenomenon up close. With my aura out in full throttle, I flared my circuits. With a nod to myself, I made the mental note that nothing felt out of place there. If anything, they burned less from use than normal. It makes sense, I suppose. Magic circuits are a pseudo-nerve system that extends from the soul. Aura is the manifestation of the soul, and supposedly provides a certain healing factor on activation. It's probably offsetting the pain and burning from using the mystical organ. Was so used to it at this point that this didn't really mean anything. Interesting interaction, though. Weird, I kind of felt that. The grim attacking, or the aura in general. The grim, it was like an echo, but yeah, odd. I grabbed the thing and slammed it to the ground with enough force to indent the hard surface. Decently sturdy, blunt damage, probably not the preferred method of dealing with then. I muttered. It struggled, snarled, or otherwise thrashed under my grip. Intelligence seems lacking, perhaps a sort of pre-programmed instinct. I twisted its arm back slowly, watching it still struggle, but it didn't even change its expression as I pulled it back much further than it should have been able to. Doesn't react to pain, or perhaps it cannot feel pain? Pain is an evolutionary trait for living beings to survive. While I can't say that every living thing across the infinite realities feels pain, it is a dominant trait in every world I know about. Boost, I said quietly as my physical abilities doubled, and I ripped the arm off its body. An inky black liquid dropped to the ground, seemingly its blood. Thoughts, Drake. Nothing wrong with the boost, nor anything extraordinary. Seems we're good to go there. I nodded along, inspecting the arm. This thing doesn't have proper bone structure. I mean, it has bones, but they look like an afterthought in its whole design. I threw the arm to the side and picked up the grim again. It tried to bite at me, but my aura blocked any kind of haphazard attack on its part. Yeah, this thing is definitely not alive. The old man was correct in calling it a construct, but that probably didn't do it justice. It is a facsimile of life. Dawnbreaker flew out of my ring, hovering nearby, not reacting. Yeah, no life nor unlife to be found here. Grabbing the sword, I stabbed into its stomach. Magical energy. I muttered. This thing exists from magic. The faint sensation of magical energy wafted from its body. It makes sense, but to have confirmation that magic is prevalent here was something to mull over. The magic's holding it together. They bring together the container to mimic life, organs, bones, that sort of thing. I can only imagine when the corresponding parts like the heart take damage, the magics that make up the creature try to heal or sustain it but are unable and it collapses. It isn't that any of its internals are vital, but it was designed to be a reflection of a true living creature. Fascinating. Who made these things, and for what purpose? I suddenly had the eerie, though, that whatever created something like this on such a worldwide scale was not a simple being. Yeah, this world isn't as simple as I first thought. Dawnbreaker slammed down into its head, letting it dissipate back into magical energy and drift back to the world. I was lost in thought for a moment before taking out the vial of dust, uncorking it, and letting a tiny bit spill out onto my palm. Jesus fucking Christ. I felt a sharp pain in my head at invoking the name of God, the taboo woven into my devil bloodline. What's wrong? You're usually good about not saying his name. I clenched my fist, throwing the bit of dust into the wind. This dust, it's crystallized mana. I fell to the ground, staring up at the sky. I don't understand. Crystallized mana is not a natural phenomenon. Mana, the lifeblood of a world, the most abundant form of magical energy. It pulsates out, spreads, and returns to the planet. It is not supposed to clot up and crystallize like this. Something is seriously wrong here. What does it mean? Well, I don't think I've ever walked on a dead planet before. I stared up at the broken moon in the sky, an oddly apt reflection of the world I now found myself on. Chapter 98. I looked up at the broken moon, admiring its surprising beauty. I think it was closer to the planet than I was used to, that are much larger than my own back home. You okay? Yeah. I ran hand through my wet hair. I'm good. I found a nice little pond to take a dip in. Put up a bounded field and just wanted to relax. Just surprising. Like knowing people die, then see a dead body for the first time in person. Worlds died. Just like every other living thing in existence, they eventually meet their end. Be it the heat death of the universe they exist in, or their natural time is over. Natural causes, or something kills them. Worlds eventually die. I've known about parallel worlds that get pruned every second of the day, while new worlds are then created to fill their place. But I've never walked on a planet that was on its last gasping breath. How much longer does this place have? I mulled the question over. I'd be conservative and say a few thousand years. That's not too bad. When a planet looks at billions of years as a blink of an eye, a couple thousand is absolutely minuscule. I shook my head. Shouldn't it be more noticeable? It depends. I pursed my lips. Don't know what happened here, but the dust is basically like clotting blood. There is still enough mana in the air from the dust sprouting out of the ground everywhere that it's nearly impossible to tell on a first look that anything is wrong. Give it a few more centuries. I'm sure people will start to notice that crops are growing less, forests are starting to decline, deserts expanding, that sort of thing. Then again, many people don't venture out of the kingdoms, much from what I've seen. Perhaps that's already happening, and they're just oblivious. The population here is much lower than my home presumably, so it probably won't even be an issue for a very long time. It's sad, but it doesn't seem like anything worth dwelling on. While blunt, it's true. Yeah, I'm just processing is all. Not like I'm going to sit here and mourn a world I never knew. I dipped my head under the water. Very clean and refreshing. I had made sure to check it before getting in. And, well, dust is quite the find. It should be sprouting for a few more centuries before it starts to show signs of diminishing in a noticeable capacity. Going to load up on it to bring back home. That was the thought. I stood up, grabbing a towel I had hanging on a tree nearby. Should be good for Rin, and I think Zelretch would be excited for the find. Crystallized mana is something findable back home, but it is extremely rare. Granted, the stuff back home would be much more potent than the stuff here due to the fact that our world is still going strong. Quality versus quantity. Putting my clothes back on, I laid out a bedroll. I didn't really feel like heading back to the city and finding a hotel or something. I would enjoy the clear sky and sleep under the stars tonight. I yawned, opening my eyes up to the morning sun. Still couldn't get over how stunning this area was. Definitely one of my favorite places I've discovered away from home. Going to show off so many pictures when I get back. Oh, that reminds me. I gathered all my stuff and went to check on my little jars of sap. They were practically overflowing as I got to them. Waving my hand, I created a portal that brought me back to a little alley near Junior's club. I know it was early, but I kind of wanted a drink. It's 6 p.m. in some world, right? That's a healthy way to look at it, Drake said dryly. Not like I'm going to kill my liver or anything. Devil biology to the rescue. Walking in the familiar door, some eyes shot towards me, but they seemed slightly less intrusive than before. There were tons of people running around, setting up posters, redecorating, that sort of thing. I sat down at Junior's bar, watching from the corner as he was directing people every which way before coming to me. Didn't think I'd see you for a while, kid. He sat his hands on the counter. Whatcha need? Can I get a drink? I asked. Wouldn't mind another of those strawberry sunrises. Maybe a hit of something stronger added? Strawberry sunset, then. He nodded. Little more umph in it. He said idly, fetching all the stuff with practiced ease as I set some money on the counter. You know, we don't usually have people coming in this early for drinks, even if we're open. Just coincidence. I don't usually get started this early, even when I do drink. I waved him off. Just had a long day yesterday. Well, you made it back in one piece. He shrugged. Grim give you any trouble? Asking if I saw any abnormal activity. I raised an eyebrow. He smirked slightly. I wouldn't be remiss to hear something like that, but it's not like I got people coming to me for stuff like that. Sorry to disappoint. Only saw a few Beowulfs here or there. My fingers wrapped around the glass he set in front of me. Got some sap, though. Pretty tasty stuff. Thanks for the recommendation. I put a small jar on the counter, pushing it towards him. A little thanks. He blinked, looking it over. Hey, kid, I appreciate it. He seemed genuinely enthused. What's up with you redecorating? Mistral tournament is coming up. Always draws a crowd. Mistral tournament? I asked. I'm pretty sure Mistral is the name of the kingdom on a continent to the east. He looked at me weirdly. You haven't heard of the Mistral tournament? It's probably the biggest event on Remnant, next to the Vital Festival. Ah, Remnant. That was the name of this world, I remember now. From a small village. Didn't really hear about the outside that much. Huh, he commented. Well, basically it's... Junior. Roman burst out the back room. My boys managed to snag the preliminary odds for the... He paused, staring at both me and Junior. Oh, hey, kid. Junior took off his glasses, rubbing his eyes. Roman, why don't you just broadcast to the entire kingdom? Oh, quit your whining. Kid won't spill the beans, right, kid? Roman pulled up a stool next to me. Betting pool? I asked. Quick on the uptake. Roman smirked. Keep this under wraps, and I'll give you some good betting advice. He tipped his hat. Pfft, who am I going to tell? I rolled my eyes. Besides, everyone knows Roman Torchwick is a law-abiding citizen. There's no way he would engage in some illegal betting. Roman let out a small laugh, gesturing for Junior to get him a drink. Well, cat's out of the bag now. He took a sip of his own drink and spun around in his stool, putting his elbows on the counter as he stared at the club. One of my favorite times of the year. So many suckers wanting to get separated from their hard-earned lean. Is this tournament every year? Roman turned to look at me, then at Junior, who just shrugged. I was telling the kid about the tournament when you came over. Village boy over here never heard of it before. Well. Roman took his hat off, setting it on the counter. Let Uncle Roman tell you all about this beautiful time of the year. By all means. I gestured for him to continue. All right, so you got this worldwide tournament hosted in Mistral, and it's got these brackets for age groups, but no one gives a crap about most of them. Most eyes are on the youth division, ages 16 to 20. It's considered the place to look for the up-and-comers, where the young huntsmen in training can prove their worth. Where the less connected may get an invitation to attend one of the prestigious academies around the world. Poor kids and those with hopes of grandeur go to compete to maybe grab a higher-up's attention? I hazarded a guess. Got it in one. He nodded. The academies aren't exactly cheap. Most can't afford them if they don't get scholarships or whatnot. Roman added. Anyways, we get the kids in those age groups go and beat the crap out of each other for entertainment. Why that age group, though? 16 is generally the earliest one can get accepted into an academy, with 17 being the norm. And the schools don't really take in students past 20 years old, considering it not worth teaching them that late since most graduate by the time they're 20 or 21 anyways. That made sense. They're looking for the best age to teach kids how to fight. The prize money is pretty nice, too. Roman added. Prize money? I perked up. 30,000 lean. Roman nodded. Nice and tidy little bit there. Could set someone up for a decade if they were conservative. How's the competition look? I rubbed my chin. There's a favorite, one Pira Nikos he waved his hands flippantly. Invincible girl. With an eye roll, he took another drink. Well, she's decent for her age, but as green as the grass in the Emerald Forest. Does she attend an academy? Roman blinked for a moment. Oh, right. Keep forgetting you're a bumpkin. He laughed. It's frowned upon for kids already in academies to compete. There was a bit of contempt in his words. Miss Invincible Girl already racked up 3 consecutive wins. One more and she sets the new record. One of the reasons this tournament is so popular this year. I had some thoughts. What are the requirements to enter this tournament? Open to any challengers. Roman eyed me. What? Want to try your luck? He laughed. Hey, I could win. I huffed, taking a drink. Sure, kid. Roman laughed. Do you need some kind of identification to participate? I asked. Just standard stuff, why? Roman asked. I may or may not have entered the kingdom illegally. Well, I never. Roman dramatically placed his hand over his heart. Who would have thought I was consorting with such unsavory elements? Junior just shook his head. Listen, kid, you don't seem like the bad sort, so I'll give you some advice. He leaned forward. The Mistral tournament isn't the place for our kind. It's where the future huntsmen go, those who are paraded around the kingdom as their heroes. He turned around and walked away. I feel like there's a story there. Did I say something wrong? Roman just snorted. Not everyone wakes up one day and wants this life, kid. He lit a cigar, taking a long drag before letting it out. Junior isn't any different. He leaned back in his seat. Most of us had the same dreams these kids did, seeing these fights broadcast all over the world, all wide-eyed before reality hit us in the face. Us. I eyed him. Roman's light smile faded into something resembling melancholy. Everyone's got a story, kid. Don't go around prying in this place. He pulled over an ashtray, stamping out a cigar. But if you need papers, I'm your guy. Well, regardless, it would be nice to have some kind of identification. What are you charging? I raised an eyebrow, earning a smirk from him. Chapter 99. Roman kind of bailed right after I paid my lien for his services. The skeptical part of me wants to say I was just tricked out of my money, but I also feel like he would be genuinely offended to be associated with such a lowbrow scheme. What an interesting character he is. He just left and gave me an address to check out in a few hours while he deals with all the logistics. I downed my drink and was about to leave when a strong perfume hit my nostrils. Hey there, cutie. Haven't seen you here before. Melanie, do you have to flirt with every new guy that comes in? Another similar voice flanked me. I turned to see a set of twins take a seat on either side of me, their dress a bit eye-catching, but matching all the same. Ladies, I greeted. Don't be like that, Miltia, he's your type. The one who spoke seemed to be named Melanie. Doesn't mean I'm going to just throw myself at him. You can be such a slut sometimes. The one named Militia rolled her eyes. Can I help either of you? I asked, wondering what they wanted from me. You can buy me a drink. Melanie winked. What are you doing here? Miltia demanded. I just blinked at the sudden comments. I was talking to Junior and Roman, but they had things to take care of, so I was about to leave. Junior just left you alone at his bar? Miltia seemed surprised. I guess. I think I may have said something to offend him. I just shrugged. Junior doesn't get offended, he gets annoyed. Melanie interjected. What did you say to get his panties in a twist? I made a comment about joining the Mistral tournament. Brothers? Melanie rolled her eyes. He can be such a drama queen about that. She got up and walked around to the bar, pulling out a bottle and started pouring herself a drink. Boo-hoo, Daddy wouldn't let me be a huntsman. Melanie, Miltia growled. What? He's not the only one who got fucked over, but he mopes around every year when the tournament comes around. She scowled unrepentantly. Not like it's a big fucking secret. Really, are you gonna do this now? Miltia sighed. What? No one's here yet. I'll get into character when more people start showing up. She downed her drink, turning around and disappearing into the back. Well, that was something. I commented. My sister can be a bitch sometimes. Miltia said with clear annoyance in her voice. She took off her heels, setting them on the counter before rubbing her feet. Had to walk around Vale all damn morning passing out flyers, and that bitch probably dumped them in the trash somewhere to fuck off for the day. Work for Junior, then? I asked. What's that like? Well, I didn't have anything to do for the moment. Wouldn't mind knowing a bit more about this whole thing. It's money. She shrugged. We basically just play the club scene. Get idiot boys to throw around lean after flashing some leg, and if anyone gets too rowdy, we put them down. She put her feet up on another stool. What about you? First time in Vale. Junior and Roman have been helpful. I said idly, fingering my empty glass. Not much of a story there, just got my aura awakened, so that's something I guess. Roman and helpful in the same sentence. She snorted. How many drinks you in? What? Is that unusual? I mean, he can be a bit sarcastic and flippant, but otherwise he wasn't really. I didn't know quite the right word. Mean? I think I only know two people who can put up with Roman, Junior and that midget. He barely goes a single word without insulting someone enough that weapons start coming out. Ha! I just scratched my cheek. He said I reminded him of himself. Maybe that's it. I shrugged. Yeah, I can see it. She gave me a once-over. You have that same, I'm better than you look, but less punchable. Only less that? I raised an eyebrow. She shrugged, her lips curling up. I call it like I see it. I couldn't help but laugh. I liked her snark, even if that's practically a compliment compared to Scat Hacker's sharp tongue. Well, I like to think I pull of the punchable face look pretty well. I adjusted my hat. 6/10. Well, there goes my self-esteem. You hang around, Roman. I doubt you had any to begin with. Ouch. You really just go for the jugular every time. I clutched my heart dramatically. By the way, I'm Wilhelm. Don't think I introduced myself. It's part of my charm. She flashed a smile. Miltia. Well, she isn't wrong. I should be heading out. Need to find Roman to make my stay here legal. Whatever, she nonchalantly replied. But if you come back later, maybe I'll have time for a dance. Tempting, but I'm spoken for. Ugh, of course you are. She groaned. I wouldn't mind being a friend, though. I offered. I did enjoy her personality. Brothers, that's so corny. She rolled her eyes. I just shrugged again. I'm not going to broken up that she didn't want to be friends. We'll see you around. I began to walk away. I didn't say no. She said just loud enough for me to hear. I couldn't help but smile slightly. I had a feeling I would get along with her like a house on fire. I walked a fair distance away, towards the industrial district. It was nice to know that each district was so obviously segregated. But the fact that I was only given an address and nothing else made me realize I had no idea where the fuck I was going. Now that I think about it, he probably did that on purpose. Roman seems like the kind of person who likes to fuck with people. Hands up! I blinked, hearing a shout from behind me. I turned around to see a man holding a gun up towards me. My eyes swept the surroundings, and no one else was around. He was a bit scraggly, but his clothes weren't unkempt enough for me to assume he's homeless. Are you robbing me? I couldn't help but ask. No, I want to know what shampoo you use. His sarcasm clear in his voice. Of course I am. Now, wallet and scroll. Is this karma? Is it because I robbed that guy the other day? Don't wanna. What do you mean, don't wanna? He stared at me incredulously. Empty your pockets or I'll shoot. He shook his gun for emphasis. Nice gun, what kind of bullets it got? Why the hell should I tell you? He seemed more and more confused with my manner of speech. So not just bullets, and looks like a run-of-the-mill small arm. I nodded. Tell me, why did you think it was a good idea to point a shitty gun like that at someone with aura? He paused, realization dawning on him. Oh, indeed. I deadpanned. Well, this is awkward. He lowered his hand. Can we pretend this didn't happen? You know, I appreciated the balls on this guy. Tell you what, you help me find this address and I'll walk away without you having to swallow each bullet one by one. I held out my piece of paper. He took the piece of paper happily and stared at it. Why do you need to go to Roman's hideout? He looked up at me blinking. I mean, I've never heard of this place. Wait, are you one of Roman's henchmen? No. Sweet merciful gods. I sighed. Just take me there. I have business with him. Yes, sir. He saluted, and I followed him down a few alleys. It was surprisingly not very far. I probably could have found it if I searched around a little, but whatever. It was pretty nondescript, a warehouse in a sea of warehouses and similar-looking buildings. The idiot led me inside, and I was immediately greeted to the familiar sight of an orange-haired thief. Oh, kid, you made it. He was leaning on a table, smoking a cigar. And you found one of my minions. More like he found me, I said dryly. Roman sighed. Red, what did you do? And nothing, sir. I was just... He tried to rob me at gunpoint. I deadpanned, interrupting the now-named Red. Roman face-palmed. Just go back to work. Yes, sir. Red happily took the chance to run away. I hope that isn't the bar for your employees. Roman actually let out a laugh. This is the... He had the face of someone counting in their head. 12th time he's done something like this. Really? And you still keep him around? I was a bit flabbergasted. No, you don't understand. He chuckled before continuing. I'm waiting until it blows up in his face. That guy is the luckiest son of a bitch I've ever met in my life. This wasn't even the dumbest stunt he's pulled, and so far, there isn't even a whisper of his face being flashed around any police station. Seriously, let me put it like this. He cleared his throat. He tried to rob the deputy headmistress of Beacon. Roman could barely keep a straight face. Never arrested, never even handcuffed before. The authorities don't even know his name. Have you tried using his ridiculous luck to my advantage? Of course. He sighed. Didn't seem to work. No, his luck only kicks in to save himself. Honestly, the only reason I've kept him on is because the betting pool we have going on. Got a lot of lean riding on some turnouts and I want my money. He seemed in a genuine good mood. Anyways, I'm sure you didn't come here to talk about my little minions. You want your papers, right? Well, my money certainly wasn't a donation. Roman smirked, gesturing for me to follow as he led me further in towards another room in the warehouse. We walked in, and it was like a completely different building. Cubicles everywhere, printers, their version of computers, people walking around like it was an office. This is where the magic happens, where all our raiding the veiled bureaucracy for our illicit gains occurs. Question. I raised my finger up. Why are you showing me this? Seems a bit stupid, arrogant. Roman finished my thought. Kid, do you really think anything here can lead back to me? He raised an eyebrow. Worst case, the police come here and shut everything down. Spend a minimum of 6 months filing through everything to get a few simple charges on my minions who would be out on bail and disappearing under new names before anything could happen. I guess I shouldn't have doubted you there. But why are you showing me this? I questioned him again. Seems like a hassle, and trusting even if nothing could harm him. It would still cost some money, and be a hit if his operation got taken down. All right. He held his hands up. I was wanting to recruit you. Thought maybe showing you the business would be enticing, but maybe I played this wrong. Recruit me, really? You hardly know anything about me. Well, when I say recruit, I meant build you into someone I could use. He let it against a nearby desk. Do you have any idea how hard it is to find useful minions? I have met Red. I deadpanned. That is true. He nodded. But you got a lot of aura, and you seem like you got a good head on your shoulders. Honestly, that would take you pretty damn far in this city. But you also remind me of a young me. That's priceless right there. I think your priorities are a bit skewed. I sighed. So what? You want someone else to watch your back? I heard you got a partner or something already. Watch my back. He let out a chuckle. That's a good one, kid. There's only one person I trust with my back, and he's standing right in front of you. What about your partner? I trust the lean I pay her with. He replied. So you have no one then? I don't need anyone else, kid. You'll learn someday. The only person you need to care about is yourself. He shook his head like I was But I had another reason for wanting you here. Well, I'm all ears. I crossed my arms. Okay, so how serious were you about the Mistral tournament? About half serious. I wouldn't mind going for the prize money, why? I'm glad you asked, my young protege. He stood up, swinging his cane, hitting a blackboard that spun around showing lots of numbers and several pictures and dates. Not your protege. Not with that attitude. He didn't seem fazed by my denial. You see, the Mistral tournament uses a certain system to randomize the fights. You hack the system and want to rig the fights, maybe set me up in a position to take advantage of it for some reason. He paused, staring at me. You just have to steal my thunder, don't you? He raised an eyebrow and a smirk rose up on your face. Just what I would expect from my protege. He nodded in approval. Got it in one, kiddo. I just need a face to plaster everywhere, and yours is decent enough. It helps that I like your style, too. Because it's similar to his. I'm flattered. I drolled. But isn't that the issue of winning the fights? I'm sure from his perspective I'm a village boy who just got aura. I'm glad you asked. He waved his hand. You see, there are always a set number of buys in the tournament every year, up until the top 18, that is. Isn't that going to draw a ridiculous amount of attention? That is the plan. He said happily. You see, I want you to grab all the attention for one moment. He took out a piece of paper, handing it to me. When all the cameras are on you, I want you to say that then you can forfeit or whatever. I unfolded the piece of paper. Go fuck yourself, Lil Miss Malachite. Roman Torchwick. A smile crept up on Roman's face. It was clear he was stopping himself from bursting out laughing. Let me get this straight. You are hacking one of the most popular sporting events of the year just so you can tell someone to go fuck off? I asked incredulously. I know. He raised his hands. Not to mention, she's the crime boss of Mistral's largest gang. I know the concerns you have, like what happens if you... I'm in. Roman just looked at me in confusion. What? I'm in. I pocketed the piece of paper. She's a very powerful person, someone who would be able to grab you way before you could get out of Mistral, and she isn't someone to be lightly crossed. You are going through so much effort just to tell someone to fuck off. How could I not be a part of this? I said in all honesty. Kid, you really are one of a kind. He let out a deep laugh, more genuine than I've heard before. Seriously, I'll make you my protege, you're perfect. I'd rather be paid. Brothers, damn it, you're perfect. He laughed even harder. All right. I do have plans in place to get you out. I don't leave my people high and dry like some common vagrant. Wait, you only need me to get to the top 16, right? Yeah, literally no work on your part. What if I want to win? Kid, I know you're feeling pumped up from getting your aura. I rolled my eyes. I'll agree to your terms if you don't interfere with my fighting after I say my part for you. He paused, mulling over my words. Whatever, kid. He shook his head. I'm not your babysitter. She won't be able to touch you during the tournament. Too many cameras. I guess I'll have my people ready for when you get your ass kicked. I feel like there are a ton more details to work out. But why are you going through all this trouble? Because fuck her. He replied. Fair. I nodded. But what's the real reason? I raised an eyebrow. The corners of Roman's lips curled up. Now, why would I go and spoil that? So, I'm basically a distraction. I mused. If it makes you feel better, I will very much look forward to your role in this little job. That does make me feel better. Really? No. Let's talk about how much I'm getting paid. Chapter 100. I woke up with a yawn, the sun just barely peeking in through the curtains. I felt my arm pop as I stretched my arms. With a thought, I brought down all the bounded fields I set around my room out of habit. I rented just a random hotel room for a few days. It wasn't particularly difficult to find somewhere, and my new information came in handy. Apparently, hotels and the like have to verify residence status or the equivalent for visitors, which I didn't have before last night. So, good timing, I suppose. Besides my hat and clothes, I didn't have any belongings laying about. Pulling my hair back, I got it how I preferred and wrapped it in the piece of cloth that Scat Hat gave me, giving it a little tug to make sure it was nice and snug. I stretched a little bit more. I feel kinda stiff. I rolled my head, probably because you haven't done your morning exercises in several days. I paused, mulling Drake's words over. That's a distinct possibility. I couldn't help but agree. And I don't really want to get in the habit of foregoing them for long periods of time. Even if it was just swinging my sword a few hundred times, it was good to do something. Not anything I would essentially call training, but it kept my body warmed up. Without much more thought, I walked out the door and headed out the hotel. It was right at the center of a large square. People were setting up with carts and such. Fresh produce, or bread that had come almost right out of the oven. Perhaps they were advertising for shops from other parts of the city. I'm curious. Why are you going along with that thief's plans? I walked up to a little food cart, taking out about 20 lean. Half dozen, please. I placed it down, grabbing the bag of bagels I was handed. I bit into one, and it was the perfect amount of crunch and softness. Why not? I mumbled between chews, directed towards Drake. Just seems odd. Well, I have a few reasons, beyond just thinking it'll be a fun experience. I finished off my baked delight. First, I want to see Mistral. While I can go there anymore, this is a good excuse. I waved in and out of the crowd. I stopped for a moment, watching a human hand a little treat down to a girl with cat ears on her head. I couldn't help but smile at the scene. So far, I've seen several instances of overt racism, or rather speciesism here, but that is definitely a welcome reprieve. I wonder if they just call it racism, since the term evolved so many times over my own history. It's the first term that comes to my mind anyways. Second, the money would be nice. I admitted, I'm not particularly fond of robbing dust or stuff like that from common folks. Find me a dick and I'll gladly alleviate him of his goods, but I'm not going to hurt a decent person. and selling large quantities of gold just seems like more of a hassle than it's worth. That can't be all. I admit those reasons are probably enough to get you moving since you're not really focusing on anything important right now. I need data, I replied, and it was probably my biggest reason. I could probably go find some scum somewhere, some criminals that even I would find distasteful to poke at, but I don't really care to do that right now. I explained. The nature of aura and semblances is really unrefined in most texts I've read so far. How long would it take for me to find something worth noting if this is the norm? I would rather get a good look at aura and by extension, semblances, being used. Where else would there be an opportunity like this? So, go beat up some kids so you can see how they bleed. I know, it excites me too. I snorted at his sarcasm. We still haven't figured out how aura affects you overall, beyond the physical boosts it gives. That's true too, I agreed, moving towards a familiar gate that led towards the Forever Fall forest. But all impressions, so far, show no negative effects, which isn't surprising considering it's my soul and all. But you can never be too careful with things like this. I guess seeing how the locals have adapted the use of their aura would be a good learning experience. Could probably shave off months of learning if you can glean something worthwhile. And honestly, I really want to see how this whole plan of Romans turns out. Really? Seems kind of trite compared to what you normally deal with. Well, not everything can be magical terrorists or legendary figures. Took out my swords, letting them hover in front of my before tapping my hand against my cheek. Which one? HMU. I gripped Dawnbreaker in my hand and began to swing it in the air. Besides, he interests me. Thought you only like girls. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. He wasn't spouting crap when he said that I reminded him of himself. I do see several similarities between us. It did make me think on several things. A different set of circumstances, a different life led. Would I have turned out like him? I took a step forward, swinging my sword overhead before stepping back. A thief. Alone. I corrected. The way he just dismissed any kind of bond, it really did make me think over some stuff myself. I won't deny that a lot of my actions resulted in those subconscious feelings from when I was still back in my birth world, but to see someone whom I don't quite mirror but still resemble turned out like that, it just makes me pause and consider my life. You are being surprisingly introspective and mature. I could hear Drake sigh. I remember when you were still a brat running around like nothing could touch you, getting into all kinds of trouble. Well, things happen and... Oh, wait, that was last week. Yep, there it is. I deadpanned, mentally commanding one of my swords to fly off and impale a grim that was getting too close. I shook my head at his antics, a small smile on my face. I also wanted to see the interactions of my aura when in conflict with another aura user, so it just comes back to more data, I guess. This semblance thing sounds interesting. What do you think yours is? From what I understand, it's supposed to be a unique expression of oneself. I put my hand against my chest, letting my aura flow out, appreciating the coloring aurora that spread over me. Honestly, I was wondering if it would awaken my power of destruction. I walked over to a tree, channeling the aura into my hand and striking it within the force of a normal human. The aura sort of vibrated, pulsing out and destroying the trunk, the tree falling over with a loud crack. Reacts to intent, but hard to control. I muttered, making a mental note as I started to trying and control of my aura, to get a better idea of how to utilize it. I remember you mentioning something about that before coming here. You feel anything different with that? Maybe. It's hard to tell because it's not purely something connected with my soul, but with my bloodline as well. I mumbled. I said before, it was basically a seed deep inside, unable for me to harness in any meaningful capacity. I paused for a moment choosing my words. Using that same analogy, I think it just now germinated. I feel like I'm just missing something to actualize it, to have it grow into something. Some kind of catalyst, and your aura isn't compatible. I scratched my head, letting go of my sword as it drifted towards the others. Not quite. I think my aura awakening may have done the equivalent of splashing some water on the seed, but otherwise it's not doing much. It was frustrating. I could almost feel it, yet it was still slightly out of my reach. Maybe you need a good fight, get the blood flowing. Dre replied, Remember that big sea serpent we saw coming into the city? I was about to say something snarky, but honestly, that sounds kind of fun. I wonder if I could get information on any big Grim near here, because fighting someone in the ocean just sounded like a bad idea with regards to logistics. I wonder if there are any Dragon Grim. That's a thought. I agreed. We've seen a few now with some pictures and books. They seem to come in all shapes and sizes. Well, some thoughts for later. Roman said to head over to the club before I left last night. Something about going over the final details before I'm supposed to head over to Mistral. I feel like this plan is going to go horribly wrong. Think I should back out. I'm actually kind of invested in it now. Way too curious to see how it all plays out, especially since your role is a distraction. First you were against it, now you're all for it. I could only shake my head with a chuckle. Who needs an angel or a devil on my shoulder when I have you whispering in my ear? I'm not your babysitter, I'm here for the ride. Crashing and burning is still fun on the way down. Your confidence in me is astounding. I said dryly. Well, Roman said his partner should be around this time. Guess I'll go meet her then and get a better idea of his so-called Jabba. Non-canon Omake, a secret technique. Fate/Grand Order, Temple of Solomon. My swords flew all around, only to be knocked away with relative ease. The armor around my body receding, returning to the normal form of the gauntlet, the boosted gear. I was breathing heavily at this point, the dozens of boosts I used wearing off all at once, and blood was already flowing down my lips. I looked to the side. My companions weren't faring much better. Don't suppose you got any command seals left? I asked. Ritsuko Fujimara looked at me with sadness. What about you, Miss Eggplant? Mashu turned her head, a melancholic smile on her face as she shook her head. She wasn't in much better shape than I was. Chaldeans. The voice of our opponent boomed over this realm that existed outside of time and space. This workshop owned by the king of magecraft, Solomon. This is the end. This is where your ideals and your fate has brought you. You have fought against the inevitable. It is time to end this farce. The 72 demon pillars of Solomon, the human order correction, ritual left behind by the king of magecraft who turned into one of humanity's evils. A beast. Ars Goetia. The demon held out his arms, the orbs, the eyes all over his body turned to face us as they discharged magical energy in the form of lasers. I stood up, grabbing Ascalon. Foolish! Goetia sneered. Do you think I have forgotten about your little tricks, magician? They arced around me, aiming right for Ritsuka. Mashu jumped in the way with her shield, clashing against her noble phantasm, but not all decided to initiate a war of attrition with he young shielder. My banner, protect my brethren. A familiar blonde head of hair stepped forward, armor almost in smithereens and body barely standing. Luminous sight at her now. Jean d'Arc slammed her war banner on the ground. A shining golden banner enveloped all of us, blocking the attack. Jean! Ritsuka called out as the heroic spirit's footing began to wane. Absurd! Goetia bellowed. A heroic spirit who can barely stand wished to stand against me? As the words left him, the pressure intensified, shattering the protections, blowing away the saintess. Join the remainder of humanity's final protectors. He declared, sweeping his arms at the bodies of heroic spirits littering the area. Some dead, some unconscious or simply unable to move, their spiritual bodies unable to cope with the damage sustained. I reached out towards the last master of Chaldea with a grabbing motion, ripping and tearing the space around him. The attacks moved around him in a manner that was impossible. Zigzagging, moving back and forth at different points in time, and simple appearing on the wrong side of the battlefield. Blood flowed out of my throat as I fell to the ground. Will! Ritsuka ran to me, catching me from falling down. Once again, you are a thorn in my side. Deviled. His eyes focusing on me. I stood up laughing, eyes all drawn on me. It seems I must use my final technique. I shakily stood straight. The beast scoffed. You have no hope, no chance for victory. You act as these, humans, foolish perseverance. I glanced to the side. Jean wobbled over, using her banner as a crutch. Mashu quick to support her. If you got something, now's the time, Wilhelm. The voice of Da Vinci from Chaldea sounded through the mystic code Ritsuka wore. Fine. Bring about your last shred of hope. I shall crush it all the same. He held his arms out, welcoming me to make a move. Fine, you asked for this. With the last of my strength, I opened a portal, a connection between two vastly different dimensions. I'm detecting some strange readings. What did you do? Da Vinci seemed erratic as a strange feeling began to fill the area. Goetia, for the first time, seemed hesitant. I turned and looked at the portal. Meridia, help, I'm being bullied. I called out. A strange silence now filled the whole realm. What? Ritsuka voiced out. Seemingly answering his question, the whole place shook. A woman walked out of the iridescent portal, blonde hair and a blue robe that hugged her body in all the right places. A pair of legs I would always recognize. Her very presence demanded attention, and her gaze turned right to me. Wilhelm. Her voice icy. It is our anniversary. You were supposed to be home hours ago. She hissed before finally realizing the state I was in. What happened? A softness now filled her tone. I wanted to be home, but I held my hand out, pointing towards Gaida. He did it. Her head snapped towards the demon god, who was showing a look of fear for the first time.